I'm from Ibadan. I'm working at First Baptist Church Ogbomoso Yawota area. Yesterday, the people of the young people came to our school, and we are being kidnapped, both the teachers and the children. We are all here. We need help from the federal government and the state government, both the church, First Baptist Church Yawota, and the community. We need your help so that these people will release us. Please help us. Please help us. We need help from our president. We need help from our president. Tinubu, please help us. Our state government. Engineer Seyi Makinde, please. And both the Nigerian Christians, please help us. Please help us. Oh. The children are here, they are crying so that we will not waste our life. Please help us. Oh. We need your help. Help us. Oh. Don't neglect us. Oh.
Hello and welcome. We have a breaking news this morning, and it's that the US and Iran may have agreed in principle to reopen the Strait of Hormuz and end the war, though both sides are describing the terms of the agreement in a different way. But part of what Iran agreed to is to dispose of their highly enriched uranium. It is 8:30 p.m. in Tehran, Iran, 6:30 p.m. in Lagos, Nigeria, and 1:30 p.m. in New York City. Wherever in the world you're joining us from, welcome to another episode of 90 Minutes Africa. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. On Friday, May 15th, 2026, under the watch of President Bola Tinubu, suspected bandits invaded a community high school in Oyo State, abducted 46 people, including 7 teachers and 39 students. 2 days later, on Sunday, May 17th, the nation recoiled in horror after the bandits beheaded the school's mathematics teacher, Michael Oyedokun. The release of the gruesome video sent shockwaves across Nigeria and forced many to confront a painful question: has insecurity in the Southwest reached a dangerous new phase? On today's 90 Minutes Africa, we welcome renowned historian and public intellectual Dr. Wunmi Akintide for a critical conversation on the fast expanding insecurity threatening southwestern Nigeria. Dr. Akintide brings not only scholarly depth, but also a profound connection to Yoruba history and leadership. His grandfather was the longest reigning Deji of Akure, the 45th Deji of Akure, who came on the throne in 1897 and was there until 1957. Dr. Akintide chronicled the legacy of his acclaimed grandfather in an acclaimed biography, The Lion, King, and the Cubs, a biography of Deji Adesida I, a sweeping account of the monarchy widely acclaimed as the golden century of the Deji of Akure. As killings and kidnapping and fear spread deeper into Nigeria's southwest, what went wrong? Can the region reclaim its reputation as one of Nigeria's safest zones? And what lessons from history can we learn? We welcome to the show Dr. Wunmi Akintide.
First Baptist Church, Ogbomoso, Yawota area. Yesterday, the people of the young people came to our school, and we have been kidnapped, both the teachers and the children. We are all here. We need help from the federal government and the state government, both the church, First Baptist Church, Yawota, and the community. We need your help so that these people will release us. Please help us. Please help us. We need help from our president. We need help from our president. Tinubu, please help us. Our state government. Engineer Seyi Makinde, please. And both the Nigerian Christians, please help us. Please help us. Oh. The children are here, they are crying so that we will not waste our life. Please help us. Oh. We need your help. Help us. Oh. Don't neglect us. Oh.
Thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate you. Sorry about the delay, and we had technical problems with our guest. We have been trying to get him to connect to the show, but we unfortunately have not been able to. He made himself available, but he wasn't at home, and we could not have the conversation we planned to have today with him. We're going to reschedule him for another day. We could have done an audio-only interview, but since that is not the tradition here, and he's willing to come back on a different day for us to have a conversation, I'm very sorry about that. These things happen sometimes, but we did not envisage this, being that he's a guest who's been on this show before, and he's also in the United States. But for some reason, we have not been able to get him to join us. So in place of that conversation, we are going to have a conversation with everyone who wants to be part of it. And we already have a few people in the studio who we're going to bring in and have a wider conversation on some of the things going on in the world today. So I apologize on behalf of all my team. They worked hard. You see, we are ready before the time. We have even pre-recorded introduction and things like that. So it's not that sometimes technical problems could lead to something like this happening. So I apologize on behalf of my hardworking team who, for the past 1 week, we are preparing for this guest. So bear with us. All right. So some stories in the news
have been heard outside the White House. According to an NBC reporter, the Secret Service told them to gather on the North Lawn and to run inside the press briefing room. USS officers had a gun drawn, they say, and they told them to run inside, and the White House is now in lockdown. So reporters on the South Lawn, including the NBC's White House team, were just rushed off the North Lawn and into the press briefing by Secret Service as multiple gunshots were heard near the White House.
All right, that was a story that happened yesterday evening. Another madman went to shoot at the White House. He went to shoot this position of the SSS at the gate, and he was shot, and he eventually died at the hospital. That was going to be the story, Sunday morning story here in America, but we now hear that there might be an end to the war in Iraq. Hopefully, it won't be one of those stories that we hear and then something will change in the next few hours. But this appears to be a real story and is standing, which is that Iran has agreed to end it. They will give up their highly enriched uranium as part of the condition, and they will reopen the Strait of Hormuz. We don't know the details. In the next few, as time goes by, we will see what both sides are saying. So that's one of the stories we are watching, and I mentioned that this week that we just entered, we are going to have a special show on the Biafran War. Remember May 30th, Biafran War, and we'll talk about Gowon's new book, 881-page book by Gowon, My Life of Duty and Allegiance, Yakubu Gowon. So that will be something that will happen. And then on Sunday next week, we have Dr. Franklin Obunweze will join us. It's already scheduled. He will be here next Sunday. All right, let me bring in people who are in the studio already, and we will try to salvage the hour today. Let me bring in Mr. James. Mr. James, thank you for being here.
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay. With you, I really want to explore the issue happening in South Africa, because the way the media works is that we show a spotlight on something and talk about it for the day, 2 days, and then we move on, and the situation might continue. We'll move on to other things. So as more people come in and we expand the conversation, I want us to touch on the U.S., this continuous attack on the White House or wherever Trump is. In this case, Trump was in the White House when this happened. We are also going to touch on other issues, especially Iran and the possibility that the war might end. But let's get to South Africa. What is the situation currently in South Africa?
The situation is still very murky. Things are not getting better from the look of things. I understand the Ghanaians have evacuated some of their nationals, and more are yet to be evacuated. I've not heard anything about the Nigerians so far, but demonstrations, from what I was told by somebody this afternoon on a telephone, is still going on. I listened to Thabo Mbeki's address to UNISA, University of South Africa, Sunnyside in Pretoria, and he made some very startling revelations. My stand so far, my stand all along on this matter is that if South Africans are saying, leave our country, we just have to back up and leave them. That is how I see it. It is their country, it's not our country. We should come back home to fix our country. While our country was functioning properly, we had no cause to even go to apartheid South Africa. But what is happening right now in South Africa is tantamount to apartheid. The separate development. You go and develop your country while we develop our country. That's the meaning of apartheid in Afrikaans. And another problem is that I'm terribly afraid because the present government in South Africa is a coalition government between the ANC and the White Party. These are the stalwarts of apartheid during the apartheid era. They are now forming a government together. If, as time goes on, they manage by fair or foul means to get hold of the government, that is the end of the show for the natives of South Africa, because no African country in its right senses will ever come to their rescue the second time. Because what they are doing right now is a bit embarrassing to the people of Africa. But again, I try to see things from their perspective, because while we were helping them to fight apartheid, they were not aware that we were helping them, because majority of them left the country. Sorry, a few of them left the country, and they were operating from Zambia, Tanzania, Nigeria, Ghana, Guinea-Conakry in particular, and other African states. The native South Africans at home were cut off completely from the rest of Africa. They were not getting our radio receptions, radio broadcasts, television receptions, no newspapers. They do not know anything about what Thabo Mbeki and other exiles were doing outside South Africa. At the end of apartheid, the exiles returned home. The speech Thabo Mbeki was given not long ago, he was mentioning some of the favors they enjoyed while they were outside South Africa during the apartheid era. He made mention of a case in Zambia. While they were in Zambia, I mean the ANC as an organization, the ANC was given a quasi-diplomatic status. So there was a guy they called I think, is it Shosho or I can't remember the nickname. If I remember, I'll mention it. This guy was given free hand to move about in the airport premises. Whenever any plane lands, he's empowered to enter the plane, transact business with them, and come out. And he had free ride within the airport premises. So one day, the Zambian police force officials called Thabo Mbeki. They invited him to a private discussion. During the discussion, they told him that this boy, who is something like a liaison officer for the ANC, whenever he enters the aircraft, on some occasions, he has collected drugs from people on the flight and disembark and deliver it to people in town. Thabo Mbeki was very surprised. So they told him, we don't want to embarrass the ANC as an organization. Tell this boy to leave the country as quickly as possible to enable us effect some arrest. Because if we are effecting arrest, he also will be included. But if he's not around, he will not be included. So they asked the boy to leave Zambia. He flew out of Lusaka before the Zambian drug lords were arrested. Then he cited another example in Guinea-Conakry, where Zanakoza Dlamini Zuma, the foreign minister of South Africa, was window shopping. So the owner of the jewelry shop saw her and invited her and asked her to choose which of these is appealing to you. So she took a good look at the items and she identified one. The owner wrapped it in a container and handed it over to her. She said, I'm not prepared to buy, I'm just window shopping. The man said, no, this is a gift from the people of Guinea to South Africa. Are you not the South African foreign minister? She said, yes. So she accepted it in appreciation. Africans really did a lot of good things for them, unquestionably. But the native South Africans at home who are now marching along the streets of Johannesburg and the rest of South Africa, they are not aware. It's just like you, Mr. Rudolph, coming to tell me that before coming to this world, we were both in heaven. You did me some favors. Now that we're in this world, I should pay back the favors you did me. That is how it is to them. So I cannot blame them really.
I actually wanted to say that the people you see on the streets of South Africa today, I don't see anybody who is over 40-something years. And if you calculate it, you see, if let's say they were born in 1984, they will have been 10 years when Mandela was released. So they even if it's in the newspapers, they wouldn't have known, at that age, and maybe it's not taught in school.
Yeah. Thank you for that point you raised. But the issue is this: what Thabo Mbeki is revealing now, why did they not reveal it long before now? They gained independence in 1994. They kept quiet. Nobody knew what they enjoyed while they were outside the country. They kept quiet. Now that the situation is so nasty, it's now they've started mentioning the favors. They enjoyed in my opinion, they are not fair to their people. And now it will be self-incriminating for them to expose what they did, which the people do not know. So the people will now ask, so you mean you did this in our name and you never told us? Something like that. Because as I was saying on your platform some time ago, the Nigerian government in particular and Zambia, let me cite a good example. The president of Mozambique, Samora Machel, flew to Lusaka, Zambia to attend these ANC Wahala problems. On his way back to Maputo, the plane was shot down by the South African authorities and the man died. The president of the Republic of Mozambique, the man died. At the end of the day, Nelson Mandela ended up marrying his woman. So that is how that lady became the first African lady to be first lady in 2 different countries. So that shows that Africa has paid enormous price for the freedom of South Africa. Anyway, Thabo Mbeki spoke well, that no matter what they do, Africans will still go to South Africa because I'm not quoting his exact words, Africans have taken South Africa as an adopted child. This is our adopted child. We fought to keep this child alive, so we are ready to die for this child to survive. So no matter what they do, Africans will still go to South Africa. So that is how the situation is. It's very sad indeed, but I think the ANC should share part of the blame. Then the other part of the blame should go to the South African leaders, people like Jacob Zuma, who is so obsessed with the Indians. Thabo Mbeki had cause to flush him out of his government as vice president at the time because of his association with Indians, particularly a man called Shabi Sheikh. Shabi Sheikh was eventually sent to jail in a corruption scandal. Another case of corruption was Allen Bosek. Is it Allen Bosek? Yes, Allen Bosek. He got some money from some charity sources and Coca-Cola Foundation and Paul Simon. I think it's Paul Simon. I can't remember. Anyway, the money was malappropriated and he was sent to jail. He applied for amnesty, but Thabo Mbeki refused because he did not admit committing any wrong. Eventually, I think it was, I can't remember who eventually granted him amnesty. So there have been frightening corruption cases in South Africa. With the kind of corruption going on there, it will be miraculous for any government to be able to deliver on its promise to the people. So this is what is going on in the Republic.
Now, Mr. James, as you were speaking, I was just thinking, if the South African government failed to failed to educate their people on the contributions of African countries to the freedom of South Africa, what about we, the other Africans? Couldn't we have done something? If you remember, if you remember, during apartheid, people like Sonny Okosun, all our musicians, Majek, Raskimono, everybody, they were all singing about freedom for South Africa. Even Bob Marley had songs about freedom for Africa. People were all pitching in whatever they could. But today, why don't we, Africans, other Africans, do that in forms of books, in forms of TV programs, in forms of
the issue is this.
Yeah.
Mr. Rudolph, the issue is this. Let me liken it to a situation where of a young man who convinced his father that I'm old enough to get married. Please come and marry a woman for me because I cannot afford the cost. After troubling the old man, eventually the old man consented and married a woman for the boy. Then the boy later approached the man and said, "Oh, please, Dad, you see, you've done well for me, but there's just one more favor I want you to do for me." The man asked him, "What is the favor? Can you please teach me how to make the woman pregnant?" You get the point? It means that the boy is not prepared for marriage. If he does not know how to make a woman pregnant, why did you go in for marriage? You want freedom. We did all we could. A president of a republic died in a plane crash for your sake. Having got the independence, you are setting us on fire, shooting us, sending us to hell, and at the same time, it's not my duty to tell them, look, Thabo Mbeki and his guys who were outside, that is their responsibility. And don't forget that other African states have got enough problems to contend with. Our relationship with the outside world has been one-sided since the beginning, in fact, long before my great-great-grandparents were born. We were sold into slavery in the Arab world, sold into slavery in the Americas. And we've suffered more than the Jews. Let me just summarize it. So we've got formidable problems to grapple with. They are in the position to help us as a payback for what we have done. So this is how I see it. It's not our duty. If a president died for your sake, and you are still killing the Mozambicans from the. You are still killing Mozambique. What is the guarantee that if the Mozambicans come and start explaining to, look, majority of them have got exaggerated sense of their importance. Let me put it that way. And one thing again we should know is that during the apartheid era, there was a political party they call Inkatha Freedom Party, headed by Mangosuthu Buthelezi. That party was fighting the ANC in collaboration with the white people. So when Nelson Mandela gained independence, he made Mangosuthu Buthelezi the Home Affairs Minister. The first Home Affairs Minister in post-apartheid South Africa was Mangosuthu Buthelezi, to show to him that let the bygone be bygone. Forget all about what has happened. This man is a Zulu man, and the people you see demonstrating all over South Africa, a good number of them are Zulus. They believe that the country is their personal property. If you cannot speak Zulu, they see you as a non-indigenous, because the Sothos, for example, some of them are in Lesotho, some are in South Africa. They tease them that you people are from, what's called Lesotho. The Swatis, so some are from Swaziland, some are in South Africa. The Swanas, some are in Botswana, some are in South Africa. So that is the situation in South Africa today. The present, this operation Dudula, March, or whatever it's called, the brain behind it are the Zulus. So if you cannot speak Zulu, they treat you more or less like a foreigner in South Africa. They should be very careful, because if the whites should get hold of that country again, I don't know what's going to happen.
Is there any chance that that could happen? I don't think so.
Yes, it's possible, because from the look of things, the ANC will lose the next election. There's a local government election coming up around November or so. They will not win. The next general election, in fact, since 1994, the total vote of the ANC has been on the steady decline.
But if they lose, it doesn't mean that a white
No, what I mean is this. With the uprising going on right now, majority of the people will not vote for ANC, assuming they are unable to get majority votes. They used to have absolute majority. Now they have majority, but it's not absolute. But it could get to a situation whereby a Zulu party, for example, will get a majority, but not absolute. Then they form a coalition government. As time goes on, the white man is going to work on them. And if a white party like the Democratic Alliance should get majority votes, even if it's not a absolute majority, South Africa is gone for the second time, and is gone for good. So this is why they should be extremely careful.
Don't you think that Julius Malema he's holding on, and he's also saying that he doesn't support what's going on? And
yes. Sorry, Malema.
I wanted to say that he's the one standing by that might be the next leader in terms of.
We cannot say, but what's his name? Jacob Zuma has formed a political party.
I know.
Good. Now the Zulus are taking this problem as a personal problem. For now, election in South Africa is free and fair. For now, what it will be tomorrow, you and me do not know. The whites can connive with them, with the Zulus, and play some dirty games behind the scenes. Before you know it, the election will be criminally rigged, and the ANC will be out of power. So anything is possible in South Africa of today. Mm-hmm. Although, as I said earlier on, I do not blame them for telling us to leave. We should leave. While we were helping them, we were not helping them with the intention of being rewarded. We did it because it's one of the principles of the Organization of African Unity, to liberate to liberate the whole of Africa from colonialism. OAU succeeded. But when it comes to integrating Africa, they are unable to do it. So this is the situation.
All right, let me play this video. I think it's a new video. I've not seen it before, of a Nigerian businessman in South Africa who was being harassed for starting a car wash. Let's see.
Immigration Act 2002, Section 13, 15, and 19. You are not allowed to operate any kind of business, not unless you have a minimum investment of 5 million rand and above. It's either you invest to the existing business or to the new one, you register with the CIPC, with Revenue and Home Affairs. You must apply for a business visa. You are not allowed to operate in informal trading, such as car wash. So now we're not asking you, you have to close this car wash now. It belongs to South Africans.
So,
Are we together?
I'm listening to you.
Yes.
But the investment of this car wash is more than 5 million.
No.
For local business, not Nigerian.
You can't invest in such business. It's not for it's an informal trading. The informal is a benefit of the South Africans. No. We're not going to delay because we're going to submit the memorandum. But we're telling you, just close down now.
Wow, we're telling you to close down now. Just think about that. In any kind of society where, in fact, the idea that somebody can just come out and lead a group of people go out on the streets is most uncertain you can ever imagine.
Yeah, leave my home is not synonymous with leave the world. It's telling him to leave South Africa. So what can we do? South Africa is their home. We should acknowledge that fact. If I don't want you in my home, there's nothing you can do about it. You just have to go. There is freedom of association. If I don't want to associate with you in my home, you just have to pack and go. That is how I see it. But again, it's very sad. When you go to Cape Town, South Africa, there are thousands of illegal white people resident in Cape Town. These people don't go near them. You get the point? Now, when they are talking of employment, that the foreigners have come to take our employment, they are not talking about reasonable employment. They're talking about slave labor, how to work on farms, how to clean the streets, pick litters from the streets, how to wash the toilets. These are the kind of work they are talking about. It's not a question of a medical doctor, a medical officer opening a clinic or an engineer having an engineering factory. That is not the kind of work they're talking about. They're talking about menial jobs. And from the accent of the man, I can see that they are Zulus. From the way he speaks English, he has Zulu, has a very strong Zulu accent. So the tribal problem that has been tearing Africa apart is really its ugly head in South Africa of today. Because tribalism is one of our problems in virtually all African countries. This is also the problem I'm seeing now in South Africa.
Are you not thinking that part of the failure is in the hands of I think you mentioned it, the government, the people who ran the country since they had one man, one vote in South Africa, because they did not provide employment to their people or even growth. Education. How is the educational system in South Africa? I'm not sure. I don't know how. Is it free?
Yeah, if you cannot afford it, it is free, more or less. You see, when the government was formed in 1994, it was formed. There's a working agreement, not coalition, working agreement between the Communist Party of South Africa, or former now late Joe Slovo, COSATU, Congress of South African Trade Union, and ANC. They call it the Tripartite Alliance. Because of the communist ideas they have, if you cannot afford services, government look for a way to subsidize it. For example, electricity. If you live in Sandton, that is where the millionaires live, you pay the full the full cost of electricity or water, whatever it is. But when you live in Bosphorus, Mosiville, Soweto, Guguleto, whatever it is, government subsidizes it. So the area you live in determine how much you pay for your electricity, water, and other services. I know of a lady who has got 2 children in South Africa. She's jobless. The state is more or less sponsoring their education. These are benefit or social services they inherited from the Tripartite Alliance of COSATU, Communist Trade Union, Communist Party, and the ANC. That is the situation in South Africa.
So I'm trying to figure out what percentage of Black South Africans have university education. Is saying something between 5 and 5.2%.
Somebody is saying that I need to apologize to Igbos in South Africa. I am not anti-Igbo. The problem is, some time ago, I explained the nature of crime in South Africa. I said that the Mozambicans are involved in caste snatching. Not all of them, but most caste snatchers are from Mozambique. Paid assassins, majority of them, not all of them, are from Zimbabwe. When it comes to bank fraud, Ugandans are specialists in that area. When it comes to passport racketeering and fake visas, the Ghanaians are specialists. When it comes to drug trafficking, Nigerians are specialists, and also 419. The 419 people, most of them, not all, most of them are Yorubas in Pretoria. They are based in Pretoria. While the drug traffickers, most of them are in Johannesburg. They are responsible Igbo men, medical officers, engineers, who are working in South Africa. They know nothing about drugs. So that is the thing. So I'm not saying that the Igbos, I did not condemn the Igbos in South Africa for drug trafficking. And I remembered I mentioned that Nigerians did not bring drugs to South, they did not take drugs to South Africa. They met it in South Africa. The people who bring the drugs in containers are not Nigerians. The Nigerians are just the street hawkers. That is why they associate them with drug trafficking. And Nigerians are very prominent because of the sheer number. It's not by design. Because if you, anyway, I don't know the percentage of, anyway, so that is just that. So I owe nobody no apology. I'm telling you the plain truth, the way it is.
All right. So I was trying to figure out how well the government of South Africa, how well they've done for their people since 1994.
Yes, they've done. Yeah, good. Yes, I remember you were saying something like that. The government had the intention, in principle, to really assist the Black people. To start with, there is what they call Black economic empowerment, in principle. That is affirmative action in favor of the Blacks. But majority of those who benefit from it are those of the ruling class. I don't want to mention names. They benefit from the Black economic empowerment. And another problem is this. The white man was defeated. Apartheid was defeated in South Africa. If, as a mark of magnanimity or whatever it is, the Black decided to let bygone be bygone, their hospitality should not be taken as a mark of weakness. Look at all the farmlands in South Africa, they belong to the whites. All the mines, the minerals in South Africa, they belong to the whites. Because the ANC has a policy that the land belongs to those who work it. So if you're a white man, a black man, a green man, or whatever it is, as long as you are working the land belongs to you. That is their principle. The whites should behave responsibly, because if the blacks are, if all the what you call immigrant blacks are flushed out and the situation is not improving, the South Africans will turn their attention on the white people. This is one thing they should also know. So when they are making their profit from their mines, from their farms and whatever it is, they should stop sending it to Europe. They should stop remitting their money to Europe. If you are a South African, your money should be kept in South Africa, not in Europe. This is also the problem they have in Zimbabwe during the days of Ian Smith. They seized the land from the Zimbabweans because they have got productive farmland. When they finish growing their tobacco, the profit they make, they pack everything to Britain. So this is the problem the Zimbabweans are also facing. There's a slight difference between Zimbabwe and South African case. In the case of Zimbabwe, they fought for land, ownership, land. They want to repossess their land from the whites. But in the case of South Africa, they did not fight for land. They fought for equal rights and justice. So these are fundamental differences. Though the two societies were subjected to apartheid conditions, but what they fought for are not exactly the same thing.
So I was looking at the percentage of people that went to had college degree in South Africa, Black South Africans, and it was 5 to 5.5% of the population. It's not different from the percentage of people in Nigeria with university degree. So yeah,
the reason is this. During apartheid, the Blacks were not opportune to go to school for this reason. There are two ministries of education. The Ministry of Education proper was meant for the whites education, running their universities, Witwatersrand, Pretoria, Stellenbosch, Cape Town, Grahamstown, and others. The black education was handled by the Bantu Affairs Department. So it was the Bantu Affairs Department that was educating the black people, while the Ministry of Education was educating the white people. So this was, a different. Now, you see a South African of my age, you ask him, what have you been doing in South Africa all along? He said, well, I've been working. I work at Woolworths. I work at Checkers. I work at ShopRite OK. As what? Sweeping the toilet. Cleaning the toilet. You get the point? As a messenger or a driver or whatever it is. They were not sent to school. So when independence came in 1994, those who were of school-going age before 1994, an insignificant number were in schools. And what were they doing? They were learning very useless things like religious studies, Afrikaans, English. In fact, you remember the Soweto uprising of 1976. One of the causes is that they are forcing them to learn Afrikaans, which they consider to be the language of the oppressor. Anyway, they were learning very useless subjects, and the quality of education was wishy-washy. So when independence came in 1994, the government had monumental problems to handle concurrently, all at the same time. Before independence came, the treasury was virtually empty. The white men remitted, they looted everything. Nelson Mandela's government, inherited virtually empty treasury. So they had to rebuild everything again. And these things take time. Now, when AIDS epidemic broke out, the government decided that the population is on the decline. And because due to AIDS, what we call epidemic and bullet wounds, gunshots. So to encourage the women to give birth to children, I think it was Thabo Mbeki's government, I can't remember, introduced what they call child support grant. If you are a South African and you give birth to a child, if you're a South African and you give birth to a child, the government gives you some support grant every month till the child attains, is it 16 or 18 years? I can't remember. All these are measures they've taken to bring them up. And it is very easy for a South African who passes metric exam to get scholarship to universities. The conditions they live in, under which they live, is so oppressive that it is very difficult for a child growing up in Soweto to be properly educated, despite the fact that education is virtually free. The social condition, the atmosphere, the crime rate in South Africa, alcoholism, prostitution, all manner of social vices are escalating in South Africa. If you've read the book, Cry, the Beloved Country, it was written in 1948 by Alan Paton. If you read that book, you see the foundation of the problems they're grappling with today was laid in 1948. That was when the National Party won the general election and officially declared apartheid as their system of administration. So they've been working on them systematically, and it is the outcome that we are reaping today. This is the reason why majority of them are not able to study up to university level.
All right, let's watch Jesus Melema speaking on some of these issues, and then we'll come back to the conversation.
And Afrophobia that you have practiced here in South Africa today. And I want to challenge you. You say Zimbabweans take your job, Nigerians take your jobs, and you march and close shops and beat up people. Tell us, after doing that, how many jobs have you created? By beating up these Nigerians, by beating up these Ghanaians, by beating up these Zimbabweans, loading them. If you load them, I have not seen anyone being loaded. No one. And you say they take jobs from you. You have beat them up, you have taken them out of the country. How many jobs have you created after that? Because the battle should be about jobs. You beat people because they took your jobs. They ran away. You close a shop that hires 5 people. and say they take our jobs. After closing that jobs, how many jobs have we created? Unskilled men with no skill, none whatsoever. Say somebody took their job. The only skill they know is to drink intelligence, impesu, and all of that nonsense, and want to pretend like they are revolutionary as it were. I don't want your vote if you behave like that. Take them away. If the MK wants it, give it to them. I don't want the votes that says to me, I must hate Africans for you to vote for me. I'll never do that. That I must go take an African child out of school, proud elderly person, pushing a child, an African child that looks like you. I must go to a school and push a child that looks like Opano. My time, and say, get out of school. The same way apartheid did, and push Lindiwe Zulu out of school, Lindiwe Zulu out of school, and saying, you are not worth of education. I must repeat that. I must do that. I will never do that. You can take your votes. Let me die with my conscience very clear. I will never refuse a pregnant woman of African descent to give birth in the clinics of South Africa. Never will I do that. I did not join politics because I wanted to be anything. I joined politics because I...
All right, that was Julius Malema taking this stand. I didn't hear Ramaphosa, the president, say something as powerful as this. They play a game. They need the voters to vote for them. At the same time, they don't want to come out fully and show that they are against Africans being in their countries, in their country. Just think about this. I was thinking about Nigerian professors I know at the universities in South Africa and Nigerian doctors. Those ones are not being asked to leave, but they are treating South Africans. Their patients are South Africans, but then they are telling other Africans who go to hospitals, especially in poor areas, to leave the... Can we get a South African to come on the show, really, to talk to us?
Well, it is true. Yes, the way I see it is that, look, this issue of foreigners who leave, they are taking our jobs. The root cause is not jobs. It has nothing to do with jobs. In the year 1966, Kwame Nkrumah's government was overthrown. When they overthrew the government, eventually a man called Kofi Busia became Prime Minister of Ghana. When he became Prime Minister of Ghana, they could not run the economy. That is the bottom line. I mean, they could not run the economy, and there was colossal corruption going on in the system. So it got to a point there was massive unemployment in Ghana. Now, they now issued an order that, which they call, they issued an order that all aliens should register in the country. That was the first order. Then I think some weeks or so later, they came up with what they call the Aliens Compliance Order, that those who refuse to register should leave the country. Now, when you say they should leave the country because they refuse to, it's not that they are refusing to register. The fact that they are not wanted, so they use that registration as a means because they apply for registration. If your application is turned down, you have to leave the country. Anyway, so Nigerians, and other nationals, Lebanese and all, they left Ghana. No, they were not targeting Nigerians as such, but we were more in number. So they saw it as a measure taken against Nigeria. So when they left, the situation did not improve because the kind of jobs the Nigerians were doing, the Ghanaians were not prepared to do it. For example, I remember the people in Kumasi, the butchers and others. Anyway, the kind of job Nigerians were doing, they were not prepared to do it. So the situation got so nasty from 1969, Aliens Compliance Order, till 1979, where Jerry Rawlings came and sent 3 retired heads of states to hell by firing squad. So telling foreigners to leave a country, that is not the solution to economic problems. In Nigeria, during Shagari's time, when Umaru Diko, Adisa Akinloye, and others were mismanaging the country, we vented our anger on the Ghanaians, that the Ghanaians should leave the country. And they left during Shagari's time, 1983. I think 1984 or thereabout, Buhari repeated the same thing again. The remaining Ghanaians left. That did not improve the situation till this very day we are talking. When politicians steal money, it is the people that suffer. So instead of venting your anger on foreigners, vent your anger on politicians. How is it? Take Nigeria, for example. The crude oil theft going on in the Niger Delta, the gold that is mined at Zamfara and Ilesha. What is happening to the money? No Nigerian is saying anything about it as we are talking right now. We are laying a very solid foundation that will shatter the country in future. And when things happen to go bad, we start venting our anger on foreigners. There was a time, I can't remember the regime, was it Yakubu? They promulgated what they call the indigenization decree. Foreign businesses were taking over.
Obasanjo. First
Good, they were taking over. Now, it is because politicians have stolen the money, they've emptied the treasury, so they are looking for quick measures to patch to solve the problems they've created for the society. And so this issue of, what's it called, expelling foreigners is nothing new as such in Africa. It has happened in Ghana, it has happened in Nigeria, it has happened in Equatorial Guinea, I think Gabon, if I'm not mistaken. Even it happened in Zambia during Chiluba's time. I went to Senegal on a certain occasion. I saw some boys, young boys, speaking good English without French accent. So I thought they were Gambians. So when I tried to discuss with them, they made it known to me that they came from Zambia. They are Senegalese, born and raised in Zambia, and they were forced to leave the country after Kenneth Kaunda lost the election to Frederick Chiluba. Chiluba mismanaged the economy, and the scapegoats, of course, were foreigners. So we Africans should stop blaming foreigners for whatever happens. There's no way a foreigner can come to South Africa to sell drugs without conniving with native South Africans. There's no way a foreign woman can come to South Africa to prostitute without conniving with native South Africans. If there are murderers in South Africa, it is not foreigners who brought murder to South Africa. And it might interest the viewers at home to know that South Africa, if I'm not mistaken, has the largest number of cemeteries in Africa. There's a cemetery in a place called Soweto. They call Avalon Cemetery. Every week, about 600 to 700 people are laid to rest in Avalon Cemetery in Soweto alone. They die from bullet wounds and HIV/AIDS. It's not foreigners who brought this problem there. These are the problems the Zulus who are marching all over the country today should address. What's his name? Jacob Zuma, who emptied the treasury, captured the whole of South Africa, which is now referred to as state capture. He's a Zulu man. What have they done to him? What happened to the money? When he was kicked out of ANC, he just went and set up his own party. Where did he get the money from to set a political party? Set up a political party. So this is how I see it. Malema is a voice in the wilderness, as I said earlier on. Nobody listens to him. Nobody is listening to him, considering the number of people who are pouring out in the streets telling foreigners to leave their country. But again, I still insist, if they ask us to leave their country, leave the country for them. I'm in the Gambia at the moment. If they ask me to leave the Gambia, Gambia is not my home. If we're telling the Igbos to leave Lagos, an Igbo man cannot contest election in Lagos. Why are we condemning South Africa?
So James, there are some people who are suggesting that the solution may be to tell South Africans in other parts of Africa to leave too. Is that a solution that you envisage?
No, that is not the issue. Even I disagree with, what's his name, Shomole, telling, what's it called, the Nigerian government to nationalize South African businesses and things like that. Is not the issue. The issue is South Africans should solve their problems while we solve. Look, we have the capacity, Nigeria in particular, Congo, Nigeria, Congo, they have the capacity to do, to fund, what's it called, the budget, to run some African country. They have the capacity. Assuming, let's say, Nigeria, I'm supposed to say, the Republic of Zambia, Tanzania, and Malawi, we want to incorporate their problems of their financial issues into our budget, expenditure. From the money we budget, they will use it to pay their civil service. The Nigerian government can do it comfortably. So doing what other people are doing in order to, as a payback, I disagree. We assisted South Africa, not with the intention of getting any reward from them, but as Africans. And one thing again is, we should not undermine the unity of Africa. The unity of Africa should be paramount because we have suffered more than the Jews. The only way we can get out of this problem is to unite. So if we are doing what the South Africans are doing, that African unity will become elusive forever. So we should not toe that line at all.
All right. Thank you, Mr. James. Ovia, welcome to the show. We are going back to talk on this issue of South Africa. Most of the solutions I hear people put out there are not solutions that will happen in 5 years. So, for instance, if you say the solution is for African countries to fix their countries, none of these countries will be fixed in 5 years or 10 years. Nigeria will not be fixed in 10 years, so that Nigerians will stop moving out of Nigeria going to South Africa. And if you say for South Africans to fix their country, they can't make all these young people on the streets gainfully employed in 5 years or 10 years. So there has to be an immediate solution, long term and short term. And that's the approach. So Ovie, what do you think should be the short term solution?
Thank you, Dr. Dameji. I think the short term solution, as far as I'm concerned, is what my senator is proposing, Senator Adams Oshomole. The easiest, the direct way, and the most painful way to pay back is to hit them where it hurt most. Because what is happening in South Africa is a political problem. This is not about street fighting, no, this is a political problem. They campaigned with it and they are just fulfilling the part of their campaign. So for me, as far as I'm concerned, it's all about their business. Once you target the business, the leaders will fall to react, because it's the leaders. When I mean leaders, I'm not just talking about the political leaders of South Africa alone, the business leaders as well. They are the ones that have the businesses in Nigeria. But most importantly here is the question you are trying to ask. I say trying to ask. Now let me accuse you directly, maybe because you belong to that HLM of class. You made mention of the lecturers, the doctors, the white collar jobs, the intellectuals. That's why you see me take the side of with the non-entities, right? I can easily classify them as the intellectual. Those that work in high-end institutions, have Nigerians in their governments, you are in various high places. What are they doing? I mean, how can people march into an hospital, to which I believe they are Nigerians, they are doctors, even if they are not in direct hospital, other hospitals. And there are people being victimized just because they are wearing white coat, wearing suits, they don't just give it, they don't care. And that's why I always stand my ground that with the unity that is not in Nigeria, it's not actually us among the diaspora. In fact, matter of us, we in diasporas are worst. I mean, this thing has been happening for months. Are you telling me there is nobody in South Africa as a Nigerian that can stand up and say, hey, call everybody to order? Are you telling me there is no organization, there is no association that has to do with Nigeria? I mean, if they want to throw party now, one of those white-collar millionaires will throw party and everybody will gather. So we have a problem with ourselves first. We need to look into ourselves. If actually we see eye to eye, us in diasporas, Because you cannot tell me people, the lower ends of the cities, the low capacity information, and which are I don't want to use derogatory language to describe to which me I belong to on the street, are facing this direct assault, regardless of how they misbehave. At this point, it's uncalled for. Regardless of the criminals among us, regardless of what is happening. Where are those people who claim to be learned, the intellectual, those who are working at the high places, who are directly in a bargaining table with these people who are propagating these hate on the streets? Why are they not speaking up? I mean, just as South Africa has lucrative business in Nigeria, we also have Nigerians who also have lucrative business in South Africa. Not the only shop would they go open for South Africa. Some of the best banks, the best multinational institutions you find in South Africa are Nigerian. Most of them are Nigerian owned.
So that brings me to something I wanted to make sure you're aware of. Nigeria, the business between Nigeria and South Africa. So South Africa exports $468 million in volume of business, while Nigeria exports 1.69 billion. So if you are going to go on a trade war with South Africa, or send their people back and they send your people back, or they cut off diplomatic, you are the one that Nigeria will be the one that will be paying.
Thank you, Dr. Dameji. You know, I see the truth is start coming out, right? So maybe we should divert the attention of the attacking the business owners among us. Maybe our leaders are responsible for what is happening to our citizens in South Africa. They are complicit because of the Eguje, because of the business, because these billions that you put before table will not be ordinary Nigerians involved in those kind of businesses. So if we're actually looking for immediate solution, as you say, we should sit down. I think I will go further to challenge you or your colleagues. Put all those businesses that Nigerians own in South Africa. Put them out. We will visit them one by one and ask questions and see if something is not going to change. Now, talking about the ratio, how much America they take away from Nigeria compared to what will they get from Nigeria? That doesn't stop them from saying, "Come, if we behave too much, they will implement their instrument that they use in the cautioning our SSs." They do it. So the solution is in two ways. Either we face those people in South Africa who their businesses are here. If that is not enough, we focus on the bigger picture, the Nigerians who are doing business in South Africa at this point. Because just like my senator say, it is about life and capital.
Okay.
We have to make that choice. Because as I said, as far as I'm concerned, it don't pass be careful. This is not, it's no longer a friendly fight now. When Nigeria goes to person, girlfriend, go rape person. No, it has gone beyond that. Regardless of how we they behave rich, every citizen, every society in this world gets percentage of people where they misbehave all across the globe. We should not be ostracized because they do it in every human being they do on this planet.
All right, thank you. Mr. James, you wanted to say something?
Yes. There's an aspect of this problem we seem to be overlooking. Leaders, African leaders in particular, they trade favors behind the scene. MTN, for example, in Nigeria, who are the Nigerian shareholders? They are those of the ruling class. And Nigerian businesses in South Africa, who are the South African shareholders? The members of the ruling class in South Africa. Some time ago, I think it was KJ or so, I said something. Let me just explain it this way. When apartheid ended in 1994, before then, we were not trading with South Africa because Nigeria sees the government as illegal, as an illegal government. When apartheid ended, the government wrote the government of Nigeria a letter informing them that they would like to trade the crude oil with Nigeria. The Nigerian government, the first shipment of crude oil from Nigeria to South Africa was diverted to Cayman Islands in the Caribbean. Members of the Democratic Alliance, led by Tony Leon, raised held in Parliament that this is a case of corruption. They used the name of South Africa to transact a business that benefited individuals. Thabo Mbeki said that there is nothing wrong if the South African government helped South African businessmen in their business ventures. That was how the matter ended. That was a case of colossal corruption right from the word go. Who benefited from that transaction? It is not you and me. It is not the viewers at home. It is members of the ruling class. So no matter what we discuss here, in fact, have you ever wondered why Nigeria is dragging our feet? Up to now, we have not repatriated Nigerians from South Africa. They said some people registered. How far have they gone? What are they going through? Their businesses are closed. How are they looking after themselves? The Ghanaians have started lifting their people. Why what are we doing? This is because there's a likelihood, there's a likelihood that members of the ruling class behind the scene are protecting each other's interests. We try to find a solution to this problem we are grappling with. So when we are talking here in public, we should also bear in mind that there are certain things happening underground which you and me will never know in our lifetime.
All right. Thank you, Mr. James. KJ, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much, Dr. Damages, for another yet damaging discussion.
So we're just talking about South Africa. Following up, we decided today, since our guest couldn't join us for some technical reasons, that we should go back and look at.
Mr. James has distinguished himself not only as a teacher but as a scholar. I marvel at his, his ability to remember dates, names, and place. It's really encouraging. Your what to call those days, your medulla oblongata or your alma, what do you call now? It's very sharp. It's still very fresh, and God bless you for that.
Thank you.
Yes,
thank you. You know, I'm a teacher.
Yes, you are a sharp teacher. Not every teacher can remember all those things. Yeah, a sharp teacher. You remind me of one of my teachers in secondary school, Mr. Obilo. He is something else, he's just something else. Teaches everything. He teaches government, but he teaches everything. The day the science students like Obi, they messed up, he cleanly wiped the black blood. I wrote chemistry. I set up his own equation and they couldn't solve it. It was then we knew that he was one of the best WAEC students in Nigeria, West Africa at that time, Mr. Obilo. He was my secondary school teacher. Anyway, diving straight into what we are discussing, I was just going, when you were talking, I went back to, there was fire in Soweto, burning all our people. When we were growing up, in my primary school, I think I was primary 2 or 3, I can't remember exactly. But we contributed money. Nigeria taught us why the need for South Africa to be freed from apartheid. Every Nigerian child knew the suffering of the Southern African people and the reason why Nigeria had to put a lot of effort. I remember at a particular time, Obasanjo suggested, in fact, my uncles were laughing about it, that they should use Ogboni and go and clear them. Africanism. That's when Africanism was introduced into the lexicon. And so people in Nigeria, young and old, we all knew that something needs to be done in Southern Africa to let the people be free. Mr. Sone Okosi of blessed memory kept the fire burning. He didn't relent. Every of his albums were all about freedom for South Africa. That one, Fire in Soweto, was one. There's Papa's Land, there's Third World, there's a Wind of Change, In fact, at the time that he concluded, the Ozidi King singing about those things, and when South Africa was liberated, we said no. Now Sone Okosi has lost, what to sing about, because every of those songs were talking about Southern Africa, which really made a lot of sense and was popular amongst Africans. Of course, he moved over to sing Which Way Nigeria, where we are still now. Even though he has gone to be with the Lord, we are still, where are we? Where is Nigeria going? Which way Nigeria? And then you had, of course, the great Raskimonos and the Majek Fashek of all time. Majek Fashek took the liberation struggle to another level. because Magic Fashek was loved, almost everywhere in the world. In fact, it was believed that Magic Fashek was going to take over the position that was there hanging, which was Bob Marley's position. Well, I can say that much because in my younger days, I was a DJ. So I think I have some understanding of those how to work. But where's my point? I'm saying that we, as a people, give our all, our time, our treasure, and our soul to Southern Africa fight. Some of the officials of the ANC had diplomatic passports under Nigerian names. Okay, they could travel around the world with that. Nigeria gave them backing. Nigeria gave them places to dwell. Nigeria gave their children scholarship to go to schools. And today, yes, I understand what Mr. James is saying, but it was not Nigeria that will. Since me, I'm a child at the time that this was going on, and my parents were able to educate me on it. The ANC people should have been able to educate their children on what Nigeria did for them, vis-a-vis all other African countries, Zambia and the rest of them. It makes no sense. In the first place, both the countries around in Southern Africa, they almost speak the same language. Swahili is, it's kind of common to all of them. And then you wake up some, people who do not have anything to do. You march around the streets and you ask people to leave. Don't they have police people in that? And some of the videos I see, the police are accompanying them and putting their hands akimbo and letting them beat and kill those black people. It does not matter whether you think they are Nigerians or they are people from other African countries. Black is black. The other part of the world are looking at you. They won't treat you better. And I'm sorry to say this to the Southern African people. The day you leave out your small South Africa and go to any other country outside of Africa, the same way you are treating those people you see, they will treat you the same way. They won't say because you're South Africa, they'll treat you better. No, you will be black, not black. Unfortunately, you people not seem to want to get sense. And I don't believe in say, okay, yeah, we're making more money than they are making. Consequently, we should let them treat our people bad. If you ask me, I think we should pack and go. I think we should, yeah. After all, when Tinubu came into government, he lost more than that. We were not even, nobody. He lost more than that. The country collapsed. From the one that Buhari sat in the office for 6 months, the first set went. Tinubu came and filtered the rest of them. So what then can we say is keeping the Nigerian people not coming back, not even making a very formidable statement, a statement that can hold the government to account? And then if you think that, just like, Ovia said, if you think that government is not complicit, what have the government said concerning what is going on? All of a sudden, this same South Africa that used to have a formidable armed forces are now helpless and allowing the mob to run amok. Did you watch the video of the two women they naked in the streets and was beating them and pulling their privates and the rest of them, matching them? Did you watch the video? Is that something that anybody can wish for his sister or mother? What has South Africa changed after they did that despicable thing to those two women? Have the country changed? Have they now got their lands back? Have they now taken positions in government? Have they now been able to be armed themselves to face the people who are facing them, who own 90% of the land? Now, if you tell me that the lands are why they don't have an opportunity because the lands are in the hands of the white people, but ANC took over. You made the policies. You allowed the policies. You said, those working the land belong to them. That is vague and inconsequential statement, just made to please, to please the hearer or those who are looking for, just to, I don't know, must want a better word, masturbate their religious conscience, okay, to say to them, you at least we say the land, you are working on it, so it belongs to you. That is nonsense. It's just like telling me KJ, you are part of the government because the government is owned by the people. You are talking rubbish. It's when you are teaching children, you tell them, hey, we're all part of government. Those who are in government have the power. And just like Babangida said, we're not only in power, we're in government. So those who are in government have the power. They can do to you and undo to you. They can decide to make you poor in one day. You can do nothing. I mean, why was Abiola seeking for presidency? Not because common governor run him out of the road. You know why one of the reasons why he went to politics. Governor, common governor, clear, pack him for road. You know. So why am I saying this? I'm saying to say that statement may have been made, but it wasn't made with any power. I thought that the first thing Nelson Mandela would have done was to first and foremost make sure the lands are divided equitably among the people. I'm not saying take all the lands from the people who own it, the white people, but I'm saying you would have done 50-50. You know, where there are 20 land, 10 belong to white people, 10 belong to black people. So you would have been able to empower them. Now they are looking at the wrong people and pointing their fingers at the wrong persons. And now we have become their enemy. Because when they go to white-owned businesses, they don't talk the way they talk. All of a sudden, they become very calm. In fact, they are, they even control their people not to make noise. So just nothing happens to them. But now for people, in fact, especially when they hear Nigeria and Ghana, that's where their power, they come out. Okay? And we can't continue. If we continue to give the other cheek, very soon we'll have no cheek to give. The Bible says something. There's a time to fight. There's a time for peace. I don't think this is the time for peace now. We should also be up in arms. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, KJ. It's important to also point out when you said that Mandela should have done this and done that. It's not always easy to do certain things when you are in leadership position. Mandela, I'm sure, must have seen what happened to Zimbabwe, and he knows what happened, or he knew what happened to Patrice Lumumba, and he had to, as somebody who is elderly, not a young kid, figure out the best way to. I'm not defending his approach. The best way to, at that point. Remember, at that point, while South Africans were threatening to leave, a lot of them left, went to Australia, went to Canada, went to UK, and they were threatening to leave with everything. They had to be compromised, and sometimes it's easy to blame people in positions and thinking that there is magic, something they will have done. Anyway, but we can.
I think.
No, hold on. Hold on, here. I want to reply, Dr. Rudolph. I'm one of those I don't believe in half bread. It's either you give me the full loaf or you take your bread and go away. Now, having said that, Mandela at the time, by the way, I'm not one of those celebrate Mandela, I must say, I'm sorry to say that. Because if he was so magnificent, how do you call it now?
Magnificent.
Yes, if he was so magnificent, why didn't he forgive his wife? Okay, since he's the father of forgiveness. So put that aside. I mean, I am not one of those who celebrate whatever. All I'm simply saying is this: you could have found a better way, because at that time the whole world was behind Southern Africa, and you are behind you. In fact, the world was celebrating you as one of the best man ever to live after Jesus Christ. Now, you could have used that opportunity to look for a better way to settle your people, because you know that once it's like when you strike when the iron is hot. In theater, we say you bow out when the ovation is loudest. If you wait for the applause to go down, you'll not be able to do anything. In fact, they will have seen your faults at that time. So he failed to utilize the opportunity given to him to make, because they allowed him to write a constitution. They wrote a new constitution. What else is remaining to say? These things, gentlemen, let us settle this thing once and for all. I'm not saying take all the land from them. I'm not saying, drive them out of Southern Africa, because obviously many of them don't even have anywhere to go to. But are they not still living? They are still living. So why not find an amicable way to also balance the equation? I'm not saying there's never going to be a 100, 100, but you can make it a 60-40. If you made it a 60-40, Southern Africa would have been better today. That's my opinion, Sean.
All right.
I think what you are missing is that just like Tafawa Balewa, Zik, and Awolowo were negotiated for Nigerian independence, The South Africans too also negotiated for their independence. They did not fight and win their independence. That should be very clear. So they are not in the position to actually dictate everything they want. Just like Dr. Dameji was trying to say. At that level, they put what they'll put it before you. You accept them or you leave them. So I think the man must have looked back to what happened to others. But again, that does not take away KJ's stand. But it should, that your stand should have to be a collective stand. One person cannot take that stand. If that is the stand of all the leaders at that time they come, 100% or nothing, maybe the conversation will be different. But it's about negotiation. They negotiated. And
sorry, before Dr. Rudolph moves, my problem with we African leaders is that we're always afraid to bring something to the table. That's my fear. We forget that, yes, they have all the power. But you see, I can go to a negotiation knowing that I have something formidable we are standing with. You cannot. Are you telling me that they just got there and they are dictating the Mandela he was accepting? Then the 27 years he did in prison is useless. So he also has to have a formidable team that will stand and say, look, for the betterment of tomorrow, this is what my people are asking. And if you are not even going to do 50-50, we'll have to do 50-40. I mean 60-40. If they say no, we cannot do 60, okay, 60-30. Because if they did 60-30, South Africa will have better off today. They, the black people there, not for me. So I'm simply saying, as a leader, there's sometimes you need to bite the bullet. It doesn't, as a leader. And
or they will still be fighting for freedom.
It doesn't matter.
They are better off, or they will still be fighting for freedom.
Are they better off now? Are they better off now? The first place who got robbed, I'm coming 1 more minute and I'll be through. The first place I got robbed of was in South Africa. We went to do a documentary. We lost our camera, we lost everything in front of a 5-star hotel.
So now personal beef for you.
So what are they saying? Has it ever been peaceful? So this is what I'm saying, and we must call a spade a spade. It doesn't matter who
I pay your pain.
I've seen another topic that we should dig into, South Africa and whether Mandela, because a lot of people will tell you that if Winnie had been the one that took over, it would have been better than Mandela Nelson, But anyway, that's something we can discuss another time. Maska, welcome to the show. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Mr. Rudolph. And thank you, Dr. James. Thank you, Mr. Rudolph, for your consistency.
We try.
Your doggedness. I know it's difficult. I know it's always difficult.
We try.
But to God be the glory that you have remained consistent. And thank you, Mr. James, for such knowledge. If you ask me, I think it's the most critical thing as far as life is concerned. Not just knowledge, but you brought a lot of understanding to the topic. One would think that you understand things, but listening to you develop a better understanding. So thank you, Mr. James. I really wish all of us black people would aspire to be like you. To have
thank you for thanking me. Thank you for thanking me.
A lot to have this knowledge. It doesn't come easy. Reading is one of the most difficult things. But I can see that God has blessed you also with, at your age, being able to still remember things. And I know it comes with the aptitude also to know and understand and not to be intellectually lazy, which is the brush that if you are not careful, you would be tempted to paint all black people that were very much intellectually lazy. Every time I come to the platform, it's painful hearing people speak, because you could see they are talking at a helicopter level. They don't want to even touch the ground, not to talk of digging and understanding what the issues are. So that's that. Thank you, Mr. James. Unfortunately, like I'm gradually beginning to be like a KJ and forefathers. We have gone into one tunnel. My view of this will go back to my position of the fact that most of these issues, this particular South African issue, is the failure of our intellectuals, the failure of the people that should rise to lead us as a people. I don't expect, and I don't think in any society, it's like in my house expecting my children to to provide leadership or to do the right thing if I should be the one to provide it? We don't expect the people, ordinary people on the street in South Africa, to know their left from their right. With no disrespect, it takes people like Mr. James to be discerning, to understand that, oh no, it looks like this is the person taking your job, but this is not even the issue. The issue is not these people. The issue is that we have people in power that are incompetent. And I always emphasize this issue of how. It's easy to say, okay, you will be the leader, but how do you achieve things? Even the thing that KJ is talking. Okay, so you want to take land from white people and then do what with it? Because it's very critical to take land, and you didn't listen carefully, KJ. Rudolph was making a point. Zimbabwe took land. Is Zimbabwe better than South Africa today? The answer is no. Of course, I also know that it's not just because they took the land that they don't know what to do with the land, but I also know that, again, just like I think it was either Rudolph or V that was alerting you to the fact that, I think it was Mr. Rudolph. The fact of the matter also is that if you take that land like that, just because today they've given you the power, there are bigger powers that can mess you up, which is exactly what happened to Zimbabwe. So we just talk, but we need to be very deep when we talk about these issues. My take really is that there's a dearth of African intellectuals. If you listen to somebody like this guy, what's his name? This guy's that wear red cap. You shot his video, Mr. Rudolph.
What is he known for?
You just shot his video not too long ago.
Is he a Nigerian?
No, EFF.
Malema.
Julius Malema. Listen to the guy. This is a true African intellectual. And when we say African intellectual, you don't have to have 10 degrees. It's to have a deep understanding of the issues. That's all it takes. Not to look at things at a superficial level. And the fact of the matter is that nothing happens accidental. Even the fact that we're saying all these musicians were singing about South Africa, it's not because they woke up one day and they had an epiphany, oh, let me sing about South Africa. No. People like Kwame Nkrumah, they were there saying, if I remember, he said that, look, Ghana being the first independent African country, their independence will mean nothing until the whole of African continent is liberated. These are people that took the responsibility, and ultimately they paid the ultimate sacrifice. Because look, when he wrote a book, I think in he wrote a book, Neocolonialism, the last stage of
imperialism.
It is, like I keep saying on this platform, most of these things are there for people to read. They are declassified CIA information that because of that book, they took the decision that that guy must go.
They say it will be conspiracy theories, Masker.
No, it's not because people should read. The things are declassified. There's even a woman that was talking, one white woman who was on video also talking about all these things. I'm not talking about even the conspiracy theory. I'm saying that there is a dearth.
No, I know. I'm just saying that people,
right from people like this Marcus Garvey, W.E. Du Bois, nothing happens by accident. People must rise up to the challenge. If people don't rise to the challenge, nothing happens. This is the mess that you see when there's no leadership. It's like when I go back to the house. When your house, you don't wake up until 12 in the afternoon. You don't tell anybody anything. What do you expect? The house will be a shitty house. No leadership. Nobody takes responsibility. This is what the black man will continue to face. Because those of us that are supposed to rise up and take the responsibility, anyway, I'm sorry. These days I'm getting angry. I don't even know why.
I know why.
If you don't mind, I want to add more anger to Mr. Masker. Masker, this program is for you to make your own contribution. That's what I feel. I mean, coming to say that what I'm saying is, you bring your own listing. You don't necessarily have to always.
You don't get you don't
No,
get
no,
to
no, no.
what-
I
you
will
don't
not
get
accept
what
that.
flows.
Let me
I
tell
want
you
to
something.
push
Wait,
back.
you have your own views. That's my
Okay,
view.
finish your point, but I'll push back.
That's my view. So my view should not have anything to do with what you feel or what you believe. That's my view. And I
But
still stand at the same place. Hold on, Ovie. I still stand at the same point where I am. I didn't say carry all the land and give to the black people. I didn't say that. Because these people have been an integral part of South Africa for years I can't remember. So it wasn't going to be easy to dislodge them. Neither did I say that so the Southern Africans should continue to do what they are doing now. I'm simply saying when you go to negotiate, and this is, I'm speaking generally to every African leader, okay, go with something on your plate. You don't go and just wait for them to dictate to you. I know they're going to try to dictate to you, but you can put up a resistance. This is the table of negotiation. At the end of the day, you would have put in a good fight, even if they are not going to give you all you have asked. But if you go, just like we're doing now, and you just go and whatever they say, you say, okay, and then that is it. That's how it's going to continue to be. Well, some of you who are saying now this is how it is. When I see they come blame the Nigerian journalists, say it's whatever they say they come and print. But now you're saying we should just go there and say, what will be. I don't believe in that. I don't believe in that.
you just prove Master right again. You just prove him right. He never said you are wrong. He's just saying there is a deeper way to actually look at what you are saying. You are, I mean, I know maybe you are just trying to, you made that point just to make conversation. Nobody go to the negotiating table with nothing. African leader, no matter how we look down on them, rich, how we insult them, they are some of the best brain we have in the continent. They don't go to negotiating table with empty hand. It's just that the negotiative equation is 100% against them. So that is exactly what, because hold on, let me finish now. I'll let you finish, because your side of the argument, right? You cannot tell me there are not millions of people in South Africa that believe what you believe. They just lost the debate. It's just like the day I was arguing with my friends at the job site about the ESA and why they are leaving the West going to the Russian. And I'm saying, man, I take the side of argument you are taking. I said there's no difference. Stand your ground. You don't want anybody. Then the elderly man who was there listening to us approached me. He's an Indian. He laughed. I said, sir, what's fun? He said, no. He said, remind him the days when they were fighting for their independence in India. He was a young man then. He was saying that this is exactly true argument on the table. It's just that the other side lost. So, KJ, there are millions of people that hold your argument in South Africa. But unfortunately, they lost the argument. So there's a deeper way to look at it. You are just looking at it one way. There always two roads to a street. There's so many roads that lead to a market. That is what exactly what Masker is trying to tell you. That yes, that is your point, but there is a deeper understanding if you look at it carefully.
Who said what you are saying is a deeper understanding? Who says so? You see, that's
he proved it. He made a point.
No. Let's not go there.
Hold on.
Who said the idea that you are canvassing is a deeper understanding? Who says so? Who says so? You are the one who's making that comment.
Hold on now.
What deeper understanding? If you hold on. Let me tell you something.
Back it up with a fact.
No, hold on. Deeper understanding for what? Let me tell you something. A businessman taught me once. Once your effort it does not result to the required result, whatever you have done, even if you took all your life to die on it, it's zero. It's zero, my brother. So leave that.
So the Biafran effort is zero. The Biafran effort is zero because they lost. Is it zero?
Of course. Didn't we lose? Didn't we lose?
You are not reasoning.
What has come out of it?
Why do you continue the RDPC? Hold on. Why do you continue No. Why do you continue the Biafran struggle if they lost? If there is nothing, why do you continue? That means they laid the foundation. That's something. They achieved something.
Because
you are not thinking.
You are shouting. When you are finished shouting, calm down.
I am not shouting. I'm backing up with facts. This is not somebody who just making out of his ass. Masker criticized you and laid every point with facts. Still, you still don't want to listen to it.
You are making a mistake. You can accept the fact you want to. I also have.
It is not about acceptance.
Hold on, my brother. Hold on. Stop shouting.
It's about fact and reality.
When you finish shouting, we'll talk.
Now, the same manager they match it up with. It's about fact and reality. It's not about anything. It's about fact and reality.
you keep doing this thing, and that's what most of you do in this platform. You think that whatever you present must be accepted so as a
That
fact.
is not the
Who
point
says so?
Master is
Who
making.
says so?
That was not his point. That was not his point.
Okay. So now
Point,
KJ
sorry.
have just used his own mouth to finish himself. You say some of you just want whatever you say to be accepted. And that is exactly what you're complaining about. You want me
No.
to
You are making a mistake. You see, if you didn't mention me and make the statement you made, I won't say anything. You came and said that it's a deeper understanding. Who told that the one I is the deeper one than the one I'm canvassing? Who said so?
Okay, KJ.
So you shouldn't have mentioned me at all in the equation.
No,
I will not even respond.
Okay, you know why I will mention
so
you?
So then you take what I say also as a response to what I say.
Did you see me respond back like aggressive? No, I take what you say, but the reason why you will not escape with your white cloth without staying on it after entering gutter, KJ, if you take somebody like who spent
I think it's Ovie.
It's Ovie. He's beside the mosque or church.
Yeah.
So KJ, if you have the temerity to take somebody like Nelson Mandela, who spent 27 years of his life, adult life, not including his childhood, adult life, and think that you criticize him, and you, KJ, then can say what you say and go home and sleep without anybody, you are making a big presumption. Life is not like that. If hold on, the same way we can justify you criticizing Nelson Mandela because he was a public figure, merely by extension to come to this platform, take it from me that you are now officially a public figure, and anything you say, be rest assured that it will be open for public criticism. Thank you. I rest my case here, Dr. Rudolph.
Okay, thank you, guys. You see, this is why I think the debate will be very interesting, and how we handle it, because we can push a topic to the extreme end of it. I think it was Bernard Shaw that wrote, no, I'm forgetting my poets. T.S. Eliot, he wrote that between the idea and the reality falls a shadow. And you don't see that shadow until you try to go beyond the idea. It's easy for us to criticize Tinubu and say Tinubu should do this and do that. If any of us is put in that place, we may not be able to do, and most leaders have not been able to do all they wanted to do. It's difficult. I'm not giving them excuses for why they are not doing what they should do. We should criticize them. That's our job. But also, we should also be realistic to know that someone like Nelson Mandela, especially I hear people, especially young people, we are leaders now, and we are not performing wonderfully in wherever place we are. We have opportunities to transform things. Remember, Nelson Mandela, or even our who led us, Tafawa Balewa, they were not alone. They were people, they were advisors around them. And it wasn't a decision that one person would just stand and say, this is what I want to see happen. And if it's not happening, I give up South Africa. So it's easy, but we can discuss it. We will have a debate on this topic. And I'd like to hear from all sides, I wanted to point out something before we continue. P2B was in South Africa this, I think yesterday or day before yesterday. He addressed the issue of what's going on in South Africa. So let me show you a video if I can get it quickly. He met, according to him, he met some South African ministers and tried to discuss the fate of Nigerians and other Africans with them, what is going on there and why is that way. I'm not sure what the outcome is, but the point is that we needed, we were talking about immediate solution, short-term solution, and long-term solution. We needed more push from governments of African countries to try to influence things. We can't just leave it, I believe, to South Africans and say that It's a long-term thing. It's not something that they can solve immediately, because I don't believe that you can overnight solve the problem in South Africa, make poor people get jobs. It's difficult in any country, but there are things that every government should be able to do to help their own people in that situation. Okay, let me play this video and then we'll come back to that conversation.
You are now distinguished. We will distinguish you. You know, they cannot continue to be honorable when they are totally dishonorable. It is time to question it. So don't tell me we should respect you. Who are you? We don't need to do two things differently. We need to look at ourselves. So let's go. Yes. How are you going to tackle the debt? No problem. So we're going to tackle it. Nigeria was a country that had no debt in 2007 because of Obasanjo wrote off all our foreign debt. It was all forgiven. Our entire debt in 2015 was 13 trillion. Our entire debt today is almost 200 trillion.
They think that when it comes to electoral processes like this, Nigerians that are in diaspora are really disenfranchised. So my question is, when you become the president, what modalities are you going to put in place to ensure that we are actually incorporated into this whole electioneering and election itself? That's my first question. Secondly, I want to find out from Your Excellency.
All right, let's stop there. This is a tweet that he posted on comment. I think he left, I think, talking about his interactions with the government officials of South Africa, listening to Nigerians. And I don't know if I didn't see what solution to the problem is. He encouraged Nigerians to be of good behavior and stuff like that. But with time, we will look into that in details. I wish there are questions on that particular issue caught on camera, and the question asked and the answer he gave to people who were there. What I wanted to point out before we move on to the other things I want us to talk about, before we move on to other things, is that there's also something happening in Africa, which was that I think 7 African countries at this point: Benin Republic, the Gambia, Rwanda, Seychelles, Ghana, and Togo. They've approved that any African can visit their country for 30 days without visa. The countries that are not yet signing up for that, that is part of there's a negotiated deal, African trade deal. It was supposed to be part of that. But other countries are gradually getting to that point. The question that I want us to think about is, for countries like South Africa and Nigeria, they are not signing up to this thing. But the brave countries, the bold countries who are not afraid of other Africans coming into their countries and doing business are signing up. It will get to a point where it will be the people that will be left out are people like who are still dealing with the issue of, not that there are no issues. I went to Kenya and there were issues with Kenyans, with other Africans. You know, they complained about, you know, Nigerians and Ugandans and all that, but it's not as bad as it is in South Africa. But the fact that their government is bold enough to say, you can come to our country, do business here. And part of this fear of other people is lack of interaction. I wish these South Africans on the streets will come to Nigeria. There are South Africans in Nigeria, of course, but the young people on the streets who are moving around, chasing Nigerians around, I wish they can visit Nigeria and see Nigerians in their natural environment. It will change things. And you know, we've implemented something like that in Nigeria with the NYSC. even though it's been corrupted, just like everything else in Nigeria. There are a lot of people in Nigeria today who will have a different understanding of Nigeria if they had gone through what the major idea behind the NYC program, which is to go and live in another part of the country, experience other people, and stop fearing things that you shouldn't be afraid of. But today, most people will want to go their way and go back to their home state and not get that experience. So anyway, I just wanted to point that out. And let's go to I'll get it. Wudike. Okay.
Wudike.
Wudike. Okay. All right. You know,
Dr. Dameji, I just replaced your Igbo card. I am not an Igbo. I take your place.
No. You know, I picked up, surprisingly, my daughter was looking at Igbo Bible and Igbo hymn, and I picked it up. It looked like Latin to me. I said, I used to read these things. How did this happen? But if you don't look at things for a long time, you forget. All right.
Dr. Dameji, with due respect, please return our Igbo-ness to us.
In fact, I'll pay for it.
Good evening, everyone. I don't know if it's even in the morning where you are, but it's evening here in the UK. So permit me to deviate a little, Dr. Dameji. I just want to ask Maska a question, considering what I heard him say previously on this channel. Can I do that?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
You mean today or another day?
Not today.
All right, go ahead. He's here. He's not running away.
Okay. I just want to be enlightened. I just want to know what he thinks, all right?
Okay.
Because previously I heard him saying as in making claims of Western interference in the affairs of Nigeria, all right? And my question is, should we in good faith neglect what is happening as in those that are being allegedly used by the Westerners to kill or massacre thousands of Nigerians and displace people, and those that have openly confessed to have brought them into the country? Should we, in good faith, let those people walk free, forgive the caught terrorists and reintegrate them into the society in good faith, and then call out the West?
Okay. Aku DK, thank you so much for the question. And I respect this trajectory where you hear something, you took your time to remember that, let me get clarification. And it will be good for me also to make this clarification. Now, my official position on issues is at a 3-tier level. The first level is that, and I take what you're talking about when you say kill people, and so you're talking about terrorists in Nigeria,
yeah,
right?
Terrorism, yeah, in particular.
Okay, so at that first level, I am greatly opposed to terrorists. I'm a Muslim, but I sent all my kids to school, for instance. So I'm the type of people that Boko Haram will target. So I'm a target. I have female kids, I have male kids, but all my female kids, I send them to good schools, very good schools. One of my cardinal objective in life is to educate my kids very well, because that's what my people did. And I see the difference. It's like night and day. The difference between the person who is not enlightened, as in like didn't go to school and didn't understand how life is, and the person who is just, like Mr. Rudolph said, somebody who is born in Kano, he went to some primary school in Kano, do some work in Kano. When he talks, he doesn't have a good understanding of life. So I am opposed to terrorism. Religion should be a personal thing, okay? That you are going to force somebody to be of a religious, I don't understand it. And I'm a Muslim and I do read. I understand my religion very well. The idea that Islam, one of the key cardinal things about Islam is that everybody is enjoined to read. In fact, it's one of the first verses that was given to the prophet to read. You should read. It's not like the idea of the religion is not that you sit somewhere and a pastor come and teaches you. No, that's why you see, even though it's bastardized, but that's why you see this Arabic school is a big deal, because that's the foundation of the religion. Everybody must understand the book. Take it and read it for yourself. So I am opposed to terrorists. So let's understand that. I am a potential target. So let's clear that. That's the first tier. As far as I'm concerned, these are ignorant people. The mere fact that you go and kill, and half of the people they kill, they are actually Muslims. So on what basis, if you really are even fighting on the religious basis, how are you killing other people that are of the same faith to you? So let's clear that. That is out of the way. The second level that I don't make very clear, but is the fact that I don't like the Nigerian government. So it's not like I'm excusing these people that are called our leaders. I don't even call them leaders. I would rather call them rulers. And like if you listen to me very well, half of the reason is because I know that half of these people are compromised people. They are foreign agents. So I can't say that these are my leaders. I don't like them. I'm at a level where if I say today I enter Nigerian politics, I know I will do well. But I can't, because my belief is that the trajectory is different. It's for us to enlighten our people. It's not for you to go and aspire to have position. It's to make your people understand, enlighten everybody to know their left and right, so that people can make the right choices. So that's the second level. Unfortunately, of course, you would hear only the third level, where for me, I think that's where there's less focus on. And I think for me, it's the most fundamental, which is this interference that you hear me talk about. It's not that I'm not aware that there are religious crises, religious fanaticism in Nigeria. It's not that I'm unaware. I'm here in Nigeria. I'm very well aware that there is religious problems, tribal problems, and I've moved around the country. I have a good understanding of these things. So that I know. I also know that we have bad leaders, but where you hear me talk more often is that interference level. Because at the end of the day, my understanding, I've come to an understanding where even the religious thing you are talking about, really, Islam is not indigenous to Nigeria, for instance. It's something that is brought to us. I'm okay with it, I'm fine with it, but I have to have that understanding that, look, there are some people that brought this thing. The same thing with the Christian religion. People brought it. I believe also that our tribalism is greatly, how do I put it, is pumped into our faces. Ordinarily, on a good day, you're just from your name. This is the only reason why I know you're an Igbo man. But looking at your face, you're very friendly. I can relate very well to you. But you can see that once we get into a tribal enclave, we begin to have problems. And I believe even that is being sponsored. That's why for me, I will continue to echo the fact that there's interference. Not because I have problem with the interference, no. I want us to acknowledge, to understand that, okay, some of the problems we are seeing, they are manufactured problems. That's all. It's for us to have that understanding, to remove the veil in our eyes. Once we understand that, then we can be talking to each other. Some of the things, some of us, we have to deal with some of us because there are bad eggs among us. You know, it's like you have a basket of tomatoes. Some of the rotten tomato, you have no choice. You must have to remove them and throw them away. That I understand. I totally agree. But for me, at my present position in life, I believe a lot of us don't understand that level of interference and how important and fundamental it is. And as long as we don't understand it, these problems that I manufacture day in, day out will continue to hamper us. And it's not because they are real problems. There's really no real problem between the Hausa man and the Igbo man. We are black people. There's no real difference. It's either because somebody have convinced you. I can't remember who said it yesterday. that racism, we are not born racist. If you born two children, one white, one black, if you allow them, they will grow up feeling friendly. Racism is taught. Tribalism is taught. All these things, they are not genetic. They are not something that you are born with. It's something that the society pushes into us. So I don't know whether I've explained things to you.
Yeah, I understand you. I understand you. In as much as I believe that the possibility of foreign interference in Nigeria is on the high side, but I am also among those who are advocating for the fact that those that are being used shouldn't be spared in any way. In any way, they should be prosecuted.
Actually, see, this is where I really am. The day we realize that, okay, so let me give you two examples. Okay, just two exampple. The one, and I think I know why I'm angry these days. No, now I think I know, because one of the things that really pisses me off is betrayal. And not too long ago, I think about 2 weeks ago, there's a book I read, White Malice, by one woman called Susan Williams. And when I was reading the book, I got pissed off, because somebody you take, like you mentor the person, that person would go and connive with other people to kill you. This is the kind of society we find ourselves. Half of our good people, our own very black brothers, will go and connive with other people, make plans. And the litany is there. Is it Thomas Sankara, Patrice, all of them, you go around, you'll see, like Murtala, like people are killed left, right, and center, and most times by people very close to them and in connivance. So I agree with you. We should understand that there are these moles among us, and we should start dealing with them.
Yeah, thank you for making this clarification, because sometimes it just sounds like we are being sent on a wild goose chase to start chasing the shadow of the West. Why those that are perpetrating the evil, the people that are doing the actual massacre, are being let free? It doesn't make any sense for me.
I agree with you totally, Okodike, and thank you for that question. I'm sure a lot of other people that listen would have a better understanding of my position.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Damages. I prefer to watch from the background. Thank you. I just wanted to ask him this question.
All right, thank you so much.
Please return our Igbo to us first thing tomorrow morning.
Don't worry about that. You can. I have Rudolph. You can take
it. Rudolph, return Igbo to them. We'll give you outside time. Return it to them. We'll give you outside.
Of course, I have one from Kenya too. I have many names. So, all right, thank you so much, Chris. Welcome to the show. Nice to see you. We're talking about South Africa. We are rounding up, actually. We are going to go into something important.
Dr. Damages, put me backstage, please.
Yes. Good evening. I've been listening from the very beginning, actually.
Okay.
Yeah. So the reason I just decided to come in is just to point out some silent issues probably a lot of us are missing in all these issues about South Africa. Now, we might be angry, or we might feel that we help them to regain black majority rule. Okay? But the issues here are, in a country, such as South Africa, when probably I will say is the only industrializing country in sub-Saharan Africa, have a high level of a living standard that can be compared to, in terms of infrastructure and other things, that can be compared to the West. Probably these things, and we have not even understood, or we have not taken cognizance of the fact that these were built by the whites. Now, but I'm not going to the issue of white and black these things, but I'm just saying, a country like that often have planning, or what they call national planning. Now, in that national planning, there will include such public utilities like schools, hospitals, parks, and all the rest of them. Now, when they were planning it, they were looking at their populations. They were looking at the carrying capacity of those things that they are providing for the public use. Now, it seems to me that all other African citizens, rightly, they are allowed to go to Africa and explore. But when they get into this South Africa, it would actually put pressure on these public infrastructures. Now, and when you have this pressure, it results into what is called a competition. Now, when competition gets into play, now it can either be fair or it can be unfair. So when you now see them react the way they are reacting, you will not be surprised, because I personally will not be surprised, because you know, it's in human nature that we are selfish in nature, whether we like it or not. So they will want to have their people have good things first before the foreigners. Even in the Bible, it says, let the children be fed first. You know? So that's one on one side of it. Now, and when they say that probably we haven't learned something from the Irish mentality, that when they have problem in the 90s or whatever, you know, they usually move away from their countries, you know, move to other countries and start searching for whatever they can get, call it greener pasture. So they don't stay and fight and build. So probably it might be a good thing if they put pressure on us to go back to our country and fight and reason and start building things, you know. So in my
Chris,
yes.
You're in UK.
Yes.
The Reform Party, they also want the same thing. They want you to go back. How are you?
Exactly.
Are you prepared for that?
Yes, I am. Okay. Exactly. You know, I usually vote conservative. The reason why I vote conservative is because I like people who tell me the truth. They know that we are not the same. And I know that we are not the same. Now, for whatever reason, you know, when they came to our country, okay, obviously, they had superior arms and everything to subdue us. Now, we have to sneak in, or maybe come in different way to try to get whatever we have. But that thing we have, we should be able to go back and start demonstrating it, build a civilization for ourselves. Now, I'm not really angry with them sometimes when I see them. You know, I don't. Obviously, I don't. So for me as a person, you know, sometimes it might be a good thing if you are pushed to go back to your country and start building something. Because if we look at Africa, the whole sub-Saharan Africa, and we keep on looking at this a situation where the government, all the government in these countries are looting the resources dry, you know, looting their nations dry, moving it into the developed nations. And then we come here every day, start chatting, you know, ranting and calling and say we you know, this and that, without any effort we are putting down, you know. So it seems to me that maybe that idea should be a welcome idea. I mean, you know,
okay. Chris,
that's the way I think.
Thank you. We have to run. We have to take a break.
Yeah.
I
have a short question.
No, wait, hold on. We don't have a short question. I want to mention that Maska went abroad and went home on his. He wasn't forced back home, so you can actually, you don't have to wait.
My question
until you are
exactly.
forced, until you are forced to go back.
Yes, and I'm not staying here. You know, actually, I'm not preparing to stay here long. Actually, the whole idea, the whole idea was to come do a little things and go back. But eventually, because of the family issues, you start to find. In fact, actually, I would say that if I had listened to myself, probably I shouldn't be here.
So it's your fault. It's not the
Yes,
people.
it's my fault. Yes, it's my fault. I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. It's my fault.
All right. Good.
Yeah.
Michael, the only reason I'm giving you a chance is that I don't want us to come back and stay on this South African thing. I really want to take a break, but just briefly touch on that before we go on break.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Hello, all panelists. Good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are. And Dr. Rudolph, appreciate you. Thank you once again for allowing me to come to this platform. It has been always educative and awakening to me a lot of time because I listen in the background all the time. In case of South Africa, to be honest with you, I perceive the whole situation to be the way we are colonizing Africa. I may not be right or wrong. I can say behind the closed door, there's some people who are fermenting, who are doing this, divide and conquer. So that's my opinion about it, because I don't think, and beside that, we African, we always fail to read history. We don't read our history to understand and comprehend where we're coming from and where we're going. Because I can see a lot of all the agitation in South Africa today. If those people have read the history of that country who are participated in the freedom of South Africa, they won't go as this far as to go on xenophobic idea. They may have resentment because of the economy. That is true. And this is what the society is all about. Every time you have economical problem, you always blame the foreigners. You always blame the immigrant. It's happened to us. We live here in US. This is what is going on here. Why is it now all of a sudden you have, with the new law, with immigration, you have to go back to apply for green card? I mean, and for me, if anybody would tell me that will ever happen in this country, I would say no, but that's the new law now. So that's the reality. So there's something that is fundamentally going on in South Africa that they need to tackle. Probably leadership problem, where the leader will sit down and confront the economic problem to alleviate that problem and elevate the Black people themselves. Because all these foreigners they're talking about, fellows, my brothers that are listening, they are creating jobs. Because when you see all those people that are sending out, they are not working for the South African government. They are what we call individual business. And who are they employing? They're employing South Africans. So who is benefit? I don't get, that's the idea I'm always confused about. Who are the people benefiting from this thing that is going on? They are benefiting, because if I go to South Africa today, I open up a business, I'm not going to call Nigerians to come and work for me there. I'm going to, employ the locals. Even I may employ a few Nigerians who are there legally, but the majority will be the local people. So the idea of this xenophobic tantrums that is going on, I think somebody is behind the door. It's divide and conquer. It's not just that alone. And it's time for the African leaders to come around and do this, because I read Botswana now talking about retaliation, or the neighboring country are now talking about retaliation against South Africa. Well, we are emphasizing the unity of Africa. Where is the unity going to come from when we sending each other away? So I think it's time for us to discuss a deeper issue and find a solution. I wish, Dr. Rudolph, we can get an expert who has been in South Africa, who has the knowledge of South Africa, who can speak specifically to the subject of this, now come to us and speak to us so we can ask the deeper question. Because to me, it's just not the black and black this thing that is going on. There must be engineering, somebody behind the door, and we're playing this part, because just 80% of your economy is controlled by the the people that you're not facing them. Because the Africa are not controlling any economy. The other people are the one controlling the economy of 75 or 80% of your economy. Why are you after us? That we are just sharing the little thing that fall, the scrum that fall from the table. I guess, well, that's the truth, because you don't want to share the crumb because the crumb is not enough. So therefore, you got to pick up a fight. But to pick up a fight, to me, they are not fighting it in the right way. There should be a compromise. There should be a way to handle it, not to the point of exterminating each other. We don't need that in Africa. Africa needs to wake up and unite and be part of it. And that's what I'm saying. That's why you find out that anytime you all read the history of Libya, that was what Muammar Gaddafi was emphasizing, to unite. And for us, any leader in Africa that emphasizes of unity, to be unison, that leader will not last. And like you said, every time we try to come together, there's always been an issue to divide us. So that's all I have to say. Thank you, Dr. Rudolph.
All right. Thank you so much.
Sorry, Doctor, please, just 1 minute, okay? There's this erroneous assumption that unity in Africa doesn't simply mean that everybody should come together and enjoy one resource or another. Unity actually can be, you can achieve unity even when we are separated, everybody is separated. Okay? For instance, here in Europe, they are united, but they are all separated. See, this is the problem we have even in Nigeria. We keep on fighting, we want united Nigeria. When we know, because of this scarce, or not even scarce resources, but maybe because of cultural differences, we are not able to live together. And then we cannot say, okay, well, let's rearrange ourselves in order to achieve the unity. Unity can be achieved even if we are all separated according to our own ethnic nationalities. Okay? Right. Because what will then happen is that each nationality will now develop according to their own capacity. And then those who have higher capacity can now help those who have lesser capacity to develop and pull up. That's what Europe have done. And that's why you come to Europe today, there is unity. They move from town to town, but or from country to country without actually having any problem.
All right. Thank you, Chris. So let's take a break. When we come back, we get to Nigeria. Tinubu just won APC's primary with 10,999,000 votes. So that's a sign of, and you saw the count. So we are going to talk about that and what it means for the upcoming election. Again,
we delivered 2.5 million out of those 10 million. So yes.
No. In your set, I think it was only 100 and something thousand.
One is my candidate, President Bola Tinubu. The other man there, I don't know him. Only in Wakako. So please, those who came to monitor this election, over to you. You can count.
I know. Somebody can. All right, the counting is starting now. Number 1, here. Number 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 1,003, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11. Please raise the hand. I'm here with you. All right, now somebody should take over this counting. 11, 1,011.
1,012, 1,013, 1,014, 7,111, 7,112, 7,113, 7,114, 7,119,
That's real-time transmission.
And the total number, I don't know what this particular one is, whether it's for his own election or it's for Tinubu, but we have a figure now of 10,990 something thousand. Now, what it means is that there is a calculation in APC that I don't know how many members they signed on, members of the party, but they are giving the impression now that they have 10 million voters. Last election, Tinubu got what? 8 million. So they have 10 million voters that are within their party that voted for Tinubu in the primaries. This will be official record. And when the election comes, you can make a case that some people who are not members of the party. So that should increase it, maybe another 10 million. All right, you guys help me understand why we are going through this process. Maska, you are in Nigeria. Did you vote in the primaries?
No, I didn't. I did not. I'm not audible.
We can hear you.
You're good.
I'm not a registered member of any political party. My take simply is also just, okay, another level of response to Okodike's question is, my position also is that it's not just Western interference, but the fact also is that as a society, we have what I call institutional weakness. The institutions that society cannot just work one-on-one. It has to be based on institutions, conventions, and understandings. We have a real institutional weakness.
So wait, Maska, sorry to interrupt you. Institution, where do we start? When the deputy speaker of the House is there and they are counting, who will lead the institution? What institution? Deputy speaker.
So
you are making his point.
My position is not. I understand what you're saying, and you're just like Ovie said, you're buttressing my point. But this is what would be my response. As a society, societies decay, just like a tree or societies decay. Our society has decayed, and of course, you need to rebuild this institution. One of the one of the things that is really causing us a lot of problem as a society simply is INEC, because it's the fulcrum. If you are not happy with all these things that you're seeing, you have the choice after 4 years to choose another set of people. But even that critical institution, we've allowed it to decay now. It's no longer functioning. So even the ability to say, oh, these are bad people, because what they are doing now, there's nothing anybody can do. The best we can do as a people is to say, okay, these are rubbish people. Don't worry. Come 2027, we will elect a new set of people. Even the process of that election would have to ride on top of institutions, essentially INEC, police, even these institutions that are no longer working. So we have a lot of work, sincerely. And it's not gonna, I can't remember who said, you are the one that said it, Mr. Rudolph. We can't fix this country in 10 years. But what is important is for us to at least in the next 6 months to agree the 3 critical problem areas that we need to seriously start working on. If we can't do that, then the problem will continue to grow bigger and bigger. But my take is that this is a problem, it's institutional problem, because there is nobody INEC should discard all these primaries. The evidence is there.
But
INEC.
The idea that they did not even care that in corporate America, there are some things you'll be discussing. A manager will say, I'm not here. I don't want to hear this. And they will leave because you don't want it to be said that you were there. You have it.
And so when I say institution, it's not just the formal institution.
Mm-hmm.
Even the culture, our cultural trait of promoting, when somebody is like blatantly lying on television, as a people, we should begin to develop that culture, that institutional capacity to say, this is a liar, this thing is wrong, this thing is right. Everything is just going haywire in this our society. Sincerely, people are seeing this guy on the telly, and nobody is going to call him to even at an informal level. You know, he will go about prancing and making proud that he is the one that organized it, and people will hail him. So these are the institutional issues I'm referring to, not just the formal institutions. Even conventionally, there are certain things like if you follow one way, it's wrong, it's unconventional. But so there's a lot of work, sincerely, there's a lot. But apparently my anger, I think, is because we are not even seeing the issues. We are just chasing, like I think you said it, I think in the point, like between the idea and the reality, like we are just lost somewhere. We are not even seeing the reality and just busy chasing shadows all around.
All right.
Definitely. It's sad, very, very sad. But somebody like me, I can tell you that I've seen this coming for a long time. If a society does not, the problems we will see, it will be ridiculous if we don't do anything. We are sitting, talking and complaining. But if we don't do anything, the problems, the shit will take, it's unbelievable, honestly. In my lifetime, when I was young, this country, KJ will attest, I'm sure even you, Rudolph, this is not the country we had. To lie is an abomination. As a student, I wear my uniform, I stand by the road. If I want from Kano to go to Lagos, I will go without thinking of, oh, they will kidnap me or they will molest me. The man who will give me a lift has no fear in his mind that I will go and tell lies about him that he kidnapped me. But the whole society has gone upside down. Thank you.
All right, thank you. KJ, you are Senator Ojizo Kalu. I can show you his own count, where he won his primary. It's the same thing.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I will not speak like Masker. I will say to all of us, there's a cartoon we used to watch those days, when TV was still a little bit new. The cartoon guys, they used to be in a ship, and they tell you prepare for impact. So I would tell to say to Nigeria, prepare for impact because it's coming. Anybody who doesn't think it's coming must be living in a fool's paradise. Also, Ojus Okalu I've always known now. He's my senator. We know he has never really won. This has always been the way he has always done the business. It's just that this time the only reason why that other one withdrew was because they realized that they are going to divide themselves too far, and they may not be able to achieve anything. Consequently, they decided to narrow down themselves to a formidable team. So at worst, he will escape with rigging. That's the only reason why he's running. As for what Maska said, it's very true. Anybody who's watching Nigerian, the political situation in Nigeria should have known that this is inevitable. The system can never be wrong. When you make a thief the head of the gang, obviously it will not be too long. Everybody will be a thief in it. This is what we said it on this platform. If any careful observer have been on this platform for long, Wike being in the center doing what he's doing now shouldn't be new to anybody. What Tinubu is doing now by making sure that all the people who know, the system has now been brought from that place to just one certificate forger to everybody forging certificates. You can't change it. That is the law of nature. If you make a thief, Alibaba and the 40 thieves, I've always said on this platform, who is Alibaba? Who are the 40 thieves? Alibaba cannot be the only clean person among the 40 thieves. So Alibaba must be also a thief to have 40 friends as thieves. So we can't change it. That is why you need more people who can speak out. Unfortunately, I have to say this. The institution that are supposed to speak out has also been bought over. The only one institution that we know that could have been able to speak out, there are very few of them that are speaking. Just this morning I was, in my bathroom preparing to go to church, and I said to myself, so who is speaking for Nigeria? I was thinking about a Bible scripture that said, when it became difficult for men to stand to go to war, a certain judge called Deborah, Dorcas, okay? This Dorcas, yes, came out and said to a young man, God has given you this victory. And he said, I will not go until you lead us. And she said to him, if I lead you, then the honor will not go to you, to go to a woman. So now I was asking myself, so who is actually standing out for Nigerians? At this point, we're supposed to rely on our religious leaders. As a Christian, who are my own religious leaders that should stand and say, no, enough is enough. We cannot go beyond this point. The big ones, they are more busy counting money. I'm sorry to say that. Okay? They are also trying to keep their business going. For those of them who have a lot of business, there are few people who are speaking out, who ordinarily will not have that kind of strength and power to cause a change. But this is what I decided this morning, because I don't want to always lament. I'm going to start a broadcast that is only going to be to educate Nigerians on what to do in order to dislodge these people from the next coming government. If we don't do it, we will not have a country. Mark my word. We may not even at this point have an election. That is what you are seeing with all these 15 million votes. To let you know that we have already begun. No, result don't come. Remember, Rudolph, if you remember, when I first came to this your platform, I told you what was going to happen between the Buhari term. I said that I have someone who works in the presidency who was used as the person to write out that result. And because she was able to write out, they used her, and they know that she's a very straightforward person. So they kept somebody like a security agent officer watching her 24/7. So she doesn't even make phone calls in her house. So she had to even buy a small phone. The result that they were debating in the villa became the result eventually. These results have been written. It's only a fool that would think that what they are doing, they are not. No, they are cognizant of what they are doing. Tomorrow they will tell you, Tinubu already have 15 million votes from APC members. So if you take 2 million votes from any other place, it gives him 18 or 17 million votes, which the other people will not be able to match. Because already now, the people have been divided. Amechi is in the race. The other young governor in the West is in the race. Good Lord Jonathan, they are trying to push him to the race. And that's probably what we should discuss again, so we can give him a stern warning. You see, this is good name when he take run. They will mess him up and nobody will invite him again. Let him listen to Mama Pio and not think he want to contest again. He say, I'm drawing my ear. He's my very good friend, very good brother. Oga, don't let them deceive you. Go and rest. Go. You have nothing to look for in the presidency. Good Lord Jonathan, go and rest. They will deceive you. The small money that you have to survive your life, they will take it and you still not win. Mark my word, you will still not win. Because the reason they are bringing you in is to break Obi's votes. We know this. Go and rest. By the way, let us even face fact. You were president for 6 years. Is that not enough for you to have done anything you wanted to do? How many Nigerians have the opportunity of being 6 years in the office? How many? That's good enough. If you couldn't build a helipad in your Otoke house, what are you going to do now? What are you coming back to do in 4 years? Please go and rest. That's my advice. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Jonathan. So I just wanted to point out that 3 ministers resigned to contest to be governors, and they all lost in the primaries. Yusuf Tuga from Bauchi, Foreign Affairs Minister, lost. Adebayo Adelabu, Oyo State Minister of Power, lost. Said Ahmed Alkali Gombe, Minister for Transportation. So, in some cases, there were people who got a phone call. They got phone calls from Abuja telling them not to run. Like Adelabu was told not to run, not to resign. He thought he was dealing with democracy. When he lost, he made a speech that we are going to take this up. We're going. All right, Ovie, you're next.
Well, that's democracy in action, you know. At least the idea is democracy done that. Bola Tinubu won't keep democracy has failed. If ministers and what have you can contest election and lost, I think that's democracy. But again, I think let's not be fooled by all these antics, you know. That of Talcor for Bauchi, I think he expected it. He went to the former governor, so it's still within. But most importantly, they will still come back. All they need to do is to support Tinubu again to win, and their portfolio will be reviewed. You know, so I don't think that is but the total number of Tinubu is 10 million plus. I mean, that should be able to the obedience. That's the NDC should be able to crush that. After all, now only will be the run for NDC. That should be. I expect them to triple that number if they can amass over 9 million within 24 hours of be joining NDC. Come on, this Tinubu number should not be an easy breeze for the NDC and the articles, because article at the point too during their registration they were going upward of 10 million too in their registration. So the game is is getting interesting, and the result you see them announcing, that is called that's real-time transmission. That's the real definition of real-time transmission. And when they protest against electoral reform, I told them that now miss priority, they're wasting their time. I'm missing their time in the sense that I know say all these things where they happen go happen. Not because I'm a soothsayer, I'll be one prophet, because it don't happen before. That's what they did in 2033. So the question is that what are these people going to do against injustice that is in real time? I think they fought for real time. They are getting real time and they see how they count result. What will they do? Right? Dr. Lameji, you bear me witness on this platform. You know, people will not understand why they always smile at this time of the game. You bear me witness. And since they lost election, they always call me anytime, like Sundays like this, when we have opportunity to face the obedience soldiers, then the Okene Okonkwo, the Aisha Yusuf, and they always say, come, what is the deal? What's going on? I say, don't worry, we'll go hit you for face by when the time reach, right? So I'll be consistent in trying to provide solution, trying to be even part of solution. I went to Harvard. You gave me witness. So face one-on-one with Obi to say, okay, to see if this man is real. And I came back, I told you, I said, this man is real. Right? So ever since then, I was looking for opportunity. What is on ground? Where can I get involved? Right? So I found out that 1 year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, nothing done. And as somebody who see competition from the lens of Olympics, it's nothing. I'm not surprised what I'm saying. Because you know, go just go sleep 2, 3 years or then you come back on they do abracadabra. No, especially when you have this kind of government of Bola Tinubu, who is more desperate now than ever, is ready to die there. In other words, he is ready to utilize all the state apparatus to win. And nothing we go do. There's nothing. So since nothing, no plan, maybe I will be proved wrong, at the right time. But the idea that you are trying to shine light on how the counting is going on, that's real time. That is not new. That has been going on since the days of Obasanjo. People like me, that and waiting, we didn't know be that. So it's not new. They fight for it and they want to see it happen. Maybe because they don't believe in a snatch or a miscount, glitch, they don't believe before. So they fought for it to be transmitted live. Now they are seeing it. Now the argument is that na party primaries, na party primaries. Okay. On that election day, you're not just going to see this in just one state. Out of it, thousands of 8,000 whatever polling units, you will see about maybe half of them like that. So where your fight won't start from? Where your fight won't start from? So the fact that there is no plan from we the intellectuals, we the ways I've been speaking, we that understand the whole gimmick, right? Did not better to put anything in place to checkmate these people. We are expecting those who are running for the same office to checkmate them. We go wait tire because now turn by turn, remember? It's a recycling thing. Mask idea is if you wake up with the money, set agenda for a house, nobody will. What he did not follow that statement with that, he had to set an agenda because of his experience. If you know set agenda, you know what will go wrong. He was once at that age before. Now the question before us, anybody that's 30, 25 years above, is all those good things where we think we remember. How are we giving it back to the society? It's very easy for us to look at saying a structure be the problem. Who are the structures? Structures are human beings. Now Nigerians, now we be the structure. So the structure is not going to change just because these people were there command. The structure is functioning excellently well. It just overbloated because it is built to serve few. Anybody will get the privilege to go school, you are one step closer to be in that class. Forgetting that majority of us lost that opportunity to go to school. Then we go wake up overnight and say, oh, structure is the problem. Oh, the structure is the problem. Oh, this is the problem. No, we are the problem. Because we are not implementing what we know practically. It's not about starting business. It's not about starting a platform. Practically, what are you doing on ground? Forget about that society that has advanced to information age. Nigeria is still an Angolan society. Prove me wrong. Majority of us in the farm.
All right.
So we are the problem.
Okay, thank you. Mr. James.
I don't think I have anything to say because I've made my stand clear. The country is beyond redemption. No man born of a woman can redeem Nigeria. Because if you compare what is happening now to what it was in the 60s, when I was in primary school, it's a whole world of difference. So I really don't have anything to say. It's so sad that a major election is coming next year. None of the political parties is talking about manifesto. What will you do when you get to what's called Ahoro-Esinele? No political party has come up with a manifesto. So how serious are we? So let other people speak on the issue. I don't have much to say.
All right, Mr. James, thank you. Ike, welcome to the show.
Dr. Damages, good afternoon, good morning, good evening, everybody. Happy Sunday to everybody. Dr. Damages, we are laughing over what we are seeing on television, right? But if you are carrying a Nigerian green passport and you're living outside Nigeria, you should be ashamed of yourself to call yourself a Nigerian. The owner of the company where I work is a Jamaican. He's a multi-billionaire. He has companies all over the whole Caribbean and America. He was in Bonnet on Friday. He was the person who called me in his office. And he showed me this particular primary election that was being done in Nigeria. A man from Jamaica. He was asking me, is this not Nigeria, your country? This is what is happening in the present day reality of a country called Nigeria. On the blue eyes of the world, are they thinking that the people outside the world are not looking at what is going on in countries around the world? How can somebody with a picture of a president of a country and somebody was asked to do a count and he count from 1 to 10 and jump to 1,000 to 10,000 to 11,000 to 200,000? What is wrong with your country? What is going on in your country? And somebody will come here and laugh it over. Ovia will give so many reasons and excuses why we should laugh it over. Because we feel
I am laughing. You should not laugh. I never say you should laugh. I said I will laugh. Okay, you can't stop me from laughing.
We are not doing anything. And we have not done anything.
That's a challenge. Right? Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
Somebody, you call yourself a Nigerian. This is just a primary within a political party. It's not just a natural election. Within a political party. Does it really matter how many numbers you get? It's your primary election. You're not contesting with anybody. You're not contesting with opposition political party. It's your own in-house primary election. Why this display of shame on a national television? And the man in Ahoro is coming out today to acknowledge and be happy with what has happened. Right? So, I just have to tell you, because it's not only my boss who come to call me to show me. If somebody that is as far as from another country, Jamaica, I called my wife to come on and watch what is going on. And my wife told me, why are you continually coming to this platform to talk about your country, Nigeria? Because this is a country that can never be redeemed by anybody. If a simple count of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people, politicians and academicians and well-trained and well-schooled people are counting this in a primary election, what is going to happen in your country when there is re-election? So you should be ashamed of yourself with green passport. When you travel, you don't know what that green passport, when you travel as a Nigerian with a green passport, you do not know what it means. The name that have been rotten to the mud by people that are at the helm of affairs of Nigeria. And we think we can laugh it over. People are laughing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 10, 200, 1,000, 250, 50,000. And we are laughing. And somebody will come and say, we have not done anything since the 2023 election. I don't know what Nigerians want. And I think that until when Nigerians really know what they want, maybe we'll have a country. I am happy that it is these people that we call leaders. They are the people who are standing for their man, the man in Ahoro, Deputy Speaker of the House of Rep, the Senator of my brother KJ, And all those big men in APC, they are the people who are carrying the photo of the man in Ahoro. Not to talk about the primary election that took place in the senatorial and the House of Rep and the rest of them, and the governorship. If anybody said that what we saw, that is something that we should laugh over it. This is just, they just show you the rehearsal of 2027. It's a complete rehearsal of what to expect in 2027. Because if you are talking about option A4, this should have been a beautiful thing for people to see. Election of political parties, not the general election. And we have lost count, how to count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we are thinking that it is only us that are watching. And we come here to say the power of internet, the power of social media, the power of network and news. We have forgot, we easily forgot what the power of where we are now, what it is. That as the news is spreading everywhere. And this is what we get when you see yourself as a Nigerian. And I think that, it breaks my heart that I have to see on a primary election of a political party, and this is what we get. And people are happy. And people are laughing and making it as a joke and as a caricature joke.
Uncle Ike, good evening. Can I ask you a question? Excuse me, Dr. Rudo. So what do you want the masses to do? Because this is not Tinubu's fault. Let's understand that, because Tinubu did not count. We are the people that counted 1 to 500. So this is not Tinubu's fault. Let me make it clear. I'm not a fan of Tinubu, but what we are saying is that we are the problem. It is not the Tinubu, it is not the people. Because you can't tell me that somebody doesn't know how to count 1 to 10, 20, 30, 40, and then jump to 1,000. Until we are ready to take back our country. You see this? Tinubu is going to win 2027. Let me just not take your time. So what do you want? Go ahead.
My sister, the point is this. It is why it's so bad for me to say this is what they got to do. I am not a member of APC because this is just a political party. It's not a national election. It's not a general election. It's for a political party to select their candidates, right? And if my pen is that if what we saw on a public view is what is obtainable for a ruling party that had every resources in this world, the electoral act that they passed under 24 hours, whatever they did is because they believe they have the machinery of the government from top to bottom. And if on that basis that they cannot conduct an in-house free and fair, credible primary election among themselves, we are saying the same thing. And that's why I said it is a rehearsal of 2027.
Exactly. They're just testing the water and they're seeing what is happening. So, within themselves, this is successful, and that's what they're going to carry out to 2027. And this is my point. You see, the opposition, I don't even know. I don't know their plan. I don't know their strategy. I don't know because I don't understand those people. Do you understand? Because they should have started now to fight for the electoral law. Because I said it last night when Forefathers was on the show, Forefathers show. I said that 2027, whether we like it or not, is set for Tinubu because everything in the electoral process is what Tinubu wanted, and that's what he got. And if we, Nigerians, the oppositions, cannot fight, is it when they announce the result that you will go to court? The oppositions were there and they allowed this to pass into law. And you think that when they announce Tinubu as the president, and they're going to tell you people to go to court, and you think the Supreme Court judge or justices is going to declare Tinubu a loser. It's not possible. We are just talking here. 2027 is sure for Tinubu, whether we like it or not. Two things is going to take him out of power: natural cause or Tinubu himself.
All right, thank you, Ify, and thank you, Ike. I think Chris and Michael, they are the two that are left, so we can move to a different. There's a video I want to play for you guys. It's something I've been looking for who can put it all together. This lady did that, and I want us to talk about that before I hand over to KJ.
But sorry, Mr. Rudolph, something occurred to me that I'm not a lawyer, but isn't this going to, is the APC not setting itself up? Because I'm thinking, if this is the primary they conduct, can't this be challenged in court?
Which court? Uncle Master, good evening.
No, I mean, it's one thing to say, okay, the court will rule, but let it be on record.
Okay.
Yeah, but
we case in court. We case in court now. The court is in case.
Yeah. The court owned by Tinubu and Wike, or which other court?
Can I answer? Yes.
Because we don't have only judiciary. Okay.
Only somebody who participated in the election that contested the win can take him to court. There was a law that was passed 2022, leading to 2023, that only if you participated, if you contested with him, and I think somebody did, and he has already proceeded going to court. But we know how that is going to play out. So an ordinary citizen or somebody from the opposition party can also
yeah,
and
right.
be successful.
So Rudolph, a different thing. I think those of you with ideas, this thing I'm trying to hold, if you want, you can give your ideas to Rudolph. We must constitute a committee that can begin to tell Nigerians what to do. I mean, if we speak loud enough, maybe many more of you will hear, and that few may change the trajectory come 2027. Because there's no other way except we decide to take the bull by the horn and face the consequence. That's just it. It's not going to change.
We have to leave the politicians out of this. If we want to succeed.
KJ,
I'm not talking about politicians. I'm talking about talking to ordinary Nigerians, telling them how they can go about it.
Yeah, but KJ, one more question.
Yes.
One more question.
So can I speak now?
People standing behind those Joseph Carlo. Are you telling me that there are no educated person behind you? That's not what we are talking about.
Okay, let me tell you what. Let me
look.
Let me tell you what. Let me tell you what was.
Hold on, guys. Let's have that.
They went to the community that is closest to them. If they have come to places like our community have told him before, we will not vote for him. They told him to his face.
So apparently he paid those women.
Everybody cannot be everything. All we are trying to do is minimize the number of people who will stand behind them. Okay, thank you.
All right, hold on, because there's something I had now. Chris, you speak now. Chris,
of internal democracy, and it has been going very well according to plan. This is politics, grassroots politics. Where every member of the party has a right to participate and be involved. It's to ensure that we have an internal democracy and it's peaceful and well organized.
Your Excellency, you gave the state governors the permission to go ahead and organize an acceptable primaries across the country. Are you satisfied with the process so far?
So today, I'm very satisfied.
Okay, I play this because if he said that we can't blame the president, that it's not his fault. I know the counting and everything, but for a leader of a country to watch what we are watching and come out and say this.
But are we surprised though?
No, Vic, I don't know why you're talking about we surprised or we not. But we have to think about what is the implication.
No, we have to start doing something. We should stop thinking. That's the problem of the intellectuals. We think too much. When are we going to start doing action? These people, that's action you watch. It's not Tinubu think about it, but they carried it out. So when are we going to transfer from our intellectual analyzing this thing this is matter of life and death? It's dog eat dog. Politics is not about number, it's about dog eat dog. You know this. I know this. So we should not act surprised It has been happening from day one. It happened last year. We analyzed it here over and over again that they are going to rig it. They are going to rig it. We all knew it. But the question is that what are we going to do about it? She's analyzing the intellectual this and no, we know it's going to happen. Tinubu is not expecting to say anything otherwise.
So can I speak? Can I speak?
Mr. Rudolph, I think
they see me. They see me as a black sheep. I know, but I will always tell us the truth, right? We believe the election was rigged and it's going to be rigged. So why are we acting so shocked?
Okay, hold on. Chris, go ahead.
Okay. So for records, I have always said the problem of Nigeria is never leadership. And I can debate anybody on it anytime, any day. So it doesn't matter who wins. Now, what they are trying to do is to frighten the opposition. But if the opposition is very reasonable, they can beat Tinubu fair and clear. One, this administration is vulnerable to the masses. Two, this administration is vulnerable to technology. Three, this administration is vulnerable to time. So these are the three places they will attack them and they will just throw him off.
All right, thank you.
And if you want me to explain it, I explain it.
No, we don't have to.
Okay, so but this is
follow up with Chris so that he can explain that further.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, but I'm just saying. So it's something they can't do. It's very easy.
All right. So before we go to Michael, I just want to show you guys some of the positions, what people in the administration, not just the president, what they are saying about what we are watching. I'm sorry, it will take a while. Michael, go ahead. I will show that later on. I think it's downloading. Go ahead, Michael.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Once again, in my opinion of seeing that, like my brother, Mr. James said, I have no much to say about that because I'm not living in Nigeria. And it would be unfair for us that we are not on the ground to see exactly what is going on, for us to be commenting and giving our narrative. We are all concerned Nigerians that we want Nigerian that we all can go back to and contribute our efforts to. But what a lot of people have said in this is what we see now is kind of a thing that we're going to see in the general election. What Tinubu is doing is that he's trying to portray that he's a likable, he's a formidable, is the right president for Nigeria. That's all it's showing everybody. And for that fact that you don't see all the time what he's saying is just to let everybody know that I am the president, I have the power. And I mean, just look, because if we have a good candidate, formidable, a counter political party, Tinubu is toast, and he knows it. And he will do everything in his power to do, because he wants to stay in for the next election 2027, because all he's planning, because I don't know if you guys are aware, he's signing some negotiation with Paris, some kind of money the France have given him, and some kind of IMF loan that he's getting. So all that, he wants that to come true before he leaves his office. And how can he achieve all that is for him to have extra time to accomplish all that goal. Like what you emphasize, Dr. Rudolph, like in Oyo State, Adelabu he came to contention because of his father, and because I'm from that place. I'm from Ibadan. I'm original Ibadan. This thing. He's using his father popularity to contest. That's what he was doing, and he lost. So that's to tell you to sometimes the politics of it, that if we have a good political party with a good emphasis, with a good manifesto, like Mr. James says, which of the party have we seen that manifesto? Have we seen what are they going to do for Nigeria? better than Tinubu? Have anybody seen their blueprint? I've not seen it. So anybody can come on this planet and show it to me what they can do better than this current administration. So that's the issue we have. Like you said, politics in Nigeria is not for the masses. It's for the elite. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Michael. Let me just show this before I go to Ife. This is what people in the government they are saying as we go along. Nigerians want Tinubu to continue in office beyond 2027. That is, the Chief of Staff, Femi Gbajabiamila, is sending out that signal that that's what Nigerians want. And this is the Minister for Works, what's his name again? David Umahi, saying that Tinubu will solve insecurity challenges in Nigeria in the next 5 years. So he's thinking ahead of most of you guys. And this is also not really related, but it's also important to point it out that there are these stories coming out from SDP that they expelled most of their leaders, including our friend, Prince Adebayo, who I will reach out to him this week and see what's going on in his political party. I also heard that in Shore's party, there was a crisis at one of the primaries, I think in Imo State. There was a fight or something going on. I'll try to get the details. So it's not just APC that is having primaries or having problems in their political party. It's spreading to other parties. All right. I think everybody weighed in apart from Ife, who was reacting to other people. So Ife, I'll give you the final word.
Good evening, everybody. I mean, I can understand that all of us are so frustrated, including me. But let us understand that according to Vio will always say politics is a game of numbers, and we all know that. The truth of the matter is this. I will say it. Does Tinubu, does he have moral? No, he doesn't. Tinubu doesn't care if the whole world is watching, if the whole world is against him. He doesn't care. My brothers that are talking about manifesto, the one they showed us in 2023, what happened to it? Which of the manifesto, which of those promises did they keep? Not even one. I'm not looking forward to anybody's manifesto, including Obi. None of them, none of the Nigerian politicians. So I understand that this is not what we want, and we are looking at this, and I will see our country, Nigeria, crumbling right in front of us, and we feel helpless. But we need to start talking to the citizens. Most of you saw the video of a lady that was a group of women in the north that they were giving 1,000 naira to vote, and they said it's too small, they have to give them more. Can you just imagine? 1,000 naira, and they took it. I've said it over and over again. Even if they come here and give me $1 million to vote, I will not vote for Tinubu. Definitely, I will not vote for him. But is it so for other people? No. So we Nigerians, until we are ready to take back this country, these people will continue. When Forefathers had his show last night, I said that the things I never heard in my life, I'm hearing it, and it's happening in our eyes. Ordinary primary, Tinubu got 10 million votes. Imagine when they got into 2027, he will get double the votes. Because what they will tell you is that people didn't vote because they're waiting for 2027, and they will double the vote. And guess what? Again, nothing is going to happen. Why? Opposition, they are not united. Everybody wants to be president. Nobody wants to be vice. So imagine if all opposition, if all of them can come together. Because I thought that was what is going to happen. Honestly, I thought Atiku is going to step down for Obi. Atiku is currently not doing well. They said he's sick, that he's currently on a bed rest. And this is somebody who wants to contest. Imagine if Atiku wins the election. It's going to be another Buhari, Tinubu, and then Atiku going back and forth in a country of more than 200 million people. Nobody can even tell me what Tinubu. Again, I say it is this democracy. When was the last time we recorded 10 million votes for a party in a primary election? So we are about to see what is going to happen in 2027. We have not seen anything. Nigerians, until you guys are ready. Instead, Nigerians are on social media discussing about things that are irrelevant. A whole teacher was beheaded in a country. Tinubu is busy talking about primary. Tinubu hasn't given any speech. His wife hasn't said anything. We didn't hear from Khan. We haven't heard from even Islamic clerics. Nobody has ever said that. It's just the citizens talking here and there. And you think these people really care for me and you? They don't give a shit about anybody. They don't care. Tinubu will do with everything possible to win this 2027 election, by fire or by truth. He's going to win it, not because of free and fair election, because he knows if he conducts free and fair election, he's not going to be anywhere seat of power. In fact, all of us here, if all of us contest against Tinubu, we will win him. How much more? Any opposition that come out against Tinubu will win Tinubu. That is for sure. But Tinubu knows that this is the only way he can win this election. Mathematically, there is no way if you calculate it. But he knows that that's the strategy they are talking about. Corrupt people, putting the people in position, weaken them, all of them, the justices, the judiciary. So there is no way out. Even though I keep saying that we have time, anything can happen between now and January. And I will say it, and I will say it again and again. The only thing that will take Tinubu out of power is number one, Tinubu himself, or number two, natural cause. Unless we Nigerians unite together, what is about to happen in 2027? We will say that what is going to happen? The year that we hear what will happen in 2027, we say Jesus Christ of Nazareth. How did we get here? But until we leave all these things and go to social media and be talking about chicken and be talking about very dark man and be talking about all this nonsense, we are not yet ready. I will be here watching, laughing, narrating. These Nigerians that want to ride Mercedes, these young people, they're going to be worse than, I said it, these young Nigerians, they're going to be worse than these old leaders we have. This new generation will be worse than Ojo Dokala. And this, if you look at all these people we have in power, none of them, you can't even say that none of them even have any industry anywhere. The only thing they have done is to be in politics. They are politicians. Politician is just a job in Nigeria. So once you retire as a governor or once your tenure ends, you switch to being on the Senate. Look at all of them in the Senate, National Assembly. Nobody's there apart from maybe Yaya Bello is less than 50 years. And these are the people we have in power. Hey, Jesus. Okay.
All right, let's take a break. When we come back, I want us to discuss something I think is very important because we are talking about Tinubu and he's referred to as master strategist. There's something he did that has been under the radar that I want to share with you guys.
Share before you go now.
Huh?
Share before you go.
No, I'm not going. We're taking a break. I
know. Before you go on the break, so that while we're on the break,
some people may think it's not a big deal. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for staying. And I want to share this video. This is not the main video I'm talking about, but this is important.
People should come to my rescue. Maduka want to spoil my daughter's career. Oh, people should go. It's not a bad thing for somebody to be brilliant again. So Nigerians, come to my rescue because this one is getting too much. For me to bring it into social media is something that have gone beyond me. My daughter is a student, a medical student in Maduka. She's reading medicine and surgery. She got admission to Maduka 2024. University is in Enugu, Osuka side. And now, every year, they are increasing their school fees. When we started, the school fees was 3 million. Last year, 2025, they increased the school fees to 3.5 million. Now, this year again, they are increasing the school fees again to 4.5 million. For that reason, I said, the money is too much. In this kind of hard economy, we can't continue. So, we are now seeking for admission for my daughter in a public university. We went to Maduka, that Maduka should give us transcripts, my daughter's transcript. We are not owing school fees. They are even owing us because in this second year that she is, the first semester, we paid 3 million. We are not owing them. They are even the one owing us. They are supposed to refund. I'm not asking for that. We went from Maduka to give us transcripts for my daughter's, to look for admission in another school. Maduka said we should pay 2 million for transcripts. For transcript, my husband now asked Maduka, the staff, not Maduka himself, the staff, you know, the VC. We spoke with the VC. The VC said it must be 2 million. And even with that 2 million, they are not even going to give us transcript. They are going to send it to the school, which has not gotten the admission. We need this transcript to put in admission in several universities. They're not the one that will take her. They said we must pay 2 million. Now we said, okay, and we don't have 2 million. They said we must pay. Now I've rallied around family, friends to borrow money, to borrow 2 million. Now we've gotten 2 million. Maduka, give my daughter transcript. They said, did we even consider that the school is losing a big student? That my daughter is the best student in medicine. That they cannot lose her because they have already sent her name to MDCN, the medical school something, because she's about entry 300 level. That my daughter is the best student. That did we consider the school that the school is losing their best student? That the NDCN, we asked them why is the student leaving? Ojedia something. How can we don't have money to continue? Now you say my daughter, you cannot give her transcript because she's one of the best students in medicine. Her CGPA is 4.95. That's her CGPA just in 100 level. People, please, you people should come to my rescue because this one has passed me. Please, Nigerians, please, very dark man, please, you people should come to my rescue because I don't know what else to do. Maduka want to spoil my daughter's career. Please, how can you force us? And again, insecurity in that road is too much. Every day, kidnapping is too much on that road. She's always there. And once they enter school, when they are coming back, it's a problem. It's a problem. There's one time they were going back. She was going back to school. They had to wait on the road for more than 4 hours because they said kidnappers were on the road. Please, you people should have me back to send my daughter's transcript and the letter of recommendation needed. Please, you people should have me repost it. Please, bloggers like me, please. I'm a content creator too. Please, you people should help me. I don't have anybody. I don't know anybody. The VC was threatening us that Maduka has the biggest law firm in Nigeria. He's paying the highest lawyers. And the VC was threatening us that they have the biggest law firm. They are paying all the senior advocates in Nigeria that Maduka Peace Transport is the owner of Maduka, that is paying all the senior advocates in Nigeria that we should go and do anything we want to do, that they will not give us transcripts. I beg, people should come to my rescue. People should come to my rescue. Maduka want to spoil my daughter's career. People should go. It's not a bad thing for somebody to be brilliant again in life. Because they say she's the best student in medicine and is the first set of medicine. Now we are withdrawing her. We are withdrawing her because we don't have money to continue. We are withdrawing her because of insecurity. Insecurity is too much on that road. I don't want to lose my daughter and not get the plenty. I beg, please. People should come to my rescue.
All right. So I played this video for 2 reasons. One is that there's something I think opportunity that is missed. Somebody can take, anybody can actually pick up that. The woman was talking about Maduka. Maduka is Maduka University somewhere in Enugu, I believe, Enugu State. And what problem she's having with her daughter as a student in the university. She mentioned a very dark man, come and help me. I think there's a problem with there's a vacancy opening for someone to assume responsibility of where they can clear some of these issues. There are so many issues in Nigeria, and you find a lot of people complaining, looking for who we assist them to bring to light some of the, especially dealing with institutions authorities in Nigeria until they are exposed and they don't tend to listen to anything. There were some girls in one nursing school in Enugu again who came out and did an innocent video saying that look at our school, or look at where we are nursing. It was a hospital. Look at where we work. They were doing internship. That this is not good, and the school wanted to get rid of them until people came to fight on behalf of the girls. So there's an opening there for someone to OVM looking at you, thinking that you can take it up as what you do. Whenever there are issues like this, you lead the challenge. But that's just on the side. But it's important that this kind of activities by Nigerian institutions give transcripts. It's a problem. You have to fight to get your transcript from your university. But this is I don't want any comment on that. It's not important. But not that it's not important. It's not why I wanted to. I just wanted to make sure that people know about that. This is the video I want to play. There's something about Bola Tinubu. When he became president, my only concern about him was I felt that he was a compromised individual to be a leader of a country, a serious country. I felt that other countries were knowing a lot of things about him would take advantage of that. It has always been my concern. We have seen how things have gone over the years, especially his interaction with the international community, his dealings with France, his whatever backdoor thing he's doing in America. And there's something I knew, but I don't have all the proof and I can't say so many things. But one lady made a video touching on some of those things, connections that we should pay attention to. So I'll play the video and then we can discuss. It's a small video.
The man behind the silence. Have you been wondering why Donald Trump has been unusually quiet about Nigeria? No sanction talk, no democracy lectures, no press conferences about governance or accountability, just silence. Today I want to introduce you to the reason for that silence. His name is Masad Boulos. And once I show you the chain, you will never look at Nigeria politics the same way again. Who is Masad Boulos? Masad Boulos is not a name most Nigerians know. But he has been living in your country for nearly 30 years. He was born in Lebanon, holds 4 passports, Lebanese, Nigeria, French, and American, and moved to Lagos in 1996 as CEO of SCOA, Nigeria, a heavy truck and machinery company. He raised his family in Lagos. His son, Michael, grew up there. And in 2022, that son, Michael Boulos, married Tiffany Trump, Donald Trump's daughter. That made Masad Boulos Donald Trump in-law. And in December 2024, Trump appointed him senior advisor to the president. By April 2025, Africa was added to his portfolio, making him the most senior U.S. government official responsible for the entire African continent. The man advising America on Africa policy spent 30 years in Lagos. Hold that thought. Now I want to show you a chain. Every link is documented. Link 1. Masad Boulos company. SCOA Nigeria supplies heavy equipment to a construction company called High-Tech Constructions. High-Tech Construction is a subsidiary of the Shaguri Group. That is a business relationship. Boulos supplies Shaguri builds. Link 2. Who is Gilbert Shaguri? Gilbert Shaguri is a Lebanese Nigerian billionaire who was convicted of money laundering, flagged by the FBI for suspected Hezbollah financing, and paid a settlement to the U.S. Department of Justice over illegal campaign finance contribution. Link 3. Under President Bola Tinubu, Gilbert Shaguri, through High-Tech Construction, has received more than $13 billion in Nigeria government contracts without competitive bidding, without going to tender, just awarded directly. $13 billion. Let me bring that home for you. At today's exchange rates, that is 20.8 trillion naira. Nigeria's entire federal budget for 2024 was 28 trillion. The whole of Nigeria budget in 2024 was 28 trillion. Only one man gets received 20.8 trillion inside. This one man received 74% of an entire nation's budget in contracts from one president. The Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway alone, awarded to Shagori High-Tech Construction without competitive bidding, is between 11 and 13 billion. That single road contract is more than Nigeria education budget for years combined. And if you took that money and paid every Nigerian worker the new minimum wage of 70,000 naira, you could pay them all for 24 years. That is what we are talking about. Link 4. Tinubu's son, Sheyi Tinubu, sits on the board of separate Shagori Group subsidiary. And Tinubu himself once said of Shagori, with friends like him, one can sleep with a still mind. Link 5. Now, the man whose company supplies Shagori's construction hands, Masal Balos, is now Donald Trump's senior advisor for Africa. He is the man whispering into Donald Trump's ears about Nigeria. And you're wondering why Trump is quiet about Tinubu. Let me show you a linked alleged corruption. Before a presidential advisor takes office in America, the law requires them to file a financial disclosure, a full declaration of all businesses, relationship, and financial interests. This exists for one reason, so that the public can see whether the person advising the president has a personal financial stake in the decisions he is influencing. Masad Bolos was required to file one, whether it discloses his business relationship with the Shagori Group, the group whose construction firms receive billions from Tinubu. It's a question the public cannot currently answer. Because shortly after Trump's inauguration in January 2025, the White House took its financial disclosure page offline. It disappeared. Oga Tarif. The public cannot say what he filed or whether the Shagori connection was ever disclosed to anyone. What do we call that? In law, it is called concealment of conflict of interests. In governance, it is called obstruction of public accountability. In plain language, it is called corruption. A record that citizens are legally entitled to see, gone, offline, unavailable, disappeared. Disclosure pages do not accidentally go offline. This is an active decision. So let me summarize what we know, not what we suspect, what is documented. Trump's Africa advisor spent 30 years in Nigeria, Lagos. His company supplied equipment to a Shagori construction arm. That Shagori hands received 20.8 trillion naira, $13 billion in no-bid contract from Tinubu. Tinubu's own son sits on the Shagori board. The financial disclosure that should have revealed all of this disappeared from the White House website. And America has been silent about Nigeria. Now you know why. This is not conspiracy. This is a paper trail. And it has your name on the bill. Why your generation suffers to pay a bill? Tinubu is selling Nigeria off.
All right. So I have been interested in this Masad Bolos since he became interested in Congo, Democratic Republic of Congo, representing Trump in the negotiation for peace in the Congo. I have a lot of few reporters and investigators who are looking into the whole connection. There was a time, I think twice now, he's gone to France to see Tinubu. So there are things, we know there are things going on behind the scene, negotiations that are going on. We suspected that it had to do with getting Tinubu to visit America. You know, and some of the things that America is doing in Nigeria is also, there's a role that we don't know the story, but people are looking into that. So when I saw what this lady did, she put together some of the pieces, but there are still some that are hanging out there. I think just like Trump, when you look at what Trump is in, sometimes we're looking at all the other things, small things. The big things are actually taking place in somewhere else. For Nigerians, you know, I think when they look at their country, all these shenanigans, what we have been talking about today, and look at the money that is going out, people fighting for loans to come in, and the loan must come now. We have to get this money now, and we have to, and the pipeline, how the money is going, when you are getting money, who is getting that money, when there's no bidding and people are getting contracts, is that connected to something bigger than all the things we are seeing? When they tell you that this road had to be done today and this is the money and we're borrowing money for that, but there's also something else that I know that the people who are looking for files in America here, it's still ongoing. The judges are not, these judges, the FBI, nobody, it's all these things are working together. Nobody has been able to put it all together to say to Nigerians. And if you know some, you don't know some. There are some things you can't confirm. So if you can't confirm it, it may hold you, it may be another 6 months before you can even get to the point where you can say, this is what's going on. Anyway, I just wanted to bring that to the attention of you guys and attention of Nigerians who may not have seen the video. It's more than what she's saying. There are so many other parts, moving parts, that some people are trying to put it all together. I know people who are working on it, but it's important that people should know that sometimes what we see is a little bit of less than what is actually going on. All right. I have a breaking story news that somebody made me aware of. Atiku's political party, Atiku is in ADC, yeah? ADC, yeah. They just announced the winner of their presidential primary, and his name is Dumebi Kachukwu. I know, if you are surprised. This is from NTA, so it must be true. NTA is the one breaking the news.
That's a faction. They have factions.
Kachukwu used to be, is it the chairman or whatever of the party?
Is a faction.
Yeah.
Okay.
We've interviewed him on this. We've interviewed him on this.
The flag bearer.
Yeah. So I'm going to reach out to him and see if he will come and come on the show and tell us how he won. But anyway, that video I played is important. I will get to maybe Oti. Let me hear.
Yes, I just want to make a comment actually.
Okay, Oti, go ahead.
I find it surprising that some people come here. Now they say Nigerians are not serious and are not yet serious. And then on the other, on the one hand, they would I'm referring to former now, and what is Ovie. Okay, they complain. Nigerians are not serious yet. Well, they're not serious. They're not doing anything. And they also find it funny, really. They find it somehow a laughing matter.
No, I need
and
to cry.
Nigerians are not serious. Hold on, excuse me. It baffles me. They are Nigerian, of course, and they are concerned Nigerian as well. And they complain that Nigerians are not serious, not doing anything, but they find the whole affair a laughing matter. I don't understand that. But anyway, the discussion you guys have had about what's going on and the APC primaries and all that. Yes, the rigging is we understand it's going to take place, but what are we going to do about it? And and of course, there's no point saying is blaming them. The politicians, the opposition. We are opposition. We are part of the opposition. Are we not? I mean, if you don't consider yourself part of the opposition, that means you're quite happy, comfortable with what is going on. You are a PC member and you're a Tinubu supporter if you're not an opposition. And therefore, is the task of all of us. So, yes, I'm quite happy KJ is, picking up the mantle. Yeah, so that's the kind of thing I want to, hear. People that are also thinking constructively, and it's not a matter of complaining and then wailing and raising up our arms in despair. That helps no one. So I believe the opposition parties, they're gonna do something. They're gonna resist, and therefore, if they are bent on rigging, then it's now the all of us who are going to resist, oppose them. So yeah, let the whole thing come to a head. I would mean that's the way I look at it. So we can't give up hope. Tinubu is going to rig. We know that, but should we allow him? I said no. That's my position. So it's a simple matter, really. And so I mean, I as I said, it's bewildering. Okay, maybe if you can explain how.
No, I just want I want to understand what you want me to do. To cry?
Yes, it's a crying matter.
No, you want me to start crying?
It should be crying instead of laughing.
Listen, let me tell you something.
Yes,
I will continue to laugh from now till.
Oh no! If I laugh, don't say Nigerians are not serious.
Okay.
Don't say the same thing because it's self-contradictory. It's self-contradictory.
You think you are more emotional than me? No, you're not. You are not more emotional than me.
It's not been emotional. It's been sensible.
Excuse me.
It's been sensible. It's not emotion. You can't be saying people are not serious, and then you find the whole thing again. You know, find it a laughing matter.
I will laugh and I will continue to laugh. And there is nothing nobody can stop you.
But I'm saying it doesn't make sense.
It makes sense to me. If it doesn't make sense to you, it does make sense to me. It is a reality. What is happening in Nigeria is a laughing matter, and I will laugh about it.
Okay.
So I'm not going to cry because of what is happening in Nigeria. It is not possible.
Yeah. Okay. So thank you.
Are you kidding me?
Thank you, Ife. Thank you, Oti. This is what I see.
Nigerians are not serious, and I will continue to say it until we are serious. Me and you are in diaspora. We are here telling people in Nigeria.
Hold on, can you show us how to be serious?
Pack your stuff and move back to Nigeria.
Excuse me. Teach us how to be serious. Teach us how to be serious. That's what we need.
And then when you talk, we listen.
Teach us how to be serious.
Of course, are here in diaspora. You are telling me, and we are here laughing. No, I will cry because Tinubu is in power. I will continue to laugh from now to
who are you laughing at?
The election takes
who are you laughing at?
There is nothing you can do about it.
Who are you laughing at?
So hold on, guys.
The problem of Nigeria. So why are you calling me? Are you kidding me? Have you ever heard any of my family in a political power?
That's not a question.
Are you kidding me?
That's not a question.
Ife, thank you. Hold on, guys.
I'd rather pack one side.
What I've seen on this platform.
Laughing haven't even started because I will laugh more.
What I've seen on this platform or on other platforms is that we're all concerned people, concerned about the state of the country, and we come up with our different coping mechanism to deal with that, and they're all legitimate. I don't begrudge anybody if I decide to be mad. You know, if Comrade Omore comes here, he will be punching the wall, and I understand that. That's his own way of dealing with it. Some people, sometimes I laugh. Most of the time, that's why I do my satire. There's no other way to deal with that. You get crazy if you, for me, but people are different. Some people want serious, you know, and that's their own motive. But we have to all agree that we are just trying to cope with the situation.
In other words, satire come in different
more than me. That's what you're trying to say. Because I'm not crying, because I'm not here yelling and screaming that Tinubu must go. You think you like Nigeria more than I do? My brother,
I'm sorry.
Let me even share an experience. It's actually, this from professional practice. It's actually very difficult to get Nigerians to frown at a serious situation. I said it because many times we'll be doing a documentary and the guy is telling a story of how he almost lost his life or how something terrible is happening to him. So at this point, we say, okay, you know what? Since you are doing the reenactment is simply reacting what happened to you. Can you now be serious at when your car was trying to somersault? What was in your mind? You say, my mind, I was just like that. I just say, God. You know, we say, okay, now be serious. Now, because that thing was happening, you almost lost your life. What will you say? Hey, I just say, God. So it's difficult, very difficult to get a Nigerian to actually put up a frown when something difficult is happening. That, I don't know, it's in our nature. We just smile about it. Not
because there is no Nigerian. Because there is no Nigerian. We just pretend.
So the geographical location what I'm talking about is not a particular tribe. Whether they are Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba, that's the same action we have. So what I'm simply saying to Mr. Oti is this. Some of us, just like Rudolph said, have a way of expressing our sorrow for something we cannot do anything about. Just smile about it, because what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Those people, I mean, look, a man published a report that soldiers in Nigeria are being given food that dogs will not eat. The soldiers themselves, other rank, we call them NCOs, non-commissioned officers, went to his house. The people they are talking about, they are trying to help, took him from his house, took him to their office, tied him around the tree for almost 2 days, flogging him. These same people he was campaigning for, the same people he was doing that research for, or putting that in out there in the media for. What am I trying to say in essence? I've said it many times here. The policeman does not deal with the man chopping the money. He deals with the ordinary man, ordinary Nigerian who's obeying the law in the street. The policeman is likely to hold you who is doing the law than to hold somebody who is driving against the traffic. So that's the situation. Unfortunately, that's our reality. That is our reality, and we must deal with it in that order. If we say, okay, even if you get annoyed, what are you going to do about it? Tinubu, who is the chief law keeper in Nigeria, just told you the elections were free and fair, and it was going according to plan. Did you hear that last word? It is according to plan. What else do you want us to say?
Was I there?
What else do you want us to say?
Tinubu planned all these things.
It's
or
going
my dad,
according to
or my
plan.
mom.
So now it is for us, the ordinary people, the record of the earth, to now organize ourselves in such a way to match whatever is going to come.
Look, hold on, KJ.
Okay, I'm holding.
It's not people can respond and react. Rudolph, you call it a coping mechanism. Okay, I mean it's to me really because it's I don't think so. You know, it's not like it kind of become it's kind of such an emotional or psychological matter for them now that they require somehow to cope with it by laughter. No, it's not. It's I think it's more like playing games, right? So let's really be honest. And it's just okay, like
Oti, Nigeria. Oti, small question.
From January to December.
If you hold on.
So now,
the people that
you keep quiet.
I'm
not referring to you now.
I will not laugh because Tinubu is the president.
Look, you can laugh all you want. I'm not really. I'm just making a point.
Are you okay? Cry for what? When did I become a politician? Is it not me and you on this platform? Did I tell you any of my family members?
It's okay. Okay. On this time,
you don't have to be politician.
Support is happening in Nigeria. Do you know how I have cried?
I need to say something to you,
for my therapy.
Yesterday, I need to say something here. Yesterday,
Okay, let me finish.
Hold on, sir. I'll just finish. You go ahead. I was in a family home, and they put this program on the big screen. I just want you guys to know that children are watching you. I'm serious. They put it. They say, "Oh, KJ, what's that a program?" I say, "Is it on?" I say, "Yes." They went to an OPC where I was. I said, "No, that's not the one." Because I'm here, so I'm not there. So they look for your own, and they put it. We were all there for the time it was. Their children were there, younger and the middle-aged ones. The ones who have finished university were there. All of them are looking at you people. I beg you now, calm down. Including my son who is 10 years old. Everybody was
KJ, I beg. KJ, I beg.
Mr. Rudolph,
it was on a big screen. It was on a big screen.
Sorry, it's not because I mentioned their name.
Just take it easy.
64-inch. No, it's not really your name I mentioned.
Calm down, gentlemen, I beg you. I'm not saying it's only me. I'm not saying it's only me.
What's my business with Nigeria?
And by the way, this is what I'm saying is even I said it before myself. While referring to Ovie, because Ovie, also has this kind of directs us. We are not doing enough. We are not organizing. And then again, he finds it funny. As if it is someone else's responsibility, and it's not part of this. He's not with us in this mess. So that is I just want to know and find out what is going on, and if it is their coping mechanism, well and good. I don't have a problem with that. They can.
But you just answered the question yourself. You say what is happening in Nigeria is not psychological enough. That's all I want to hear. So to you, it is what is happening. It's not. If what is happening in Nigeria is not psychological enough, then we are not on the same level in terms of who is about what Nigeria means to us. Okay. People like us, anywhere I go, now only one passport get at the carry, but all they hide down. So if you are not, if you are not impacted psychologically, I am. Because
every day that I wake up, I dey ask myself.
Thank you.
I dey ask
You
myself.
think I like where I am today?
Let me finish. I ask myself every day. Out of 100, over 100 people that bear Agbaje, carry Agbaje name, I am the only one wandering around in the Western world. That is the question I ask myself. And for me, that is traumatic. So you cannot tell me how to cope. But the Bible actually said you are a Christian. Bible said there is time for everything. There is time to plan, there is time to execute. This is time to competition, baby. Let's go. Let's go, baby.
What is asking you to do is to develop strategy to overcome
all you will do is to show me. It's a competition. Go and beat my skill. Show me that you are doing something. Then that's the only way I can capitulate to you. But there's no amount of intellectual gymnastics. There's no amount of intellectual gymnastics that you are going to use to actually see somebody like me who is intellectually mobile, rooted in his culture to a fault. A lie, your emotion no fit do me anything. No amount of grammar where you go speak, where go make it deviate from my root. I stand my ground. Prove me wrong if you are doing something. Now competition, Abi, who win now they do something. It's a game. Let's go, baby.
Let's go, though.
All right. So on this note, I want to thank everybody that stayed with me for the show. We hand it over to KJ. He wouldn't start a new stream. He will continue from here. I have to be somewhere in 10 minutes. But I thank all of you. Those that supported us today, thank you. KJ, you should thank them at the end of the show. I'm sorry I have to run, but I appreciate everybody. If you thank you so much. Maska, thank you for being here. Michael, thank you. Chris, thank you. Ike, thank you. Oti, thank you. Mr. James, thank you as always. James was the rescue for today because our guest couldn't make it. James, thank you. And Obie, thank you so much. Next Sunday, we have Franklin Obunweze will join us. He's so passionate about getting involved in the conversation going on across the world today. All right. On that note, I take my leave. KJ, continue the show. Thank you, everybody. I'll see you Saturday. Bye-bye.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, pam, don't change. New commander is in there. I've taken over in the barracks. So I will now detail that all the military police go around and capture all those people who have been disturbing and make sure
that
I didn't know that.
All right.
The problem part of the people that is the problem of Nigeria.
Okay, I just want to start by thanking Mr. James again. Today, in fact, after a while, I wanted to find out whether he has left South Africa for so long, but he had so much of the information going on, and that was really impactful for me and eye-opener also. But let's go ahead. Now, Dr. Rudolph introduced the topic before leaving. Maybe we'll have to, dive into also what's going on in Nigeria. I don't see how it's going to change, except a particular set of people now devise a new method to be able to break what is going on. 15 million votes already in the kitty. It means that these people have a different plan for today. But I'll leave that iffy before we bring.
No, I did not see me vote because I'm not the problem of Nigeria. Did you see me there vote? No, we not laugh if Tinubu wins, gets 15 million, 10 million votes. I will not laugh. Master is laughing too. Most of you people here are laughing that Tinubu got 10 million votes in the primary. And then I will laugh. Why will my own be different? Are you kidding me? My brother, I will laugh till 2027. I will continue to laugh. Nigerians are not serious. Hear me very well. Are you at the back? Hear me well. Nigerians, we are not yet ready. Until we are ready to take back our country. Tinubu, 2027, we move. Hear me wherever you are, including you, Mr. Oti.
All right, thank you so much. Let me go to Ike. Ike, you are a participant in what is going on, and I mean a very reasonable and very grounded participant. Do you have any? Well, I will not ask you to expose you people's strategy on because this program is being watched by all. But what do you make of what is going on right now, especially with the results coming in from everywhere? I mean, the results coming in. What is this new political move that they are trying to introduce? Let's even start from there. What's this new political move that these guys are trying to introduce?
Which people? The APC or?
Yes, the APC, of course.
Are you talking about the APC?
Yes, yes. And then, of course, with the recent news that Atiku is no longer in the run, it is Dumebi that is in the run now.
No, that is the you know the group of Nafi Bala Mohammed. The other people, the other ADC, they're supposed to start their presidential primary tomorrow, which is Monday. So, but this is the Nafi Bala, group of ADC. So,
okay, just like Aburi,
yes,
if
exactly,
all right,
exactly. Those are part of the games of APC. Everywhere they want to divide everywhere. So that we keep fighting ourselves. But like my brother Michael said, one of the things that what we saw, one of the things that they are trying to do is a mind game. They're trying to put fear on opposition. But also, I love what my brother Christian said. Those are the things my brother Christian said that, like as he said, it's not something that you have to put on a public space, what you have, to be able to safeguard what is going on, because Masca is in Nigeria, and anybody who tell you that he doesn't know what is going on in Nigeria, you're not trying to be honest yourself, because we know what is going on in Nigeria. So, for example, the NDC, they are still, they have not done their primary. They are still interviewing the people who want to be part of the process. And it is a very good thing that a lot of young Nigerians, are showing interest. So by the time they do their primary election, they know the people that have been choosing, and they go for either consensus or they go for, direct primaries. Then by then they have a candidate. But whatever they are planning to safeguard what is going on in now, like as you said, KJ, it's not something that you have to say in a public space, because the country we have. You know what these people is all about. All these people you see that is coming out from here and there is just part of the game. What is the game? To make sure that the vote in the South is divided for who? Mr. Peter Obi, but it's not going to work. So it is very, very. It is going to be a very serious election. It's going to be a very serious election in 2027. And I think that Nigerians themselves, in the surface of it, a lot of Nigerians, like my brother Christian said, there are so many things that is working against APC. So I think if Nigerians can be sincere to themselves, and if they can go out and vote, defend their vote, still let their vote to be counted, I'm telling you that, by 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. on that day, this man will leave us sorrow. It doesn't matter whatever they would think they want to plan. Their plan worked for them in 2023, and if we allow them to work again in 2027, that means that actually we don't know what we are doing. So I believe that there is a very big grand plan. The division you have in opposition is part of it. So you should know that the division you have already, there are most already in NDC, but we have discovered 4 already that they have been kicked, the four of them out of people who want to contest the House of Rep. They've sent most already. So this time around, everybody, that is such light everywhere. You understand what I'm trying to say? They already sent most already out of the people that have been screened, and they have found that 4 already, and they have walked them away from NDC. So it's going to continue like this. So what I'm trying to say is that, people, their eyes of people are wide open right now, more than what it was before, because of what is going on in opposition. So I leave it for now there, KJ.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ike. Thank you. I was just looking at a report by Harrison. Harrison is saying that Nigeria were actually surrounded, and that things are getting out of hand, not only with kidnapping, but even with the terrorists, around, and that within a very short time, we may totally be overwhelmed. So we have too many things running at the same time, very serious issues. issues of this terrorists and the issues of government, criminality on trying to rig Nigerian people out of their desire to have a better country. Mr. Oti, you are saying that we shouldn't be laughing. So let's hear from you, really, why you think we should not be laughing. Because in this case now, two things happen. And I know that laughter is good because laughter helps you to release, toxic energy so that you're not going to, develop any kind of high blood pressure because you are bottled up a lot of things. Why do you think that we should not laugh in a situation where we're not able to help ourselves, in this case now? Because Benjamin Kanu is the number 6 man in Nigeria. And right in his presence, somebody counted 110 and then 7,000. And he didn't say anything. And it was published as a result. What do you think the ordinary people who are afraid of authority, not like you, because you're educated, you can challenge him. Not like me, because I can tell him, oh God, this is why people have kept Nigeria where it is. Village people who they paid and got them to line up. What were you expecting a village woman to have told Benjamin Kanu in this situation?
KJ, I hope I've not suddenly become a keyjoy. I don't have the right or the power to stop anybody from laughing. And
okay.
So,
okay.
I've not said people should not laugh. You can laugh, but I was just asking a question. So
okay.
Now listen. Yes, we've witnessed that. We've seen that. I think it can only make us really more determined because, as I said, this the rigging should be expected, and we're seeing it. But then it doesn't mean that I don't know. Can somebody remind me that famous quote of they call him, what's it again? Cubana chief priest, is it? I mean, there's something he's fond of saying. Is it
okay? Belena water.
No. Fool said that if you want first time fool is no fool. I mean.
Okay, if fool me once, shame on me. Fool me
yes,
twice for you.
So right. So the rigging last in 2023. Yes, that took place. But then, of course, they're going to try and repeat that in 2027. So, but it's up to Nigerians to respond appropriately. And it's no use saying, okay, the opposition not come on, we opposition. No, is our vote. Those who cast the vote is their responsibility and their right to defend it. Is part of the resistance. So that is where I stand. And really, this kind of hopelessness, I'm not for that, And all the naysayers, no, I don't have time for naysayers. We can rescue our country, whatever you can do, whichever capacity, you play a part. That's what is called for. Yes, I mean, without them, we can see what is going on, but I'm sure there's no problem that doesn't have a solution. Okay, so Tinubu is really human. Is Tinubu and his gang, but I think Nigerians can resist when properly organized and properly guided. Can stand on their way and allow the will of the people. Because nobody needs any convincing really that this government has lost all legitimacy. This government, should not be in power. They're not in power actually, because when the government
so that's sorry, Otis, but that's the challenge here. The government has lost all
legitimacy. That's right.
But the government have the instrument of authority of coercion. It's still within them, whether they have lost it or not. So they can actually say, KJ, go to prison, and it will be so.
Yes, I know. Listen.
So now
right.
then, my question to you is, how does the ordinary Nigeria play this thing to a point where we can bring this people out of government?
Excuse me. You see, you can see ordinary Nigerians doing all sorts of things, I mean, those that even gone inside and for example, one just kind of a recent classic case of an ordinary Nigerian did something extraordinary. They call him, is it Justice Crack or something? So they just did something. They're resisted. And by the way, if we even use Obi, as an example. So if it is that easy to just pick up anybody and then put them in prison, he would be inside. But it's not that simple. Okay, so and therefore.
Okay.
Yes. So if
okay, let me go to
any Nigeria.
You see, Oti, you are talking from a very far away. Me, I don't there for the place. They can. In fact, it is very easy to pick you and put you in prison. I'm telling you, mark my word, quote me anywhere. In Nigeria, you can be picked even in your market with your goods. They will take you straight to prison without judge. You be there safe for days. And God help you. If the person wants
you must have.
You guys are forgetting that these things are practically done every day.
No, sorry, excuse me. Understand what I'm saying. Understand where I'm coming from. Of course they can do that. But the question is, first of all, they also do their calculation. The balance of the risk and the benefit. What's the purpose? Okay. So
all right.
I mean, if I would mean, so they do their calculation, and they also. When they take a risk, when they do any kind of, when they take any action. So now, for example, there's some individuals they will pick up. After all, Showore is still there walking the streets of Nigeria, with all his activism.
Okay.
As I said, Obi, is if like the number one challenger. So why haven't they picked him up? So there are people they pick up, but again, the reaction of the masses, which is part of it, really. This kind of in a participatory democracy. That's what. Well,
okay.
All right. Okay. Democracy, because some people are quite.
Thank you, Bonaventure. Let me tell you this. No, I'm not going to go into one. Maybe another person can explain to you. No, don't understand what they talk. All right, Mr. James, you have something to say.
Yes, thank you very much. I have to retire.
Yeah.
Good night.
There's no opposition in Nigeria. They are all birds of a feather.
No, I disagree with you.
Oh, okay, please. I did not interrupt you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay.
There's no opposition in Nigeria. They are all birds of a feather. They've missed the boat in 2023. Since the election was conducted in 2023 and Bola Tinubu was declared winner, they'll be eating and drinking with him directly or indirectly. They refuse, in fact, they detach themselves from the people. I'm going to cite 5 examples from different African countries, from different countries where this kind of problem was solved. The first was in Egypt, when the Islamic Brotherhood won the election. It took them almost 10 years. They got very, very close to the people. They were moving from mosque to mosque, from madrasa to madrasa, from schools to schools, educating the people why the system must change. And that's how they got power, though they lost it. Then in Algeria, there's a party they call Peace Party. They took the government unawares. They went underground, preaching to the people, convincing the natives why they should come to power. Well, they were on the verge of winning the election when the military annulled it and it plunged Algeria into a bloody, protracted civil war. The third is Iran. The Ayatollah of Iran returned from exile in 1979. While he was in exile, unknown to Shah Pahlavi, they were working on the people. When they toppled the government of Shah Pahlavi, to the surprise of the Iranians, there was a leadership that came right down to the level of the people. They were eating and drinking with the people. That is the government in Iran up to today. In South Africa, in 1912, the ANC was formed. Because apartheid was introduced almost 400 years ago. But in 1912, the ANC was formed, and they got very close to the people to the extent that in 1976, there was the Soweto uprising. School children, stone-throwing school children confronted the military and the police, and that led to the famous Soweto uprising of 1976 till apartheid crumbled in 1994. Then in Kenya, what you call Mau uprising. It is the politicians use the native people. They got very close to them, convinced them why colonial rule should come to an end. But in the case of Nigeria, the politicians are fond of talking grammar when election is coming. After the election, they retire. They go and eat and drink with the government in power, waiting for them to have the opportunity again to come and talk another grammar. They've already missed the boat. Bola Tinubu is winning this coming election. What they should do now, from now till 1931, they should go right down to the villages, to the schools, universities, convincing the people, and also be in close touch with those in the diaspora, convincing them why there should be a change in system, not a change in government. The political dispensation must change. If any party is able to do that, that party will cause a revolution in the country. So that's all I have to say. Thank you very much indeed for the time well spent. I hope to see you again next week.
Yeah, thank you, James. Good night. But it does appear you've not been paying good attention, close attention to what's happening.
Look, let me tell you one thing, Mr. Oti.
Yes.
You are fond of picking holes in what people say instead of propagating your own ideas. This is what
is there anything wrong with that? Is there anything wrong with that?
Everything is wrong.
No. I can challenge anybody if you say
that's not challenge. That is not challenge. That's not challenge. That's not challenge.
Excuse me.
That's not how to challenge people.
No. Sorry. I don't have my own ideas. I listen and I can challenge what you say.
Oti, please calm down. Thank you so much, Mr. James. Thank you again. I'm coming if I can see you. We appreciate what you did. Stepping in. Oti, hold on now. Oti, hold on. Hold on, Oti. Mr. James, again, on behalf of Dr. Damet, I appreciate what you did today for stepping in and giving us, indeed, a tour guide, that's what I call it, on the history and the lifestyle of the people of Southern Africa. It was worth it. We enjoyed it. And I have not forgotten, I was supposed to have a show with you on the issue of River Niger. I'll work on that quickly and come back. Thank you so much. I have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you for thanking me. Thank you for thanking me.
Thank you. All right. Ovie, you are making a broadcast.
Somebody should mute it. Somebody is echoing out from there.
Yeah, I don't know who that is.
It's me.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Yes. Oti, let's leave you for now. Let's go to Mr. Is it Chris or Michael?
Just call my name. Oh, I just say call my name now.
No, we have passed your line now. Now, Michael, before we come to Mask and then go back to.
All right, KJ. So I will
just pass me
your time. I appreciate that for giving me the opportunity to say something. So
no, Chris, hold on. No, don't go, Chris.
All right. Mr. Chris, if you happens to go, I will give you the chance to go and I come after you. Is that okay?
Yeah, it's okay if you
No,
go on.
Appreciate that, Mr. Chris. All right. So KJ, thank you for moderating. And when you moderate, sometimes I try to say I'm ready for my glove with you, but not today. So
okay. No, but it's okay. It's good. It makes it interesting, really. Let me tell you, one of my friends here, even though I've not met him personally, is Masker. I have his number. So it's not. Yes. In fact, let me shock you. 2 days ago, they sent to me one of my very good friends in secondary school died. His name is Kikitos. He's a Muslim, devoted Muslim. We are still friends till he passed. And that's how Nigeria used to be. In fact, I just told myself, what happened to Nigeria? These guys will go to their house, go into their kule, eat, because they used to serve the rice in a big what you call tray. All of us eat. We are Christians, they are Muslims. Nobody ever asked where you are from. What's the difference?
Yeah.
What happened overnight?
I know. I agree with you.
I don't know.
I don't know. I think we have the same circumstances of growing up in Nigeria too, because at the age of 7, I've been in northern Nigeria. So all my friends
from northern Nigerians. So there's no doubt about it. So that's my concern when everybody's agitating separation. But I'm saying, do I need to get a passport to go to Maiduguri, or do I need a passport to go to Kano? So all those things. But let's leave that to the side. But like what the topics that we discussed today, to me, is like about Tinubu. We already seen the clear picture of this man, what is intent to do. So I don't know, because I always want us to advocate for how can we change the perspective of Nigeria from diaspora here. And I've said it before, the savior of Nigeria is we in diaspora, unless we are, we want to deny the truth, because we already seen the good and the bad here. So when we go there, I know everybody cannot be the same, because sometimes even we intend to have the good positive things for our people in Nigeria. When we get there, do the people welcome us? Do they embrace us? Do they allow us? That's another issue. So Moscow will testify to this. Not everybody coming from abroad here, we're able to establish and do something positive for Nigeria, because unless the people on the ground are ready. And that's why I said the leadership in Nigeria comes from the bottom up. We, the grassroots people, that have to change, because the leaders come from where? They come within us to lead us. They don't drop from the sky. They are within us. And whatever they learn within the environment is what they take. And they study the environment to use it against us. Because you see all what is happening, Tinubu is doing is, he's feeling that he has the power and he has no effective opposition to him, because you can see the crisis with Obi, Atiku, and all this is going on within the other parties. Is Shawore party going to be something? I don't know. Shawore too have not shown the type of, I love him, I like him, and I want him to be, because he's young, he's a reasonable, he has some revolutionary thought idea for Nigeria. But are the people in Nigeria willing to accept, agree to him? So that's the issue of Nigeria that we all need to look into. Like the grassroots, we have to go into the grassroots, re-educate, re-establish what the people can see that they want. Because one thing I want us to realize is that an hungry man is difficult for us to convince, because all do you think they're giving 1,000 naira? If you look at their circumstances, that 1,000 naira somebody gave them is a lot. To us, it means nothing. So they don't have, they think that money itself is what they survive on. So that's all I need to say. Thank you, everybody. So good night. Thank you all. Thank you so much, KJ.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Dr. Damages are requested I play this video for you just before you leave. If you don't mind, you can also watch it and comment your make.
February next year, all of you will be in trouble if APC wins. Go and check. What do you check? There is a tax law. Immediately after election, APC will implement the tax law. The tax law is, if I pay you 100 million naira for your building materials, automatically 25 million will leave your account. If you say it's a lie, take my statement to your lawyer. Tell your lawyer, give me the tax law and explain it to me. I'm a lawyer. The moment you pay, I come here, you give me building materials, you say it's 100 million, you say it's 20, if you say 20 million, if I pay you 20 million, Tinubu will collect 5. If you say it's 500,000 naira, Tinubu will collect 25% of every payment you get will go to the federal government. Okay, so let's even leave that. How does it affect everybody? It doesn't affect you alone. How does it affect everybody? If I come and I'm a landlord and I'm building a house, you charge me 25%, because you won't bear it alone. You transfer it to the person who bought it. I will go and put 25% on the rent. If the rent, the man who rented the house is a doctor, to treat you, he will do what? If he's a carpenter, what will he do? You see, I don't even mind the tax. What I mind is that even after the tax, the money goes into private pockets. Now, by the time you come, people won't come to buy your goods again because there's no money to buy the goods. You will not be able to go around to buy more materials. If you want to survive, don't look at my face. Whether you like me or not is immaterial. It is about you. Yes, it's about your children. Yes, you will not have money to pay school fees, because if you build that man 25%, school fees will increase by 25. Yes, this is not joke. I cannot say this in public if it's a lie. If you say it's a lie, Biko, go to your lawyer. If your son is a lawyer, call him. Say, my son, explain to me what is this tax law. And ask your son, why is Tinubu not implementing it now? Why is he waiting for election to finish before he implements it? He's waiting to finish so that you don't punish him. If Tinubu says, oh, Tinubu is a hero, he's wrong, let him implement the law. If he implements the law, he will not even contest. Because even his mother and brother will vote for us. But he has kept it aside, waiting for you people to vote. After voting, if he's lucky, then the law will come. Then people will start crying. Then I will start laughing. You know, I was in APC. All the people that were doing graga in APC, graga. I was begging them, oh, I'm better than this man who they say is a lie. Now when I see them, I will start laughing like a madman. They say, why are you laughing? As I told you, and 80% of them, he has sacked them. He has sacked Badru, he has sacked Ganduje, he has sacked Erufai, everybody, they run. And me, I'm still doing what? I'm still laughing. Don't allow me to come here next year to laugh you in their shop. Oh.
Those days want to watch 88. Stay tuned. There's a stay tuned, more to come. That's just Rotimi Amechi's summary of his campaign in one of those markets in Abuja. Now the question be, or somewhere in Nigeria, gentlemen, what do we do? And that question will go to my brother, Chris. Chris, before you go, because you want to go, right? Talk to us. Oh no. Sorry. How long do you have to stay, Chris?
No. I'm here. But it's my time to talk anyway. It's my time to talk. Anyway, so for
How
me,
is it be your time now?
huh? Yeah, because I was before this guy that left.
Go ahead.
Right.
Okay. So, I've said it again. Let me repeat it again. The problem of Nigeria is not leadership. It's never and will never be leadership. Okay, it has never been leadership. Okay. Now, on the issue of this election, I approach it with vulture mentality. Okay, I approach it with vulture mentality. So if the wife gives birth to a good a baby vulture, I will eat. If he dies in the delivery room, I will also eat. Now, the reason why I'm saying this is because The reason I'm saying this is because it's not that Tinubu cannot be beaten. I've said it and I'm saying it again. He can be beaten. Now, it is for the opposition to actually do their work. They are vulnerable with the masses, they are vulnerable with the technology, and they are vulnerable with time. And these are the three things the opposition need to work on. And they will just remove them straight away. But beside this, okay, the reason I don't blame Tinubu is because he's implementing exactly the agreement they reached with the Fulanis. Okay, Rufai, I don't believe in coincidence. Rufai once, Rufai made in far away, okay, here in the United Kingdom, he made a statement that once they signed an agreement with the Tinubus in 2014 or thereabout, he knew that they would win. Now, so what is that agreement? There was a leaked audio between this vice president and the former governor of Osho State. So if you listen to that, you will know that Tinubu is actually implementing the program they agreed. Even before Tinubu got into power, in 2018 or thereabout, Segun Oshoba wrote him an open letter, because he felt that the Buharis weren't implementing the agreement they did agree. So it's not to me surprising why they are doing what they are doing. So, but for those who are still believing in one Nigeria, I say to you, okay, fine, do what you need to do, do the work you need to work, and save it. But otherwise, Obi is wasting our time. I know that even if he wins, it's not going to do nothing. Nothing is going to change. Okay? I mean, you can't change the ideology. The problem of Nigeria is cultural. Nothing more, nothing less. Incompatible cultural diversity. That has been the problem. I keep on saying it. And nobody wants to, tell me otherwise or show me how it's not the problem. So as for what this guy is saying, what's this guy? Amechi is saying. He's saying the truth. That's what this guy is going to do. I mean, if it were you, what are you going to do? Are you going to implement the tax regime now? No, you can't. So he has to wait until when he go. After all this money he's borrowing, where would he get the money to repay them? So it's very obvious. So for those of you who still believe in Nigeria, work hard. I'm encouraging you. Work hard. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, we don't have any other country but Nigeria for now. So as we're looking at it, let's also see how we can repair it. And that's why we're going to start a new broadcast where we'll be talking only on what just the solution you provided now, how Nigerians can, fall back to the grassroots, use the grassroots level, educate the people at the grassroots and know what to do. If we can succeed in that, it's going to be a short broadcast. It's going to be up to 3 hours so that people can quickly be able to download, watch it, and do that. That broadcast will be short and concise on what to do, what's the strategy to put in place, and that let Nigerians know exactly what we think they are trying to play at, so we all are sharp and know what's going to happen, and we can begin to work collectively to thwart that evil agenda. All right, Mr. Mascot, go ahead, sir.
My brother KJ, what am I supposed to talk about? I can't hear you. You are muted.
Sorry. Okay. You saw the video that we played. In fact, it was at the request of Dr. Rudo.
Amechi was not complete with the truth.
Okay. So enlighten us.
To say that if I give you 100 million, government will take 25 million. That's not true. You don't tax transfer but unfortunately, it's just an upside down place. Like somebody at that level, somebody who wants to be a president, this is what he comes on. He comes and say, like, if I buy raw material, building material for 100 million, government will take 25 million. Because they all take us that we are very stupid people. That is not. Even if the tax rate is 25%, are you taxing, if I buy goods, you tax on that amount? It's not VAT. But anyway, so it's okay. Look, at the end of the day, because VAT is value added also. But look, my issue is Michael touched it, but I think he didn't really. I agree with him totally that the salvation, in my own opinion, It's going to come from outside. There is a piece I wrote, I think last year. Yeah, I think it's last year or 2023. The title of the piece is Motion. My conclusion is Nigeria is in a state of inertia. For those of us that understand the law of motion, you know that when a body of mass is in inertia, it loses the capacity to move until an external force is applied to it. This is the way I see the Nigerian state and the Nigerian people today as it is. When I say people, I mean the masses, you know. And that's what Michael is talking about. But the only part that I wanted to raise with him was when he said, when he was expressing skepticism whether Nigerians, if you come to Nigerians, they will accept it. Obviously, they are not going to accept it. The way I see it also is like some of us that grow up in the village. When you go to the farm, I'm sure KJ, you have stayed in the north, you stayed in Benue State, you stayed in Plateau State. You know that when the rents are fall, you don't just go to the farm and plant your stuff. You have to till the land. You have to till the land before you even plant the seed. This is how it should be. This is how we should be thinking. We need to till. If you come to Nigeria with a new, you have to till the land first before you even start tilling. You start even planting the seeds that you want to seed. And obviously, you have to water it. You have to, what's the English word now? KJ, you know, when you plant something, there is a point when weed will grow around it. You have to go and de-weed it again. What's the English name for that? You have to weed.
I'm not catching the English name now. Okay, you have to
harvest, cultivate,
tend it. Tending.
Yeah, so my point is that first, I agree with Michael. The salvation I see should come from diaspora. Because even if you take the initial fight for independence, mostly it's the people like Azikiwe, people who have gone outside that came back to say, oh no, what you people are, what we're having inside this country is not correct, because this is not what's happening outside. If you go to America, this is what is Americans that are ruling America. Why would somebody be ruling my own country? I think it's still the same. People from diaspora are the ones that I believe, if they can organize themselves, they then would have to come and till the land. By tilling the land, just like you're saying now, to set up infrastructure so that they can begin to enlighten the people and begin to seed positive ideas in the people. And it's only after doing that grassroots work that we can begin to think that we can change the course of this country. This is my own opinion. Arguing about what's his name? This former, talking about what Amechi said, or how we do the
so let's examine that a bit before I leave you, Masker. Because I read part of that law. It says that even for those of us outside of Nigeria, if you send money to your parents, that money will be taxed. They will take tax from that money. And if the money you send to your parents has 5 more people for them to send, forward money to, each of those forwarding or will also be charged. In other words, as soon as you keep sending the money, each of those people that collect this money will be charged. Okay, I have a bank, one of the bank, I will not mention the name, sent me this thing to upgrade to a particular level or one of my accounts. If not, they are afraid they may have to close the account or put it in what they call it now, targets, at being dormant, because it doesn't have the required funds that's supposed to be inside. Now, that funds, why is no longer up to what is needed? Because they've been taking money from it without even me doing anything. They've been taking money from it, and you cannot control it because you're out there. You're not there. I don't even remember the passwords any longer. But this money that you kept, they continue to tax it, even though your bank, you're not doing any banking transaction, but they continue to tax you. You pay for text messages that you're not even getting. You pay for other things. All kinds of maintenance fees that they charge. The question is that also not true part of what, or is it that Amechi just exaggerating that these things are not supposed to be so?
Okay, so this is the way it works. See, I've read the tax law. So my suspicion is that Amechi is talking about the value added tax. Today it's at 7.5%, and I think the plan is to annually graduate it until it becomes, I think, 25%. So when you say value added tax, it cannot be on the transaction amount. And for me, that is the point I'm trying to make, that when you are aspiring to be a leader, you are not the one to be misleading people and just spreading fear. Because ultimately, now, if Amechi wins, you will still need tax money to govern. So to campaign on dissuading or shrouding your tax law in confusion, I don't think it's a good process. Back to the issue you're making about your own account. Yes, I as a Nigerian, I feel that even the 7.5% value add tax is on the high side. I don't like the fact that we are talking about, because you need to encourage production, and by this excessive taxing, it doesn't make any sense. And like Amechi said, what I agree with him is when he made the statement that he doesn't have a problem with the tax. The challenge he has is that tax ultimately will go into private pockets. I totally agree with him on that. Like, the issue is not even about the tax, it's the fact that, okay, when the money is accumulated into government coffers, we see bribery and corruption ensures that all this money that you take from poor people, somebody who doesn't even know what to do with the money will siphon it into the foreign land. So for me, that's the main issue. But like I was saying, the issue of your dormant account, so it's all the same thing that Amechi is doing. People were not prone to explaining things in detail. There's no reason why, even if you're outside the country, because you can do what is called BVN, even when you're outside the country. If you do the BVN, all you have to do is send a data page of your passport. There's absolutely no reason why your account should be dormant. And the reality is that if you allow it to be dormant for 10 years, there's also a Nigerian law that said that balance will be forfeited to the government, to central bank. So I think it's important, if you have money, to make sure that you reactivate the account, KG. Unless if you want to contribute to Tinubu's campaign money.
God forbid. All right, thank you so much. Thank you.
Yes.
Ovie, we're coming to you. Welcome, forefather. Ovie.
Yes.
You have heard, and let's tilt it a little bit. What do you think? You are a political juggernaut. What do you think we can put in place to help Nigerians understand our role, the role of the Nigerian in the streets, on how to make sure that the will of people is not only heard but is achieved in this 2027? What kind of programming, what kind of talk shows do we have to put up to enlighten Nigerians? And when I mean enlighten Nigerians, I'm not saying if they give them money they should not collect, but they should collect the money and vote who they want to vote, irrespective of what anybody says, because that money is Nigerian money. It's not the people's money. Go ahead.
Nigerians no need talk show, no need TV show, no need radio show. If you really believe in that kind of way to reach out, go out there to the community and start teaching. We have not done our job in teaching the younger generation the country that we want to see. That is the angle I always come from. That what have we done?
We wake up 6 months to or 2 years to every election, we join the conversation. And everybody go begin trigger when somebody decide to point out the obvious. Right? And that's our problem. The politicians that we spend our energy insulting, criticizing, trying to take them out of power, they don't do it as a part-time job. It's a full-time job. That's why they only use Olympic sport as an example. It's a 24-hour job. Only when you are dead asleep that you are not working out, that you are not building your strategy. So you cannot wake up like 2027 now. Just nothing opposition won't do with they go win this election. It's impossible.
How do you say that? What are you saying?
Because your opponent. Hold on.
6 million people in less than 6 months.
Come on, don't give us that.
Can I? When I was quiet when everybody was speaking.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
The conversation we are having is a continuous conversation, it's a competition, right? If you disagree with you agree with me, or the results we say. If you listen and read the Gorigamo, that's not a news. It's a tradition. Nothing where opposition won't do. The way they don't go their separate ways, that they go defeat Tinubu. Because Tinubu understand the act of waiting in they go for. He is been trained, he done the practices the day they swearing him. Now he don't they give what? Appointments. Up to today, is still given. Up to tomorrow, will still be given. What are you giving to the people? Tell them that they go stop to the produce the consumption. Say Tinubu will collect 25%. All these are poetry by politicians. You will do the same thing. Now, power with the talk. It's a matter of life and death. People they die, whether you like it or not. And you think saying now just come we talk intellectual romanticizes now go change this. No. It is not going to work. Now we are Nigeria. I don't know, maybe not because I can beat my chest. I don't live for almost about 30 states of Nigeria. Maybe not because I see Nigeria different. Nigeria is not a country you will wake up 6 months to election and say you want with presidential election. It is not going to happen. So this. I mean, I'm putting it out there. If you disagree with me, you are free to disagree with me. But at the end of the day, the results will show. Leading to 2023 on this platform, I don't know, KJ, if you remember, Mr. Felix, the other elderly man, Dr. Dameju, now they always show you in clips at the beginning of the show when he go to tell Ike, say, why I go give you time, they use and talk about Nigeria. If you remember that elderly man. When we first started this show, when he say they support Conco, so he was so angry with me, just like what everybody do now. He was so angry. He was so angry to the point that he go take Biafran flag for him back for like 6 months straight. After the election, the announced election, he came here. He called me here. They say, Ovi, you are the only person that got it right. All na politics. Actually, all na politics. It's a bargaining game. No be who talk past, how you talk past. Again, propaganda don't stand. There's somebody showed Tinubu a video about Tinubu, how the in-law somebody was. That's how the game works. Maybe not because some people just come into the arena and I make them the shock. Waiting then they accuse Tinubu of doing right now with the pocket, with the Nigerian post that they not accuse Obasanjo for. During privatization of Obasanjo, they accuse him of selling everything to his friends and family. So people like me who don't see it, it's a pattern over and over and over and again. You can't expect me to think otherwise. I'm not stupid. After election, this same group of people gather here. We're no longer interested in Nigerian election. Now useless. Tinubu is not our president. They were on their shenanigans for 6 months straight. Now you won't come wake up. You won't come beat. I mean, this is 1 + 1 2.
You know, we like listening to your insights. So I think KJ's question is, what can we do?
I just said, what can you plan ahead? You have to go down to the people and stay with them. Don't just promise. Show them that you are with them. I used the word, we are still an Angwarian society earlier on.
How many people get access to waiting with the top for all the media in Nigeria? Are they more than 40 million people? Let's be frank. Not more than 40 million people, they hear news from TV, radio, internet. Where are the other people?
Oh, yeah, can I ask you a question?
Can I ask you a question?
Let me finish.
Okay, Ovie, land, so I can ask you a question.
Yeah, hurry up and land because you are part of the problem of Nigeria, please, so that we can speak.
I've been I don't know why when they lost of that. All I've been using is we.
You are the part of the problem. Me and you are part of the problem.
Stop saying that. You are not making any sense. I never excluded myself in the first place. You are trying to make a point that doesn't make sense. I've been using we.
Calm down now.
Ask your question.
Calm down. It's not that.
Ask your question.
So the question I want to ask you, is this: are you supposing that this election, that it is through voting that Tinubu will win, and if it is not through voting, then it means that he will rig it? And if you think that he will rig it, do you not think that there's another way to checkmate him?
It's not that I think. I don't think when it comes to issue like this. One is going to rig it. Two, presidential election is not by voting. I've said it here time and time again. It's by selection. They are bargaining at this point. But if he votes.
Can I ask you one question?
Go ahead.
Okay. Now the question I'm asking you is this, because you said you're talking about maybe the galvanization, or sensitization of people in the rural areas, all right? Because he's saying that Nigerians they don't listen to mainstream media or the media such as ours. So are you saying, for example, I just give you an example, okay? We using Anambra or Southeast, that the people from the southeast of Nigeria, Anambra, Imo, are you saying that the rural people, because we are rural in Anambra State, in Imo, Enugu, are you saying that they don't understand perhaps what would be, as a presidential candidate, what he stands for? Okay, just for as an example. So how else do you think they are not aware? They don't understand the politics. Are you with me? So because you're saying that they're not following. We have to make special effort to kind of enlighten them, to politicize them, to inform them. Okay, so are you saying just using
what I'm saying
as an example? Are you saying the people of the Southeast don't understand what is going on?
What I'm saying is that not be everything would intellectualize.
It's a
right?
question.
I'm sitting you now. Well, let me answer it, please. 2023, INEC publicizing now over 80 million people registered to vote, eligible. At the end of the day, collectively, they were able to lead 25 million to the votes.
That's a different problem. A different problem is that.
And that problem leads to what you are saying. It means that we the people who believe that the structure have to change, as you are saying, we have to go and do the work, bring more 25 million into the bucket.
Okay, I agree with you, but it's a different phenomenon, a different problem, right? Because for example, the voter R party, or perhaps even the ruling party, the government, can set quite deliberately, obstacles, all right, on the way of people actually participating. That's a different problem.
Hold on. It is not. Hold on now. It's not a different problem because hold on. Voter party is not something spiritual. The system is ensuring that fewer people come out. What do you do? So what do? You go against that to make sure more people come out. It is a competition over people.
Excuse me, I agree with you, but you see, the problem is that we have to have a proper, categories of the problems.
No. You are trying to intellectualize it. Bring more people to the sea. Hold on. Yes. Because Nigeria has been handing over to them for the past 60 years, and they messed it up. Yes. So there's a simple solution. Bring more people into the market square. It doesn't
Excuse me. There's one thing.
Can you not see contradiction?
Lack of awareness. Lack of information.
One by one.
Can you not see contradiction in what you are preaching? That the people should go, that the opposition should go and mobilize the masses in the destiny, knowing fully well.
Hold on. No, no, it's not. The question he asked is not about opposition. He's saying we the people. He's saying we the people. I'm not talking about. There's no opposition in Nigeria. That's my belief.
I'm talking about the
there's
people.
noise. There's noise in the background.
I'm talking about the people. I'm talking about the people, right? So can you not see
somebody should
contradiction?
mute? Go ahead.
Can you not see contradiction in asking people to go and mobilize people in rural area to tell them why the system should change, knowing fully well that their election it's not through by ballot, but through rigging?
So I don't. What did I say anything contrary to what you just said?
Yes, it's some contradiction in what you are saying. What you are saying is that
let me repeat myself. Let me repeat myself. Please listen to understand. Hold on. Listen to
contradiction in that.
Hold on. Listen to understand. What the question KJ asked wasn't political question. It's asking the people, what do I think the people should do? Right? That's what that question is saying. I'm not saying, okay, me and you that understand 150 about it, I qualify it as intellectuals. We should go back there and do the dirty work, teach the people, stay with them. That's what I am saying. When you come to the people, when you talk to an opposition party, I said it categorically clear. There is nothing they are going to do right now that they are going to beat Tinubu in 2027. I was very clear about that. So it's a two question you are jamming together.
If they come together at the nick of time.
All right.
If they come together, there is a chance.
Okay. We need to move.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who feature on the ticket. If the three of these people come together, they have a chance.
Hold on. Good. I will go to my forefather. But before I go to forefather, I want to say this to you, Ovi. Nigeria has one of the youngest populations right now in the world. Majority of the people who are going to be voting in 2027 are going to be between the ages of 50 to 25. And those majority can carry the day if any good politician knows what to do with the youth. Because the youths are agile, they are mobile, and they're able to move. So if you ask me, and I'm an OB, and this is my own idea, I will mobilize the youth. I will forget about the elderly because some of them already have their ways, I will go for those people who will be registering to vote between now and 2027. And I'll make sure that those people are in my kitty. And I'll go down to the rural places, those places where they go to manufacture votes. Because votes are not manufactured in the town. Votes are manufactured in the rural areas. Places where they say people don't reach. That is my focal point of making sure that those people in the rural area understand what's at stake. And with that, I can assure you that the election will totally have a different result.
The problem is that you say you would.
Let me just make one point, KJ. Maybe you people are not listening to Ove very well. His point,
but he said that there's nothing he can do to win.
And you say you would. Hold on, you would. You have not done it.
That's just an adjective to the statement he made. It's just an adjective. The statement he made is that, let me put it in a different language.
Okay.
They shouldn't have left it till now. Even you, KJ, whatever you want to do, you shouldn't be leaving it until now. What have you been doing since?
Now, okay, so here is the case, Masker. We cannot say we know what. Hold on.
You are spot on. You are spot on.
I want
KJ, in your statement, you use the word would, right? When you do and finish, you talk. You say you would until it's done.
You are the one who always use the word that we are all pundits here. You are the one who always using that word. So if we are pundits here, that means that we are only pontificating. Am I right?
Oh,
now, the people who are on the ground know what they are doing.
No, they don't.
No.
I am also on the ground. I am also on ground.
Why are we where we are? If they know,
I am also on ground. I was once on ground before I saw, so I know what I'm talking about.
Luckily for us, we have politicians here, so we'll talk about that. Let's go to forefather.
KJ, again, just in support of that point that Ove made. I can't remember. Yes. I think it's either forefathers or Ferreira Ovia, I think somebody, I remember when Peter Obi came on this platform not too long after the election.
Yes.
Somebody asked him, out of these three people, I'm sure it's one of these three, either Ferreira, Forefathers, or Ovia. I know one of them asked pointedly, like, okay, now that the election has come and gone, what are you going to be doing in terms of mobilizing the people? That question,
no, but I also asked that question.
The people are mobilized already. Come on, the people are mobilized. What are you guys talking about?
Listen,
Mobilize when? Mobilize when?
You don't know. People are
the
mobilized.
only question
Well,
which is part of the question I asked him, and I said to him, now that you've lost, are you going to look back to see why you lost? And he said he doesn't look back. If you remember, I was on that program.
Maybe it's even you.
But now here is what I'm saying. So far, the obedient movement and the individual person who have joined him have enriched whatever plan they have. See, I cannot sit here and say to myself, those people who are on the field, on ground, that I know better than what they are doing and whatever I'm saying.
They're stupid. We're all clever, you know.
We will see the results now. Mokuna calm down. Not be fine. The result will show.
See, and I agree with what somebody said here. If it's based on voting, he will never win because he has never won before by voting. So if it's based on voting, he will never win. But if they decide to use the apparatus of government, then there's nothing anybody can do because it's only a madman who will go and fight somebody with a gun with bare hands. But let me go to Forefather because he may.
Sorry, KJ, I'm dragging this too long. But again, another fact that we all need to understand, and I think it's part of what Ovie is saying. So whether you are saying that you want to win through rigging or you want to win through election, both ways, if you want to stop the rigging, you should start early to make sure that you forestall the way they do the rigging.
For example, how? For example, give us an example.
I can tell you, look, that is not a first question. I can answer. I've been saying this thing over and over.
You have been saying it. We all understand how you can stop it.
Okay, thank you, KJ. Let me know what's people's time since you.
We understand how you can stop it.
Okay,
you see,
thank you.
You see,
you stop it. You stop it the same way you are rigging it. They are using people to rig. So bring more people to confront it. It is not the mathematical calculation. It is now human being we are dealing with. Slap me and slap you back. Slap me again and slap you back. Let's keep slapping ourselves and see who will get fed up. The people will always win. But you have to organize people to do that.
You think if a good presidential candidate mobilizes people that can,
there's nothing like a good presidential candidate. There's only a group cabal, a good group of people. There's nobody is good enough to say
candidate with, of course, good support base. So I don't know. That can happen.
But he has to work for the support. None of them is working for the support. The support base that we are arguing about. I am Muslim, I'm a Nigerian.
No,
I'm a Nigerian. That's my story.
All right.
Nobody's going to tell me my story.
Again, I say this. Anybody who wants to carry the day, his focus will be on the youths. I say this without any fear of contradiction. Okay? Because people who have the ability to be mobile are the people who will take this thing, even if they let them carry all the Nigerian armed forces are put on the road. Those youths will have a way to vote and defend their votes. But let's go to Forefather because he's coming fresh, and so he may have a fresh idea before we go to Ife.
Question. These people, these youths you are talking about, how many of them even have PVC?
So that's what I'm saying. This to mobilize them to have PVC.
Ashakan.
Obi is working. Obi is mobilizing them. Don't worry, Ife. Obi is mobilizing them.
Listen, if that's
from the street about PVC.
Okay, so what's going to happen if is that what we are saying here now is that those youths, for instance, some of the people who are in the movement now are all youths. They have the youth behind them. You have
that's what I'm saying. How
okay,
many
you have Aisha.
I know.
Aisha. Okay.
I know.
How
many
KJ,
of them?
Aisha go win an election.
And I will laugh again. How are you gonna win an election because this election is not gonna win? It's not on social media. It's gonna be a real life. It's just for the people saying Informa did this. Informa is laughing because this is part of the process we are talking about. How many of them have PVC? How many of them?
Don't stop laughing, no.
Okay,
I'm
but
laughing. I'm laughing, okay, but I'm not laughing at Nigeria, and I'm not laughing.
Here's my own this thing. You see, now small they take catch monkey. You understand what I'm saying? You cannot bring your strategy to the public domain. You see, this was one of the mistakes that I felt that people like IPOB people did. Okay, they're always on internet in the social media saying what they're going to do tomorrow. You don't do that. You keep your games to your chest, and I think they've learned that from the last election. So nobody's going to come and tell you what they are doing now. It's not possible. These people are also, they know who they are facing. They have a formidable opponent, and they are also facing that. If not, 2 days ago I was thinking about Obi, and I said to myself, though I didn't used to think this thing, but now this guy is a guru. If he has survived up to now. Hold on. A whole individual has two formidable opponents. One, APC. Second, government. They are pursuing you, and you are dodging. Even to this moment, you are still dodging and getting away. You must be a great man. You understand what I'm saying? Whether you like it or not.
Nobody's doubting Obi's capacity and what he can do.
So that person who can do that must have enough reason to know what he's facing.
He's a trader. He's a trader. He's a businessman.
It's a competition. It's not supposed to have a free ride.
No problem.
Competition.
No, I'm saying so far he's winning. So far he's winning.
Okay.
Hold on. I want to hear forefather. Hold on, Obie, hold on. Forefather,
I don't shut up since, so don't be made a talk.
Now you hold on since. Okay, go ahead, forefather.
Greetings, KJ. Thanks for having me. I didn't know that we are now taking over from Rudolph. Greetings.
Are you jealous? Pretend once. Pretend once in a while. You just pretend. Say you don't see anything.
But I'm supposed to be holding a show right now. Am I not supposed to be holding a show?
But I think this style is better. All of that will do now to just cut them later.
Yeah, no, we're not. We're just going to continue.
Because it's the same people. It's the same people that argued against it before. But it's all right. What is the subject of discussion? Greetings to the panelists, by the way. The chat. You know how
now who will win? Who will win is the subject.
Somebody said something very interesting that sometimes I wonder whether some people, the brain that they used to cross the road, that is the one that they are using to make decisions in life, because so decisions that they're making, you wonder why they have not been hit by a car already. But that said, what is the subject of discussion?
Who win 2027?
No, that's not the subject. What should we do? What should we do?
Thank you, Master. What should we do to navigate that the Nigerian people get the result they desire? I'm not calling it mustn't be Obi, the result they desire. Okay? So that nobody comes and say, I'm doing a campaign for Obi. What should the Nigerian people do to get the result they desire, both in the north, south, east, and west?
And
because we're all facing the same formidable, crooked individuals.
The same crooked individuals are from crooked people, as can be simplified here.
No, I don't tell you that.
Where are you going to?
Hold on. You see, this was what somebody said earlier. I wanted to respond to the person, but you have said it now. So let me respond to you. So nobody says that again. It's the same from the same Israelis that they raised Moses. Okay? They didn't go somewhere and brought Moses, who delivered them out of the land. It is the same Israel, it's the same house of Jacob that Joseph was raised. Joseph was the same. He had the same parentage, but had a different understanding of how things should work and different mentality. It is the same place where all the servants of Moses was that Joshua was raised. Joshua was not raised from other people. It was the same people who used to accompany him, and that Joshua did a better work. So let's not say it is that. No. We all can be in the same environment, but some of us carry a different spirit and a different mindset, and we can bring a change. Nobody comes from outside to change any other country. It is the same people, their own people, that change them. So let's leave that aside and deal. Let's not always be too quick.
By the same logic, KJ, forefather is saying that he himself, therefore, is crooked then.
So I would say that.
It's not for me to say. I'm probably crooked too, because when you're crooked, you don't often see it, do you? That's the problem. You don't see it. You think you are straight, but you are crooked. And but I know what I see, and if I'm also examining myself, maybe I'm also part of the problem, because people that are crooked, they are crooked in a different way to straighten stuff. If a crooked bar can keep some other things straight, maybe it's not a bad thing. Sometimes you need evil leaders to create sanity. That said, in terms of what Nigerians can do, like I said, it's almost impossible to rig an election in that country if Nigerians are not participating in it. Like literally, they betray their own parties. Were we not sitting here when Prince Adewale came here and testified that other parties were coming to him to bribe them so that they would betray their parties? Crooked people, crooked leadership. The people are not ready. It's just what it is. You see it everywhere. You have this horrible thing within Nigeria. You know, sometimes when I look at the country, I wonder, I see why some people just feel like, you know what, why are people so wicked? Why are people so wicked? They can't think straight. Selfish, tribalistic, religious supremacist.
And what
in
do
a
we do?
world, can I finish, please? In a world that clearly doesn't care about those things before it erases you. And for the life of me, if we are lucky enough, we'll be blessed with a cause that is going to threaten our very existence. And the reason why it's a blessing, we will not be completely vanquished. We'll have a chance to make amends for the mistakes we've made. Because saying it is not going to change anything. And most of the stuff I say here, most people will ignore it. The only time they will remember it is when the time of judgment comes. They will remember. When I was saying it the other day that you think you can control Trump when it comes to your country to bomb it. And a lot of people here were completely, he's talking nonsense and all the rest. How is it that somebody will be saying something and what he's saying is actually being reflected in reality, and the people around him still hate him? They still think he's crazy. And they don't check themselves. I don't know. For me, my true guide is reality. What is actually going on in the world. Not human beings. Human beings are liars and full of all kinds of lack of objectivity everywhere. Look at the world. If somebody says something and that thing is what is happening, and the reasons why it's happening is why it's actually happening, you should know that maybe there's something that person is seeing that you are not seeing. But we don't learn from that. And even when I said it, that Nigerians are participating and they are the ones wrecking the party, even the P2B people, Labour Party, they helped sabotage P2B in the last election. Why don't we have the precise numbers? We stand here arguing and we spend so much time. These people, sometimes I don't understand our people or why we behave like this. We stand here blaming everybody, blaming Tinubu and everything, when we had the power in our hand to know exactly what happened. We had the power to know, but we didn't leverage it. Because we had people at that polling station, they should be there. Millions of people voted for P2B, so how can we not find thousands of people to make sure that vote is counted and they present it to us to see? But we spend months accusing each other and maybe even willing to tear each other apart for that purpose. But then again, that is what we do, isn't it? We pretend as if we don't know what we are doing. We are slightly trying to outdo each other. Just like Azika Dagaboro was complaining about the South is not complaining about the North is complaining about the Tinubu. Everybody is trying to outdo each other. How they want to cheat each other. We've done it before and we've suffered for it and we are going to suffer for it again. If we are lucky, it will be a blessing. If we are not, then we'll go the way of the Native Americans. Believe you me, the last time we survived, it's not because we were strong. It's the environment, the biology of the environment that saved us. This time, we're not going to get that reprieve. If we are lucky, we may experience what the Iranians are experiencing. The answer, I've already given you the answer. The answer is in everything I've just said. The people should stop betraying their parties.
Okay.
They should stop betraying their parties. They are present at that polling station. They are all taking lists. They all have the numbers in their hand. And if they truly won, they will be able to present it to everybody to see.
Okay, we can. Okay.
So it's not a mystery. It's so obvious. If you don't trust one of your party employees, get double them, triple them. Maybe get a church person, a church choir or church pastor to double them.
Have more numbers, right?
Yes, now to make sure
that you don't start to smoke
all of them will confirm the numbers that they receive. Not all this funny business. And when we say the election can be rigged, no, it cannot. If our people are serious, it cannot be rigged.
Yeah, rigging can be prevented.
It's impossible to rig it because you have smartphones. You can take the picture of the people that are on the line, or at each polling station, you can literally count everybody yourself before even the state counts. So I don't know how we.
So my question to you, forefather, you see, I like when you talk. Don't speak hyperbole, just speak direct. Now, the picture of Benjamin Kanu that was counting 110,7,000. Is it on video? Has it been rejected or accepted?
You see, that from what I gather is a party election, and if the guy that is counting, the party members have opposition. Let's say there's another candidate that is running for that election. How is he counting like that and getting away with it? Where is the person representing that person?
The guy counting is INEC officer called to monitor the election.
Exactly. So where is the party member that is represented? Because if he's counting that number, he's counting it to favor somebody.
But
where is the other member that should oppose him and say, what are you counting? You are counting down my person's vote. Because by counting that number, you're going to give it to this side. There is a way you can make people accountable, but because both sides are corrupt, they are quiet about it. Maybe the person that brought the video is the only person that has a little bit of conscience. Our people, we have a way of stopping the corruption in the election. You just have to make sure the people you assign to go and represent your party don't if you can get them not to cheat, and that should tell you something. If it is that hard to get them not to cheat your own party, why are you surprised your leaders are cheating you?
Okay, I'm trying to understand why you're coming from.
KJ, if I may help forefathers, if I may.
Go ahead.
Forefathers, let's remove the one of let's forget about the one of the Deputy Senate Speaker. The election that took place in Delta State between Senator Okowa and Senator Noah Nwoko is a practical example of what we are talking about. On the line, you see only 4 people for Senator Noah Nwoko, and the rest line from here to somewhere is for Ifeanyi Okowa. The question that you have to ask yourself, if we are being honest ourselves, is it possible that Ned Nwoko, who is a sitting senator from that senatorial zone for all these years in the National Assembly, will only have 4 people that is standing on his behalf? Is it something that you as a normal human being can imagine, that even if no other person stands for Senator Ned Nwoko, what happened to his own family, the wife, the children, the uncles and the cousins? Well, you understand what I'm trying to say. So it's not about this time around. What happened is it's not a general election. It's in-house election of APC, right? Are we supposed to witness what we witness? A political party that is running a primary election for themselves, and your president came out and said that today that it is a democracy, that it is good. What happened today is a sign of democracy in Nigeria, where KJ was trying to give you a number. Somebody was counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 1,000, 1,001, 1,011, 7,000, 7,010, 7,050. This is what we are saying. We are witnessing. It's not only what was going on that is my pen, but it's the image of Nigeria that has been portrayed outside the world. A government of Nigeria cannot conduct a political party of government in power in a country cannot conduct common primary election among themselves. That should worry you so much. It's not about the general election, right? So we get what you are coming from, but this one is that it's among yourselves. You're not competing with KJ, you're not competing with Chris, and you're not competing with me. It's among yourselves. So why is it that something that everybody is seeing on a morning afternoon, that even a primary school somebody in primary school can count 1 to 100, that doctors, legislators, academicians doesn't know how to count anymore? It is from 10 to 7,000, from 7,000 to 10,000, from 10,000 to 15,000. Is it? What are we trying to portray? That's the point. That's the irony of the whole thing. This is not a general election that we can say, oh, this is what we expect. So if your president can come out today and give his thumb up about what happened in his own political party, that's what should worry me and you. This is not a general election. We know what happened in 2023. We are not asking that what happened in 2023 should happen again. But let me drop like this. Let me end like this, if KJ will allow me. You see, there is something that the ruling party want us to say every time. And that's what people say. Maybe ignorantly, knowingly or unknowingly. This deftest mind spirit, when you come in a public space, you say, oh, there is nothing the opposition can do to win election. We cannot win the ruling party. This is the language of APC. This is what they want you to say. And remember, you have a platform. There are people who believe in your ideology. There are people who are following you. There are people who believe in what your analysis when you analyze things.
Of course, I want APC to win. Pablo is my godfather. I want APC to win. That's why I'm advocating for them. I'm not hiding it. I show it every day.
No. I'm just making a comment. I'm just trying to. I know that I don't know what is your party, but I'm just trying to let you know the problem. One of the problems that we are who claim to be analysts and pundits. When you try to let people, when you put the defeatist spirit upon the people that are following you, because you know you have a platform, there are people who listen to you. You tell them, no, we cannot win this election. Oh, the oppositions are divided. Oh, oppositions are scattered. We don't have anybody who can win the election. How can you win the election when you didn't defend the one of 2023? They give you so many reasons and excuses why we cannot win this election. This is what APC want you to, get yourself engaged. Instead of you spending that time and energy trying to repair, recover, and match out a new plan on how you can be able to remedy what happened in 2023. You are busy saying, oh, we are not going to win. Opposition has no candidate. The oppositions are divided. There is nobody who can be able to. He can't even defend his party, and he's taking another party. There are so many things. This is the language they want you to speak. They occupy our minds everywhere, trying to let us know that we cannot be able to win this election, which is not true.
And on top of that, they tell us Nigerians are not serious yet.
It's not true. We can win this election by 12 in the afternoon in 2027.
You can win the election.
It's a mind game. It's a mind game. This is the season. Everybody will talk trash.
I thank you. I thank you for that. I thank you for that. Even though you guys,
sorry. Let me just finish my submission.
Hold on. Can you guys?
Sorry,
hold on.
Yes. I thought you are too traumatized by what's happening in Nigeria.
Okay, that is the only way to liberate myself. I have to join them to play the game, to play it out. There's no other way. What are you talking about?
You're not serious.
Okay, hold on, please. For the roundup.
Yeah, to win the election, we have our 200,000 polling units, and realistically, if you want to, fill people in 75% of them, maybe not care about some states like Sokoto where you're going to be demolished. You focus on the areas, have people that are reliable represent you, have this in backup of scrutiny of the votes, so that you have clear evidence, and if possible, have reporting platforms that will be reporting it in real time, so that we can be seen and with actual evidence. You know, even people that deliver postage now, they even have evidence that they deliver it to a specific house. And sometimes we struggle to even do that for our country. And the cost it takes to do these things is quite minimal with the technologies. Everybody already has smartphones. And, you know, we have a lot of people that have smartphones. PWB has a lot of supporters that have those that are supposed to be dedicated. The fact that this is not clearly managed, if it was me, I would manage it that way. I will manage it so that all the people representing the party are vetted and known to be people that are loyal to the goal of the party, and they are going to fulfill the scrutiny that is supposed to be exercised in terms of being transparent and sharing.
But it doesn't have a party.
I'm just talking about if he was running.
If you keep interrupting, now he'll not be able to wrap up. Let him finish.
Are you aware that Pat or Tommy and Co are setting up what they call alternative? Is it IREV or something? Or alternative?
Pat has been on that trajectory since 1999, so it's not new thing.
Let him do it. And the problem with most of all these things that they don't get funding to do it, because most of all this you need funding to actually get things done.
Well,
okay, let's not dive there because we don't have enough information.
My point is that it's within the parties that are running, within their powers, to be able to make sure that the votes are counted accurately. They have the power to make sure it's done. Their power, except they cannot control their staff and the people representing the party to do their job. And if they cannot, what does that tell you about Nigerians? That they are willing to sell out even their party, maybe even their own honor, to take money and betray their own party. If that is the case, we have a big problem, and there's no need for Nigerians to even be saying they should be blaming only the leaders, because we are all in it. We are all neck deep in compromising, taking money to do what somebody wants us, that paid us the money to do it, whether we believe in the ideology or not. Because if somebody is working for P2B now, they claim to be passionate for P2B, why should they go and take money from someone else? But they did. I can assure you they did. And if P2B didn't organize his party enough in such a way that even when that happens, you still have backup to be able to make sure that the election, the numbers that are coming through is accurate, then you can argue that there's a problem there. And he's had 4 years. Let's say the first time he just had 6 months to get himself together and everything. Okay, yeah, fine. He wasn't able to pull it. Now he should be able to organize such things. And from what I'm seeing right now, he's not done it. He doesn't have any kind of proper structure.
How do you know that?
No, because there is no clear. If he had it, he would have formed the party.
Oh, really? You come out
what I'm talking about are the people that are going to work for the party.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
you for further. I appreciate it. Chris, I think you wanted to say something before you go and sleep. Yes. So you can make your final list if you want to really leave. Thank you.
No. I'm listening. I'm just like like I told you.
Yes.
All this electioneering or selectioneering activities in Nigeria doesn't impress me. Okay? Because at the end of the day, whether I've said it again, let me say it again. The problem of Nigeria is not leadership. Whoever enters there is not going to do much.
You're not being dogmatic.
Yeah?
You're not being dogmatic.
No, I'm being dogmatic because I'm being realistic.
Yes, you have to be, kind of allow operate on evidence.
Look,
and risk.
Like I said, I've said that I'm approaching it with vulture mentality. Now, somebody enters there and say he is good and do what he needs to do to move the country to the direction that will lead it to a proper rearrangement. Well and good. Now, on the other hand, if the people who are running it continue to run it the way they are running it, it will still be leading Nigeria to that direction where it would end up in the proper arrangement.
The question for you now is, why do you rule out the possibility that someone can come in and actually do the rearrangement? Why are you ruling that out? Why are you giving up on that?
because the entrenched, you see, if you set up a business, okay, if you are a shareholder, then you can change. You can do what is called.
How would that change come about? So it's not. Right. It's like you're foreclosed all possibilities. So I don't know where we go with you. So really, it's,
no. What I'm trying to explain to you,
you don't have even. You should have a free, open mind. Be open to possibilities.
No, that
Oti,
is what.
Oti, you want instant solution. There's no instant solution.
No, sorry.
I have an open mind. I have an open mind. I say to you, I have an open mind.
Through electionary somebody, how do you come to this rearrangement?
That's what I'm trying to explain to you. I have an open mind. My open mind is that whoever they selected, okay, whoever they selected, is going to do not much, except there's a complete reorganization. Now, if the person that they selected is a good person, and then he decides to rearrange the country.
It's a possibility, Chris, is it not? Is it not a possibility?
I say it's a possibility.
Just dealing with the advanced argument. So
I'm saying that I'm approaching it with vulture mentality.
Okay,
you know what I said.
Okay. Vulture mentality.
Let's move on.
The vulture mentality. The vulture mentality. Let me explain. Let me explain. The vulture mentality is this. The vulture mentality is this. A vulture says his pregnant wife is in the labor room.
Okay.
If he delivers a baby, he will rejoice. If the woman dies while delivering the baby, he will have money. He will have food to eat. So
he will rejoice.
Yes, he will have food to eat. So that's what I mean.
Okay, good.
Yes.
All right. So, well, we are expecting that you are approaching it with Obago mentality. We are approaching it with ego mentality. That we are winners. We will see it with
exactly. Yes.
So we're not going to say
you are the choosing one. You are the choosing. You don't have to say I am a choosing. I am a choosing.
I have no problem. I've been listening. The thing is that from all this every Saturday, every Sunday, I always listen, but I don't come up here most of the times. I don't come up, even when forefathers, they go into the tirade that always lasts for 3 hours. I mean, 5 hours, 7 hours.
Even 12 hours.
12 hours. I listen and I say to them, and I keep on listening to them. I say, well, they have nothing. I mean, there's no problem. They expressing themselves. But the reality everybody knows is this. The problem of Nigeria has nothing to do with leadership. We have had good leaders in Awolowo, in Azikiwe, in Tafawa Balewa. These are good men with good visions. Unfortunately, their selfish interests, didn't allow them to see beyond their immediate desire to either to rule the country or to gain from the country. So they left the country in the quagmire. They are, when they should have renegotiated what the white man left for them.
Yeah, you see, that was my purpose of discussion earlier on with on this program concerning the discussion that was held with the Southern African people. So let's not go back there. The question is, you as a leader of a community, if you have decided to take a leadership position, you must be ready to put yourself on the line also, because you are the one enjoying. I'm not following Tinubu to ride on a private Nigerian plane. I don't have a Escalade, the ones he has. I'm not enjoying the presidential food. So if you can enjoy all that, you should also be ready to put your life on the line. And that's why if you go to a negotiation, you must have the interest of Nigeria first in your mind. I mean, any other person, I don't know how, you see, these are some of the things that make this will look at us as animals, because they don't do that for their people. I'm serious. They don't do it. How many, hold on, how many, let us take a census, go around Africa and see whether there's any European leader, senator or president that has a house, a guest house, not even say a house.
None of these their leaders has ever believed in Nigeria, and they said it openly. Nobody, none of them has ever believed in Nigeria, and therefore, you know, the idea that they will just because they become president, they will start believing in it. It's not true. They can either negotiate because they are there, you know, for themselves. So if Tinubu has made it clear, it was open that he didn't believe in Nigeria. So why do you expect him to go and start negotiating for Nigeria, a better Nigeria?
Thank you, Chris. Obi, our people get proverbs saying as small they take catch monkey. So even if they don't believe in you, are you supposed to also not believe in yourself? And if you believe in yourself, are you not supposed to be small? Tricky by tricky. Today you learn how to make bulb. Tomorrow you learn small, you capture the technology, and before you know it, voila. Is that not how other countries have walked their way to the top?
It's a critical situation when it comes to our people. I thank you, KJ, and member of the panel for giving me this opportunity. Until a long time, well done, ma. I was following even while I was back home. I just came back, and
wow.
Yes, I had to spend more than 5 weeks in Nigeria. It was. I almost didn't want to come back anyway. If not that you are afraid that you know, it's so bad that in the area where I am, I cannot on gen in the house because only you will be the one making noise in the whole area.
See,
that's a red flag for you. Is that bad? So what I do is, if my inverter is going to shut me down because of the AC I use, I have to tell madam, say, please don't on the gen. I don't want only you burning.
Bros, now what were you this day?
I'm saying in GRA, it will not become a red flag. It's as bad as that. GRA not be on generator. I'm not talking of you are living in a New Benin or area. GRA, I'm telling you. You know, Irina after airport road.
Yes.
That side. You know, is that bad that I had to even go to the car to go and steam my AC to sleep a little to get cold before I go back to the room? You see the country where we're coming from. You know, that generator, I've never heard it more than 1 hour in any compound around me. Just to pump water. That's what people do. Just to pump water, they shut it down. Because you're going to use 10,000 to pump water, and you're going to sleep, or you're going to on TV with 10,000 naira for a day. You'll not be able to do that. You buy fuel at 1,333 for 50 something, and at the end of the day, you want to watch TV or whatever. This doesn't exist no more. So you even came for vacation.
You can ask question. As this thing don't they affect the middle class? So I think
middle class is gone. Maybe they will react. Talking of the big men. Middle class is gone already.
I think it's a good thing. They will force to act. Yeah,
it's gone already. You're talking of those that were okay before. Look at the woman who was paying 4.5 million school fees. That is crying out, I want to withdraw her dollar. That means that woman is comfortable, very comfortable, able to achieve all that. So that one is down. You see how much we had gone down. So when we are talking about let us brainstorm on how we're going to rescue that country, it's a serious matter, my brother. We have no home to retire to, I beg you. Even if you're comfortable in your area, only you go on light, only your light, even with the security light. Sometimes you got to switch the outside on off so that they know that you have lights in your compound. You behave like them.
My brother, let me ask you a question. You spent 5 months in Nigeria. What do you think? Because I heard somebody said the problem, I don't know whether you're the one that said the problem of what's going on in Nigeria is not the problem of leadership, but the problem of citizens. What do you think? What impression or what did you experience when you were in Nigeria in terms of this upcoming election?
Oh,
what do you think? I mean, what's the vibe? The people back home.
Number one is from the local scene I was, the so-called Akpakomiza, the person that is flagging up and down. The narrative is different because it's a propaganda government and they are trying to put it out there. The people, the ordinary citizens, is almost not interested. It's looking for daily bread. It's looking for food to eat. They seem not to be too informed about what will happen. They had given up on any change anyway. They give up on any change at all because they believe that elections don't take place. They just go there to waste their time and it's like a ritual. You just do it and you go. That is the impression of the people generally. They now manifested it with this primary they have done now. You are doing primary election. Even if it is 10 over, if you get 100 votes over 20 votes, you still win. Why call it 10,000? Why calling 100,000? You just make everybody look like a fool. Everybody look like an Ozuo in the situation. That is how bad I felt for them. That if I see them, with my people around me, and each time they come to talk to me, which time I talk, they just run away because I can't take it because it's that bad. Very bad. The people have given up. They believe there's no hope in terms of election selection of the right person. It's going to be the same formula and the same people that are going to run this situation. But what we could do is this, like we're going to organize. I think I was thinking that the group that was supposed to be obedient was supposed to have gone this route, like looking for 774 human beings who would be like a volunteer staff to represent each local government that will now walk the wards from there.
Each polling unit,
each ward from there.
At least 4 people.
At least, and you can document that and organize from that level. If we don't, let me tell you, the reason why they took over from Jonathan was because Jonathan wasn't desperate. Jonathan wasn't evil. Jonathan wasn't he wasn't a cabal person like that. He wasn't. That was the reason they were able to take over from him. You know that people had to sit down with Jonathan in the office to make him make that call. People sat down, put pressure before he made that call. He would have been able to say, this election suspended, this election is not going to hold, and we'll start fighting from there. Because he was ready to salvage the country at that point. But we need to organize local government and start it off from there. Or else, my brother, it's bad, though. It's bad.
Now you are speaking my language. Politics is local.
Hold on, Obi, welcome back.
Thank you.
Obi,
while you are
KJ, can I give Obi information? Just information.
No, hold on. So, like, how much does it cost an ordinary Nigerian to feed in a day? And then what are the cost of food materials that you were able to?
If I consider myself, I would be like a big man. If I consider myself, but an average person can't make a meal. Can't make a meal with 5,000 naira in Nigeria. An average person, you can't. An average family, an average family can make a meal with 5,000 and be okay.
5,000 is nothing now.
I'm talking of an average family of 3 or 4. That means they are eating basic gari. They are eating soup with leftover meat or something. They can't do with 5,000 in a meal. Oh, I'm telling you, times 3, like 15K a day for you to put food on the table of a family of 3 or 4.
Wow.
Is that bad? When I mean bad, my brother, is bad. Even as the dollar is coming down, the average woman in the market don't know how to reduce her price. So the whole thing is still there. It's still there. It's still there, and it's even going worse. As soon as Dangote touches his fuel, their prices is going up too. It's just a reverse psychology, and it's not funny.
How are you able to cope with your neighbors and your relatives who probably are not better off, than this situation?
My brother,
everybody for GRA good.
I had to raise my fence above 6 feet, and put an electric fence. I have a CCTV that I can see from here. And I made sure that the security outfit in the house is showing that I have a very big dog inside the compound, and I have an AK-47 too. People would think like that.
See, that's the problem right there. That's the problem.
I so much secure the place that you don't see my inside. I only open the gate, you drive in, and you lock it up, so you don't see what's going on there. So you are not sure what you're going to see when you're coming in. So and I now noticed that my top light is showing that there is light in the house because inverter will run my light 24 hours. So by the time I see everywhere is dark, luckily for me, in the street there is a solar street light in the street, so that helps to illuminate the compound. I had to strip off my front light to show that I'm in darkness like you people.
Wow. So KJ, you see the problem there? The rich are facing themselves away from the poor, and you think solution will come. It not going to happen.
Correct.
All right. Thank you so much.
Bad?
Yeah. So go ahead. Your observation. How do you see the election coming up? Are the ordinary Nigerians mobilizing to take over, or they are also docile and saying?
Oh, well, they are going to collect. They are going to collect money and vote the right person. Believe you me, they will collect money. They will vote the right person, but it's not going to be open 1, 2, 3. It's going to be by secret open ballot. Now you go and thumbprint. If people are ready to take money from you, they believe that it's their money anyway. They take it and vote the right person that they have made up their mind to vote for.
Now what did they talk?
If you allow the vote to count, that would be the outcome. But they allow it to count. That's the problem.
Right.
But the people are angry. They're not happy. They're airing their mind, and they are not ready to say. You know what they will say? They will wear APC cap. They'll be hiding so that people will not see them and know them. As soon as they take picture, they take it off. So you see the pretending so that the guy can get contracts, the guy can also be part of it. He tends to pretend that he's with them. But when we are discussing behind the scene, he is no, not at all. But to play along the side so that they can benefit and get contract and eat, they have to pretend to be putting on the 8 cap or the so-called nomenclature cap just to represent. By the end of the day, the real thing is that they done with the guy. They don't like him, even up to the people who are the core Yorubas that I know. They said, no, this is not going to work by Parakbo. It's not going to work again. This is no.
What about your friend, your governor, your friend?
Oh, no, that one is making a mistake now, but I think he's beginning to correct himself. He was shouting Emilio Con like he's his son too much. He was going to give him too much fight. By the time the governor's son came to Benin and went and he met an empty stadium, my governor had to pipe down in trying to. The narrative was going to kill him, because if he disappoints Baba is going to give the second time is going to be no for him. So
but what about performance? So is he do anything? Is he trying at
performance level? Akpakpako is getting rid of the idiots that were forced on him before. So he's beginning to learn the truth now. All those is shiny, all those hype men. I think he had told them to stay behind the scene now. You no longer see them moving with him when he's going to commission project now, because the commissioner had to come out to condemn exactly what Egogo did and told him that you cannot talk like that. It's even say somebody like this. He didn't even say it's an SSA. It's so much insulted him. Yeah. So at the end of the day, they have told them no follow governor to anywhere, no hype men again. So he corrected that. The road is going to be difficult to fix in Benin. You know that now. Only one rain is going to sow. But I think he's just trying to do as much as he can do. At the end of the day, he's not doing badly. As in he listens. That's another thing good about him. He listens. And he tends to go with the popular demand. And that is what is helping him out to win the people, you know. At the end of the day, he fixed up market and he was commissioning it few days ago. That was good for him. He had some local quick wins that he can do to help people. But the narrative of president is my papa. This is that. But I know, but you shouldn't rub it on the dumb man face, because he knows now what we did to Obaseki, what they did to him. He saw it now. Okay. That in the midst of APC in Edo will clear it for whoever I don't want. If it is Obi, Edo will clear Obi for Obi. So he should don't keep quiet and just follow the people with tactics, not to be saying that he will deliver 2.5 million votes. From where? From where they want to deliver?
Let me add something. Sincerely, I'm happy you are really saying the truth today about the governor, right? I'll be explaining this to people. When it comes to the infrastructure, Edo State governor is doing a lot of work, not only in Benin. Even in Edo Central, it's massive work. In Edo North, it's massive work. I specifically know he's building one major market in Edo North, one in Edo Central, one in Benin. The governor is trying in terms of infrastructure, give it to him. I can defend him anywhere.
So building a market is what we're gonna count as a whole governor.
No,
we don't get that before now. Anything we give us.
That's supposed to be a counselor, a counselor job, a counselor's job, not a governor. Really?
Hold on.
If it's not beefing my governor, okay?
Okay, calm down. Yeah, see,
we're not even talking about insecurity.
If
the
you
market.
hold on now,
the market is not a
your
priority.
Hold on.
If I'll give you a number. Don't worry.
Listen, Okpewolo. We see. Here is what I like. I like when somebody is doing something, we have to appreciate the person. We have to criticize. So when you are criticizing, nobody is gonna say, "Oh, because you hate the person, because you don't belong to the party."
Not really.
What Obey is doing now, that's very, before Obey travel, I was telling him the governor is working, he's doing a lot of work. In Benin, there is no flower. This is the first site. He's building about 2-3 flower in Benin.
That is not a flower on a bridge, not a flower on a bridge.
No, it is not a flower.
Because I went there. I drove on that. Not the color flower by again.
Hold
on. I saw it now. I drove under it. I went to Dubai. I drove under it. So they're not flying it over.
No,
they don't book bridge. They don't book bridge up to down. That was all.
There is no river there. That's a flower.
Hold on, if you want
hey, why? Ikobayi does not need a flyover. All you need to do is to remove that market from there and just expand the road. That road doesn't have a traffic of 10 minutes. What's flyover? Those are waste of funds, anyways. But I don't want to say for the fact that I don't want to see flyover. That's why you now invest our money to be doing flyover. No, now. But it's okay.
Hold on.
It's okay. It's part of it.
Hold on. Hold on. If the only lady with Namis, what do you want to say?
Anyway, I beg, with all due respect, I don't mean to disrespect you.
No, go ahead.
If you want my governor number, I will give up.
If at any point in time, you take your family, I don't know if you have taken them to Nigeria ever, and let's say for the first time you're taking them to Nigeria, and they're excited to go to Nigeria, what you will tell them is this is what the governor is doing. He built a flyover, he built a bridge. Is that what you'll be showing your children?
Hold on.
Let
me tell you,
don't worry about insecurity. You will not worry about.
If he hold on, I criticize. I'm a big critic of government. My loyalty is not to any government. But you see, Edo State, there is a governor that was there for 8 years. As I'm speaking to you now, you cannot point at any major project, any capital project that man completed for 8 years. I'm telling you, who knows? If you know of any capital project Obaseki completed,
I know plenty. Don't say that. Don't say that at all.
Tell us one.
It's long you went to Benin.
Tell us one.
Edo Best.
All the federal secretariat that were left by Prince of Bermuda was not the one that did it. Have you been to Yaro? Have you been to Yaro to go and see education hub? Have you seen it? Oh my God! They are countless. Obaseki did a lot. Don't go there. Let that do his best too. Let him continue. That's it.
No, hold on. What Obaseki did with those buildings, he just repeated the building.
You shouldn't condemn him. Yes. No, he did a lot.
Come on,
he did a lot, my brother.
No, the project he started from scratch.
That's not the point. That's not the point. That's not the point. It's not from start that matters now. He's delivering to the people that matters.
Okay, I give up. Then listen. If I will break this down for you. You know you are not from Edo. You see, the governor in the area of insecurity, for example, Edo State, there was a big courtism issue in Benin, especially. He was able to nip this in the bud. The area of kidnapping in Edo, he needs to do more. What I'm saying, we can praise a governor in some area when he's working. Where he's not working, you hit hard on him. You criticize him. especially in Edo Central, they see a lot of kidnapping going on. So issue of kidnapping is something he needs to sit up. Like Obe said, at least he's listening. As long as he's listening, we can criticize him, we can tell him, listen, this is what the people need. This is the problem that is here. This is the way you run government. I'm not saying it's perfect. Well, even when you hear me say this man is doing something, I will criticize you very well. Like when he's talking about 2.5 million votes, I know he and Ovie, they are just joking around. Because there is no way.
No, we're serious, though. We are serious, though. There is no way.
There is no way.
Leave Ovie for one corner. Leave Ovie.
There is
no Obey one good thing when you talk, where I agree with that the rich are finding it difficult to power their agenda. That's a good news.
Correct.
Yeah, it's a good news.
Yeah.
Correct.
It's a good news.
Yeah.
Because we need them to feel the pain so that they could join the struggle.
Yes.
That's all. That's the only way.
You see, there is no way Tinubu can get 500,000 votes from Edo State. Forget about it. Those are just noise. That one we know.
No, any polling unit, if not 10 people there, if we win the 10, that 10 are 2.5 million votes. That's how every polling unit is 2.5 million votes. Every polling unit.
Don't listen to me.
So the goal is to clear every polling unit.
Don't begin at 0000, Abi.
Yeah, you sabi. That's my transmission, by the way.
Okay. Let me ask you this question. They say APC are doing presidential primary. Who is competing with Tinubu? Who is
Thank you.
No,
Thank you.
It's called democracy.
That's the dilemma now. That's the dilemma.
But anything will do now only will be the run. It's called democracy.
Hold on, guys. So at this hour, we need to bring it to a close. We have done 6 hours. So.
Oh, really?
Yes. So I will give
an hour, beg.
No, you do now. Only 2 hours. You don't do KJ.
You want to open a new show for 3 hours, have you?
Okay. You know what to do. If you guys are ready to go for another 1 hour, I'm ready to shut this down and start another stream. If that's okay.
Okay, we are here.
Yeah, we can do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So guys, I'm taking my leave now.
Before you get out,
good night, everyone.
Hold on.
Hey, the chief judge is leaving. Bye, Chief Judge.
Oti, good night.
Oti, no, don't leave yet. So let me.
I'm waiting to listen to you then.
Mr. Oti is the chief judge of the panel.
Go on. Before I go.
Hold on now, AY. So let me say this: in as much as we come to, everybody's so passionate about this upcoming election. Everybody wants the country to work. I don't think even your enemy said, trust me, even the people that are supporting Tinubu indirectly, because they have family. They might have their immediate family, but they have extended families, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because they cannot reach out to all of them and dash money to all of them. We don't want money. We want this country to work, okay?
Yeah.
But we have to be very realistic with what is on the ground. I know we are so emotional. Anytime you say something that some people don't agree with, they call you names and tell me that you're working for APC and this and that. Mind you, we are living in the world of reality. Let us understand that. Election is not won by emotion. Obe asked a question, we're talking about how many people do we have? Somebody already said that in the on social media. How can you mobilize the youth to be on each polling unit, and be a witness and take a pictures and everybody can see it?
Very possible. Yeah.
There is no way opposition can win. When I'm laughing, I'm laughing that we are not serious. And I will continue to say that until we have those measures put in place.
Yeah.
Because you can say, I want to be, in as much as I want to be to win, only if the opposition can unite together. When you see people come here, laugh and smile, it's not that they don't feel the pain. I don't know when last you went to Nigeria. I just came back in December, and I kept saying it. The corruption in Nigeria has quadrupled 10 times the last time I went in January last year. So you coming here to say that we are laughing. I'm not going to cry. I know the pain, sending money back home. I don't want it.
Yeah.
I work extra shifts here to support people back home. I don't want that, right? I'm looking for extra job to work literally 7 days a week. It's not about me. It's not about when you wake up in the morning, auntie, good morning, auntie this, auntie that. And you know that they look left and right. The only place they can get it from is from you. So when I see people come here to analyze what that is not realistic, of course I will laugh. I'm not trying to demoralize Nigerians that opposition is. That's not what I'm saying. That's what I mean. That's not what I mean. But the thing is that no matter how much we want to paint this reality, again, how many people have PVC? Let us even start from there. Okay, who is gonna witness each polling unit to see what is gonna happen there? And that was exactly the problem that happened in the last election. Have they fixed it? There is no time. By now, they should be mobilizing people. And if all these things are not happening, I am laughing because we are not yet serious. Okay, but I feel disrespected for you to come here to tell me. You know how many messages I've gotten? Hold on. You know how many messages I've gotten? Again, get out of that show. Get out of that show. Now you are the problem of Nigeria. Now you are related.
Okay.
What is my problem with
that? Hold on. You see, I've listened to you. Okay. Where I disagree with you when you say talk about disrespect. No, it's not. I don't.
Yeah, that's disrespect. That's what.
No, excuse me. No, sorry.
Me, and that's exactly.
Hold on, excuse me. I don't disrespect people, but I can challenge you quite vehemently. With due respect. Okay, I mean, I could say with due respect, right? It's not a matter of disrespect, and when I disagree with anybody, I tell the person. It doesn't matter who the person is, with respect. I would disagree with you quite forcefully, right? And so you're entitled to laugh at anything. And equally, I feel entitled also to say, look, this is not a laughing matter. It's nothing for anybody to feel offended. And so when I come to a discourse, public discourse, for me, it's a serious matter. I take it seriously. I have better things to do with my time. When I come here, it's for a reason, and I take it quite seriously, quite frankly. And I don't disrespect people, but I can disagree with anybody. Even Sir James, he's an honorable man, elderly man. But if I disagree with him, I tell him, and I don't care how he feels about it. Otherwise, if you can't really take, a challenge, opposition, don't come to the public, to have a discourse. It's okay. So nothing personal about that. It is just the way I see things. I think everybody on this platform, I've disagreed with them at one point or another, including Ike, forefathers, anybody. I actually like people to challenge me, to disagree with me. I'm not an oracle. I don't know everything. So that's not challenge. It's a natural thing that comes with having a discourse. That's the only way we learn. You really have to test your opinion by having people listen to you and ask you questions, probing questions. That's the way
I think I think maybe that's how you thought about it. Well, people watching, because like I said, I have text messages on this phone. If I show it to you, you'll be so shocked to hear what people are saying. When you made that comment about me and Dovie. I keep telling you, stop going to that show. Get out of there.
Hold on. I saw the comments. They're not agreeing with me, but I don't care about. It's not about the agreement.
Hold on.
Is what I think, how I feel about
it.
Even Rudolph did not agree with me, but that's I have a right to my opinion, to my position, and I will defend it. It doesn't mean that I'm right, but that is really what that is the nature of public discourse, debate, and conversation. But anyway, I'm going now. I thank everyone for a good conversation, and yes, Ovie, yes. So,
I understand you.
I don't think you don't.
By the way, just before you.
No, I would understand you now. I would understand you. You said it to me.
Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on, guys. I'm a bit amazed that the fact that you and forefather come here and you never talk about what's going on in policies in England. So. Yes, because a lot is going on. Whenever you talk about America.
Now, sorry. Can I tell you the reason? The reason is this.
It seems to me that also, hold on, before you go into that, it seems to me also, those people who were saying Kemi didn't have a chance. Now, are they about to eat back their words? Because right now she seems to be rising in English politics.
Okay. Now, honest answer. I've long given up on the politics here because it's too boring for me. Quite frankly, I couldn't care less what is going on here. Seriously, I mean, I'll be honest with you.
That's a good one. That's a good take. I never heard anybody think that it's boring.
Kind of about when you compare that to what's going on in Nigeria. I mean, why should I? It doesn't. I mean, it's too boring.
Yes, there's no fireworks. There's no fireworks. You are right, though. I agree with you.
What's the time for me? I don't listen to that. I used to listen to Radio 4, a serious radio station where they discuss politics and all serious arts and science and all that. But I don't pay attention anymore. I listen only Arise because I'm interested in what's happening in Nigeria. I want to go back to Nigeria. I'm tired, So that's the honest answer.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. I'm just a bit shocked that with all that going on, Fofana never mentioned. If every day he comes here talking about America,
actually, that's a good catch. That's a good catch. Not only Fofana, all of them living in UK, they don't say anything about UK.
No, but I think I agree with Oti when he said that UK politics is boring. I think he's right.
It's boring.
There's no fireworks. Now, once in a while, fireworks.
Everyone. So if I'm sorry.
Everything UK is boring. Actually,
I like to have kind of a.
Let me say, do you think that if you know me prior before the election, I have always wanted to move back to Nigeria. I've always wanted to move back to Nigeria and leave.
So that's where you build now. I want to. You don't look up like that.
Well, how can I move back to Nigeria?
You will still do that. You will still move. You still do that. Nigeria will be okay.
Because there is no place like home.
Nigeria will be okay. So
okay.
We can
give out to election people. May they use that as their campaign headquarters. That's your contribution. That's your contribution to the development.
Nigeria will be okay.
So, I know you understand where I'm coming from.
Good night, everyone.
I understand. I asked KJ before that I make an observation when Obe was speaking, and if he alluded to it as why she was making her commentary about the issue of the manning of the polling booth. We should know that each and every one of us know what happened in 2023. It was one of the greatest problems of Mr. Obi and Obedient and Labour Party. But I want to let you know that because of the program of APC, because of this government, their plan for election and the plan for Mr. Peter Obi, that is the training going on under the ground that nobody knows about the people that are going to man the election, the polling booths, because of the experience of 2023, of what happened. It's not that something is not being done. A lot is going on behind the scene. And it's not going to be like, for example, my brother Obe was saying maybe 5 or 7 people. What is going on is in a situation whereby you can have up to 10 to 15 people in a polling booth, which you might know 5, but you will not know 10 people. You see, because APC is ready for anything. They are doing so much. It's not that there is nothing going on the ground trying to train people concerning the experiences we had in 2023. So
even the APC, they are crying. It's not very juicy for them. But just a few. They are all crying. Very few.
I know. Yeah. That's why I want to assure you that we know the experience of 2023. And there is nothing that anybody, if any genuine person who wants a better Nigeria will allow what happened in 2023 to happen again. That means that you are deceiving Nigerians.
Yeah.
Okay? You are deceiving Nigerians. So that's why I say it's not even going to be 5. It might be 15 people. You will know 5, but you are not going to know 10 in the same polling booth. Because those things they are planning, the way they want to rig this election is too much. So you got to try to do something as opposition. Right? So
let me add
to information I just want to give you.
Yeah, let me say something about that. Mr. You know, see, when we are discussing this politics, we need to tell ourselves the truth. The way to protect the vote is to build structure across the country. My expectation of the whole opposition is for them to come together to build that structure. The truth is, the only two parties that have that structure in Nigeria now.
We're back to structure. Good night, everyone.
This is the APC and the old PDP that is even that PDP is that one is destroyed too. Yeah, exactly. You know, part of it is in ADC, part of it moved to here, part of it. See, the way to protect vote, to be honest, because I give you an example. You cannot take people from a different local government or a different state. You take them to another state or different local government to protect vote. Even the people in the villages, when you go to remote area, you have to build structure in all those places to protect your vote. This is actually the truth. This is how the Nigeria system works.
Listen, I understand what you're saying. I'm not saying that the program on the floor is not that they're going to take Ifi from Anambra and bring it to those state. No, it's the local people. Because the people we are talking about structure is me and you. We are the structure. It's not building. It's me and you. But it's in the local area, right? So that's what I'm trying to say. It's not like moving AY from your local area. You go to area you don't know anybody about. That's not the program.
And the other thing, even when people are calling on Obi, for example, sincerely, only Obi cannot do it. Only Peter Obi cannot do it.
No. Nobody at all. Nobody is saying that only him gonna do it. That wasn't the reason. That wasn't the program before. But your father Atiku is insisting he want to contest. He doesn't want to respect what was agreed on. So I mean, we cannot continue to. Atiku, for me personally, he doesn't have respect from the people of the South. So he's not going to be using
for
us
Nigeria,
all the time.
Not people of the South. For
he
Nigeria,
cannot be using us all the time to achieve his political selfish ends. So I'm not happy that it couldn't work, and it's nobody's fault. Right now, he's fighting with Amechi because Amechi is telling him we are going to go to primary. I'm not ready for consensus. You see what is going on already? The whole northern branch of ADC has already begun to endorse Atiku. So it is a game that he wanted to play. You understand? So we know this.
I've said it a million times. Atiku does not have business with Nigeria election at this point. This is
we want to play his game with him, right? At the end of the day, what is important is the power remains at the South. If
they just destabilizing the opposition
want the power to remain in the South, let it remain in the South. That's my
power should remain in the South. That's the truth. Let the South complete their 8 years at least.
Atiku is a spoiler or just a spoiler. That's what he is.
I know Amechi is very strong competing with him, but
Amechi na deputy. Now, people just look back to 2023. Now the same thing will happen 2029. They happen again.
We were discussing it
when Obi left Atiku in 2023 PDP. Right, he joined Labour Party. The same way it happened. When at Wike they give Atiku fight, at the end of the day, I cannot be deputy. And the same thing Wike said they do. So now the same playbook they are all playing. There's no too gimmick about it. They go tell you say they are preparing soldiers everywhere. We go man person for every policy. All this is a rhetoric. We are all Nigerians. Nothing where they happen for Nigeria for ground where we no go know. I mean, we should stop deceiving ourselves. If anybody is doing anything extraordinary, then we go don't see him. The only person that is out there doing his duty is Obi. Obi has never left the state. Nobody can take that away from him. But where the body structure, the people that are behind him, what are they doing? That is my criticism. Obi has done everything expected of him, and I've been saying it from 2023 to today. Everything is expected. In fact, even today, still in South Africa. But where are the people that are following? What are the structures that are building? You need nothing less than 20 to 30,000 men on ground every day.
Yes.
If you want to make any change.
Yes.
Because Tinubu men are the policemen, are the soldiers. They are on ground 24/7.
Yeah.
Now your men be that, and then go man polling unit. Which one go man polling unit for you?
Yes.
No, be to talk calm. No, be to talk calm. Anybody can come out and speak.
For people. You know, every
that's just the honest truth. That's just your
So guys, we have no place to retire to if we continue like this anyway. And if you feel like what Ify was saying that he want to go back house, everybody want to go back house. We're just looking at what is happening in South Africa, what happening in America. This change of you have to go home to go and process your change of status program and all that. You know that is the end of Jack Barry in that country. You know that's the end. This is the end we are in now. This is the end. So many people now they are back there, they're stuck in there. Though the Canada and others will continue to copy from US as soon as US implement this nonsense now.
Canada, Canada, they reduced their immigration already.
You see them now? I say all men is stranded back home. They're stranded. When I mean strand, finish.
You were not here yesterday when I spoke on this issue. And a lot of people, I know somebody was like, "Are you being deported?" I said, "I don't know. We will see." They
don't even know what's going on. They don't know nothing.
I might be coming to Nigeria to join you, because what's going to happen is that after Trump's era, let's say Democrats comes in power, they might continue with that. They can't go back, because trust me, a lot of Americans, they are happy with this. Right? So that they will reduce the number of, undocumented people in their country. Because, they felt, or they say that we are stealing their jobs and other stuff. So this is what Trump is doing. So at some point, a lot of people will not have a job, and they will be so frustrated to go home. Even the people that will choose to stay, you'll be paying them peanuts, because they'll be working under the table. So people don't understand the gravity of this. Like my cousin filed for her mom. Her mom is here with her. And she's been waiting for 1.5, more than 1 year. She has done the fingerprinting. Now, are you telling me that her mom is going to go back to Nigeria? Guess what's going to happen? If she goes back to Nigeria, that means she has overstayed her visa.
Correct. That's the end. That's the end.
You see, that's one thing people don't understand. It's not going back to Nigeria is a problem. Once you overstay your visa and
you're already deported.
You're self-deporting yourself. They don't understand the gravity of this. And once this continues, trust me, they're going to be pushing for birthright citizenship. People are taking advantage of this and using it more than, especially we. I'm saying we. However, we are here.
Not only we, even a lot of countries. The truth is, see, what if he's just said now, like, the truth is, we have to look for a way to make our country work, because I'm sure one day somebody worse than Trump will come. We will do worse. So even Trump, they are looking for a way to denaturalize people now. Talk less of you with green card or you with work permit. It's gonna get worse. I know very well. I know a lot of my friends, for example. I know if you fix basic things in Nigeria, the way Nigeria will relocate back home, people would like, So now they are happy for abroad. This is what people. If you try to fix basic things in Nigeria, the population of Nigeria that will relocate back home, even Nigeria government will be surprised.
Yes,
this is just the.
I say one for example, Obi win. I dey buy ticket now straight.
Yeah, people already.
I go buy tickets.
Obi, I've said this. I think this is the third time or fourth time I'm sharing this. KJ, sorry, I know you want to shut this, down and restart another program. I don't know whether you've heard me say that a couple years ago when I went on vacation to Turkey, and I met some Nigerians there. Long story short. And I'm wondering, what are you guys doing here? Because honestly, I don't see anything they're doing. And other than buying good, people sending money to them, buying goods and shipping it, just making little change and all that stuff. And that was prior to 2023 election. And what they told me, they said they are waiting for Obi to win. See, they are waiting for Obi. If Obi wins, all of them will go home. Say, my sister, we are not doing literally nothing. Only that I gave this guy $20, just $20, because he brought food for us in the Nigerian food for us in the hotel. If you see how this guy thanked us,
appreciate.
I started crying. I went to the next room. I called Lola. He already left, and I went and told Lola. Lola was like, "Why did you not call me? Why did you not let me know?" so that I can give him. I was balling. I said $20. My sister came from Nigeria to meet us. I said, I just put my hand. You know what I said to myself? We are so unappreciative. We are so ungrateful to God. He said, my sister, this is it for tonight. Too. You don't even know what you did for me. $20, my brother.
Yeah. Is that bad? Is that bad?
All right. KJ, I shut down. We are waiting for you.
Okay. Thank you guys so much. Yeah, the issue of immigration, you know, for those of us who are Christians, we know that the world will start rounding up when, as it was the beginning, so shall it be at the end. All begin to go back to where we come from. So I think it's the activation of that's coming. We need to open our eyes to what is going on. Unfortunately, we are the worst hit. Because it's not because we don't have the resources, but because monkeys are in the position of authority in our countries. They've stopped behaving like human beings. If they are behaving good, I'm sure that, you know, if in fact the resources in Nigeria alone can take care of the whole of Africa.
Correct.
But those people are refused to do what human beings do. And what can we do? Anyway, having said that, I want to say thank you to every one person who has contributed. I'm not sure that I will come up immediately, but I'll try and come up.
KJ, what do us APC and PDP?
That's because I'm the only one around. And,
okay.
I'm the only one in my house right now. My son needs attention.
Just come up and then we go from there. I mean, you don't have to be there.
You can come up
if you are going to moderate,
if you will moderate,
okay, just go ahead and moderate this.
I will be the timekeeper.
People out when they don't listen to.
Okay. So if you go ahead and moderate, I will come back later on.
Okay, go ahead.
Wow.
Why is he feeling? If he doesn't disappear? Okay, I will sign off and come back. Right?
Okay.
And then we can have her come back. I wanted her to continue, but she has gone off. So
yeah, she didn't know. I think she thought you were gonna open a new one, right?
Okay, I'll open it and then and then we can do the goodbye.
Yeah.
I want to thank everybody who contributed, those who gave us a lot of resources to be able to help run this channel. I thank you, Mr. Thank you so much. This is okay. I thank you. I can't call that name right now. Thank you so much. Thank you also to this other supporter. You know, you are such great guys today. Thank you, every one of you who have one way or the other. Oh, that's Igbo Basics. Thank you so much, sir. Oscar Blackbones. Thank you. Yes, Oscar Blackbones again. Thank you so much. Thank you, because this helps us to run this channel. Right now, it's only Rudolph that's doing it. Thank you, Kulata, my very good friend from far away. Today, he didn't talk about my T-shirt, even though, you know, but it's okay. Thank you so much, Kulata. And Baba Tokpe, thank you so much. Thank you so much also, Igbo Basics. Thank you. We really appreciate your contributions. Thank you, Day. Well, thank you so much also. And the Kulata again, thank you. Thank you so much. All of you were great in supporting this channel today. And I say thank you so much on behalf of Dr. Damages. I say don't go away, because people have a lot to say. I'm only just going to switch. Before I do that, I think all right, I'll switch. I have not created that link, but it won't take more than 5 minutes. So please hang on. Let me do that, and we'll get back on. Thank you. Thank you. On behalf of Dr. Damages, I say thank you so much.